Insightful podcasts by informative hosts. Insights into Things, a podcast network. Welcome to Insights into Entertainment, a podcast series taking a deeper look into entertainment and media. Your hosts, Joseph and Michelle Whalen, a husband and wife team of pop culture fanatics, are exploring all things from music and movies to television and fandom.
Welcome to Insights into Entertainment. This is episode 146. Help me, Obi-Wan Filoni. I'm your host, Joseph Whalen, and my special guest once again today is Sam Whalen.
Hi, everyone.
How you doing today, Sam?
Good. How are you?
Good. So we didn't have a chance to finish our discussion in our last episode. We ran kind of long. Very good discussion, though. But we had to kind of cut our third segment out. So we're going to kind of expand on that a little bit here. Today we're going to continue that discussion where we're talking about Star Wars 10 years into Disney's stewardship of the franchise. In today's episode, we're going to take a look at the two men who kept the franchise alive and given us a new hope, pun intended. And of course, I'm referring to Dave Filoni and Jon Favreau. Then we're going to take a look at the future of the franchise based on recently discussed projects that were revealed during Star Wars Celebration in Anaheim. Before we do that, though, I do want to invite our listening and viewing audience to subscribe to the podcast. You can find audio versions of this podcast listed as Insights into Entertainment. Audio and video versions of all the network podcasts can be found listed as Insights into Things. We're on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, Google, Stitcher, pretty much any place you can find a podcast these days. I would also invite you to write in, give us your feedback. We'd love to get your ideas on topics and how we're doing. You can email us at comments@insightsintothings.com. We're on Twitter at insights_things. On Facebook, you can find us at facebook.com/insightsintothingspodcast. Or you can find links to all those and more on our official website at www.insightsintothings.com. Are we ready?
Yes, let's get into it.
Let's get into it. So before we dig too deep into where we're going with Star Wars, I thought it would be worthwhile to kind of go back and take a look at the two men, I think, that have been attributed to reviving and keeping the franchise alive, and the first being Dave Filoni. Filoni himself has gone back in animation back into the mid to late 90s, working on things like King of the Hill, The Oblongs, Kim Possible, Lilo and Stitch, the series. So he's had interactions with Disney through his animation. But the one big project that he really worked on that I think that established him, because he was moving from a writer role and animation work into directing, and that's Avatar: The Last Airbender.
Yep.
In 2005. You're familiar with that show, aren't you?
Yeah, it's one of my favorite animated shows of all time, not just animated. I actually did a recent rewatch of it, probably within the last year or two. It's a fantastic show, and you really can see it's not just a kid show. I wouldn't even say it's a kid show at all. It deals with some heavy stuff. There's really cool action in it, really cool themes, and it was one of the first shows I remember when I was growing up watching, thinking, okay, this is different. This is what the animation medium can be, and this is what storytelling can be in a lot of ways, where it's complicated, but also at the end of the day, it's very simple, and it tugs at your heartstrings, and it really connects with you. And I think that as we go through and we see what Filoni does with Star Wars, you can see a lot of his strengths in Avatar that is then translated into Star Wars with similar storytelling techniques. Yeah,
and from Avatar, he moves on into the Lucasfilm world with Clone Wars in 2008. And it's funny, he had relayed a very interesting story. When he got the call to meet Lucas, he didn't believe it because he was a huge Star Wars fan.
Yeah, I've heard the story.
To begin with, yeah. And he thought it was a prank. So he agreed to meet Lucas to discuss a 3D animated project for Lucasfilm Animation. Well, animation was new ground for Star Wars at the time, so he assumed that was there to kind of feed the prank a little bit, and Lucasfilm Animation didn't even exist as far as he knew. It was a brand new division of Lucasfilm. So when he went to go meet with him, he wound up telling one of the members, one of the producers, during the call that, oh, I'm in the process of building my own Jedi costume in my garage at the time. Now, he's my age, so he was in 97, 30 years ago now almost? 20 years ago? I don't know. Math is hard.
20 years.
20 years ago. So he's in his early to mid-20s, all right? So I can relate to that because I was going through the same types of things, and there was this lull in Star Wars, and everybody wanted to see more Star Wars after, the re-release of the anniversary edition and stuff like that. So it was kind of funny that he really didn't believe that he was being given this opportunity. But what really caught George's eye was his work on Avatar, because so many of the themes that they wind up dealing with in Clone Wars, they dealt with in Avatar. What are some of the parallels from the two shows that you really see his handiwork in?
Yeah, I mean, Star Wars in general, there's always a theme of found family, especially if you get into Rebels and Clone Wars, the idea of that family doesn't necessarily have to be blood, but the people that you find along the way that then become your family. That's a very big thing in Avatar. The idea of like the sins of parents kind of influencing their children, you get that in Avatar with Zuko and his father, and then in Star Wars with obviously Luke and Vader. I'm trying to think of, I feel like there's another big one I'm missing, but really the found family thing is like the big thing, and Filoni's ability to really capture this tight-knit group of people that, would do anything for each other. And that's more Rebels, which I think he actually pitched Rebels before Clone Wars. Clone Wars is kind of more expansive, but you still have that core group of, Anakin, Obi-Wan, and eventually Ahsoka. But yeah, I think Filoni's ability to really get down to the heart of things and tell those stories is kind of what made him the guy going into this.
Yeah, and it's interesting you mentioned the overarching theme of Clone Wars. Clone Wars was originally a George Lucas concept that came out of Attack of the Clones, Return of the Jedi, stuff like that. Lucas wanted to tell that story that he couldn't tell in between the films, and that first season was really a lot of what he wanted to do with that. After that first season was sort of when he kind of gave the reins to Filoni at that point, and then you really start to see this series get deeper and more character development. I mean, it's really hard to take an army of people that are the same person and make them all distinctive. And every episode did exactly that.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, one of the things, and I'll probably hit on it again, but that Clone Wars does so well is that it takes these genre stories of Westerns, I think I said it in the last episode, Westerns and noir and crime dramas and all these different things, and puts it in Star Wars. And that's where a lot of the best arcs in Clone Wars comes from, is, Star Wars doesn't always have to be about the Skywalkers. It doesn't always have to be about, the same like three things over and over again, which is where you get some of the failings in the movies because they're so, hamstrung by these couple of topics. But in Clone Wars, because it's a TV show and you have more time to stretch it out, you can cover so many different themes and topics and storytelling devices.
Yeah, and I remember when Clone Wars came out, they had talked about how they're going to distinguish the personalities of the clones. And the big thing that they kind of latched onto was, they're going to have different hairstyles. And it was like, that's really not going to cut it.
Yeah.
And that's what the first season was. It was, this guy's got a mohawk and this guy's got a buzz cut. And it was like, they were all the same person in really that first season. It wasn't until Filoni really started to get involved with it that you started to find out that they were all distinct personalities. It wasn't just a haircut.
Yeah, and two things I want to mention in that. I think in the first season we get the episode Rookies, which is where it's all about the clones, and we get I'm blanking on, all the Star Wars fans are going to bash me, but we get that original team of clones that we eventually follow through the entire show, and that's when you start to get their different personalities. And I want to shout out D. Bradley Baker, who does the voice for all the clones. He's like ridiculous. If you watch Bad Batch, he does all the voices there. He does all the voices of all the clones. And the more opportunities they give him to do it, the better he gets at it. Because you mentioned the haircut thing, but it really is the vocal performance too of Baker giving each of these individual people who look the same, you know, aside from cosmetic differences, but who has the same face, distinct personalities just through the vocal performance. And if you have any interest in animation and voice acting, it's like a masterclass in what you can do just by little, you know, changes to your voice.
Yeah, it is great. And in fact, when we were down a couple years back at Star Wars Celebration in Orlando, they did it was a continuing storyline that they were doing that was an on-stage read-through.
Oh, wow.
And he participated in that.
He was there?
Yeah. It was fantastic to see these guys up on stage, all the voice actors doing a read-through of this story. It was incredible. You could probably find it on YouTube still.
Yeah, that would have been awesome. Wow.
Yeah, it was a great experience to actually see that and to see how they work together, because it's not even like, because when they do the show, they're recording their dialogue in separate, you know, studio sessions and stuff like that. But when they're up on stage, they're riffing off of each other, you know? Mm-hmm. They're looking at the person that they're actually reading dialogue to, and they're almost emoting it out. I mean, they're sitting on chairs and stuff like that. They're not up acting it out, but you can see the emotion on their faces when they do this. And when he changes characters, you can see a change in his posture as he's doing a different character.
It reminds me of Andy Serkis, for all you Lord of the Rings fans out there. He did an interview recently on Colbert where he was talking about recording the audiobooks for Lord of the Rings, which are very good if you want to check them out. But he was talking about, because he does all the voices, so he was talking about, and he was physically demonstrating how when he does Gollum, he has two personalities. He'll go from one side of the mic to the other to do the different two aspects of the personality. And it's things like that where, like, I don't know, I'm like such a nerd for like voice acting and things like that, because I just think it's so cool and it's so impressive. And this show is an example of that, Clone Wars. And like with most things with the show, it gets better as it goes. And not just D. Bradley Baker, but Ashley Johnson as Ahsoka Tano, James. I was going to look up the other two names of Anakin and Obi-Wan, but they're also great. Because it's, you know, it's not Hayden Christensen and Ewan McGregor. They got new actors, and in some aspects, I think they do a better job than Hayden and Ewan did at some points, especially Obi-Wan. I think Obi-Wan's voice is awesome.
Well, and part of that is the fact that there's so much more character development that happens over this time. You've got so much more freedom to express emotions and regret and development of that character, that you don't have that level of freedom in a 2-hour movie. You know?
Yeah. Matt Lanter is Anakin Skywalker, and James Arnold Taylor is Obi-Wan. I just want to make sure I get those names right. Also, a bunch of other people. Corey Burton as Count Dooku is like one of the best voices in the show. It's great, and you should all go watch it.
Just to confirm, it was Season 1, Episode 5 was Rookies.
Yeah, so, I mean, Season 1 is definitely rough, and definitely it can be, like, you're like, okay, do I really want to watch more of this? But episodes like Rookies really are like, okay, there's potential here.
Sure.
And is it a coincidence that's when George leaves that the quality steps up? I don't know. You know, I don't want to bash him too hard, but...
Well, you know, George was never famous for his dialogue, right?
Exactly. So I think if you can... You don't have to... You know, you can cherry pick some episodes from Season 1. And I would say you could probably skip the whole movie. I don't know if we want to cover the movie, but the movie was rough. It's only kind of worth it to see Ahsoka get introduced, but she's also unbearable in that movie. But... she's unbearable at the beginning, but then by the end, it makes her character progression even better. So, and Rex too. We get Rex in that movie, who's great.
Yes, we do, and I'll reserve judgment on Ahsoka.
Yes, we've had discussions about Ahsoka.
The jury for me is still out on Ahsoka. My biggest thing with Ahsoka was she was a character that shouldn't have existed. The only reason she existed was to appeal to a certain demographic for the TV show. That was all she was created for.
I mean, in Filoni's pitches for what was going to be Rebels, George handpicked out Ahsoka and was like, hey, we should have her. Of all the characters he pitched, he picked Ahsoka and was like, hey, let's develop her. And then they did.
The problem that I have with that is, canonically, how do you go through the entire episode 3 of Revenge of the Sith? He's still a Padawan in Revenge of the Sith. How do you go through all of that? Or he's an apprentice still. He's not a Padawan. He's an apprentice. How do you go through that? He's never made a master. He never never mentions that he's had this Padawan that went through, 3 years of the Clone Wars and all this stuff. How do you never mention that?
Well, So they kind of tried to fix that a little bit.
Oh, they did a terrible job retconning that.
With the last season of Clone Wars, where you get the animated versions of Revenge of the Sith, and you see, I don't know, I think it's good because you get because you know what's going to happen to Anakin, and it makes Ahsoka like a tragic character because she cares about him so much, and it's like, I don't know, George picked her out of a lineup after he made all the movies, all right?
And that's the problem, is they tried to shoehorn her into a storyline after they had a story.
All of Clone Wars is that, though. We have to go back and retro, which that's kind of the thing Filoni does, is he takes what are the movies and tries to make them better with TV shows. And he did that with Clone Wars, where the prequels are just better if you watch Clone Wars, because you get, it's not just one elevator conversation between Anakin and Obi-Wan. It's multiple interactions where you really believe that these guys are friends. And it makes... And the clones in general, you really care about the clones. And when Order 66 happens in that final season, it's really heartbreaking, especially for what happens to Ahsoka.
Absolutely. That I will agree with. However, the one area that he failed to do any justice to in Clone Wars from the movies was Jar Jar. Jar Jar was still annoying.
At the end, Jar Jar gets one arc with Mace Windu that's not awful, but everything else kind of is. He gets one arc.
I still think Jar Jar is a secret Sith Lord who started the whole thing.
Hey, George said Jar Jar was the key to all of this, so we can take that however we want.
So, all right, so he moves on from Clone Wars, does a fantastic job with that. He gets his Rebels, which I liked Rebels. I think Rebels worked very well. I think it wound up falling into that same siloing issue that Star Wars tends to do, where you have this entire galaxy and this whole thing takes place basically on one planet.
Yeah, Lothal.
And it's not a particularly compelling planet.
No, it's just like a field.
Right. Like there's literally nothing there.
Until the final season when everything's there.
Right. So that's kind of where it was a stretch for me, and it kind of fell off. But one thing they did that was really good with that was they gave you the expansion of the understanding of the Force.
Yeah.
When they tried to do that in Clone Wars with the
father daughter.
Yeah,
son.
I forget the name of it.
It starts with an M. Mortis.
Mortis. Yes. That was interesting because they actually tried to tie that into the novels that were happening at the time with Legacy of the Jedi novels, I think it was. And they had this ultimate villain, and she was associated with the father and all that stuff. Very interesting. Shows up as one of the monster villains in Star Wars role playing.
Oh, really?
SW5E. Yeah.
Huh, that's neat.
So he does that. He does Forces of Destiny, which was the...
Can I talk about Rebels a little bit? Because Rebels,
I was just going to skip right over.
I noticed that. We're just going to blow through Rebels. Rebels is definitely worth watching. I think in a lot of regards, it's on the same tier. We spoke very highly of Clone Wars, but I think Rebels is right there. I mean, Rebels, the problem with Rebels is it's like a kid show in the beginning, and it does, which is that a Filoni thing? Is that like a network thing? Who knows? I think it's a network thing.
Well, let me stop you there for a second, because I read the prequel novels before this that introduced the characters.
Okay.
They are not kid friendly.
Yeah.
Like, he's this addled former drug addict, and he's working in the underworld, and he sees her and has a crush on her. It's really off the wall.
Okay.
And then when I saw the series, I was like, wait a second, these aren't even the same characters that they introduced. So that was kind of a shock for me.
Yeah, I can imagine. That's definitely the hampering of it, is that it is a kid's show for a lot of it. But it also does, I mentioned it earlier with that found family thing, and that's something you don't really get a lot in Clone Wars, but the crew of the Ghost is like a family, and it's almost from the very beginning, and it's really, really genuine, and you get a lot of really good moments, and every character gets their own arcs and things like that to really flesh them out, and it's really, I think that's cool. I also like the original trilogy era, even though the art style in that show is weird because they tried to do the Ralph McQuarrie stuff, but that just doesn't translate to animation very well. So if you look up a photo of Yoda, he looks like a monster, more of a monster than he actually looks like. I would definitely say watch Rebels, especially if you liked Clone Wars and you want kind of more of that similar storytelling. Season 2 is really good. We get Ahsoka back and we get Ahsoka Vader fight, and it's really cool. It's one of the coolest finales I've ever seen in a show. But yeah, definitely don't just skip by Rebels. I would say definitely check it out.
Okay, so I won't skip by it. Sorry. It's not the
Forces of Destiny we can skip because I didn't watch that.
Well, Forces of Destiny was more a marketing campaign than anything else. They had to come up with some stories to sell some toys, and that's really what Forces of Destiny was. And it was catered to to young girls and stuff like that. I don't really have much to say about Forces of Destiny.
Same thing with the next show, too. I also didn't watch this.
Resistance was terrible. Oh, the animation was terrible, the storylines. This was one of the things that they tried to do to bridge the gap from Return of the Jedi to Force Awakens, and it was just awful. It really was. I mean, this is one of the ones where Filoni kind of fell flat on his face.
Well, yeah, like I said, I never checked either of those two shows out, but I mean, I'm sure someone had a good time animating it, so hopefully they got something out of it.
Well, there you go. And then we have Clone Wars 2, otherwise known as The Bad Batch.
Woo! I talked very highly about Bad Batch last week. Maybe not very highly. It's good. It's more Clone Wars, like you said, Clone Wars 2. You get characters from Clone Wars and Rebels. It kind of becomes a thing that they do now where it's a cameo fest, but you get more D. Bradley Baker crushing it as all the clones, Rekka, Tech. He doesn't do Omega. That's somebody else. I forget her name, but it's a young girl or a woman. But if you liked the family aspect of Rebels and the actiony war tale of Clone Wars, it's kind of like a merging of those two things.
Yes, that I would tend to agree with. And Bad Batch, I think, is pretty good. The only complaint I have about Bad Batch, and you and I disagreed on this last week, is how much they devoted the last season of Clone Wars to setting this up as an offshoot. They wasted a lot of episodes that they could have used to really wrap up that story arc better than they did, because they wasted a lot of episodes in that last season of Clone Wars that they brought back.
Yeah, I mean, they could have. I think they wasted way more time with the Rava.
Absolutely.
Rafa, and I forget her sister's name, but those people that show up in Bad Batch.
Yeah, because they got to reuse them.
Yeah.
They spent all that time animating them, so.
Especially that with, like, this is it. Like, Ahsoka's back, and, like, we see where Ahsoka's been, and then she's hanging out. There's, like, wacky adventures with these two sisters. It's like, why?
And that was almost felt like an extension of Forces of Destiny, the way that it went down. That's really what it felt like.
The stuff with the Bad Batch, like I said, we talked about it last week, but those episodes were, like, basically already scripted and made and blocked. So I think that they were in there because, we had already shown the fans this, and people are going to expect that if we're going to give it the full budget that this final season got, which is why it looks awesome. Like, in terms of visuals and animation quality, it's like a huge step up.
See, and the problem that I have there is you're retconning. Like, okay, the Bad Batch.
They're like X-Men.
Right. Like, how were they never mentioned before? They come into Clone Wars with this reputation of being like the A-Team. And you've never seen them before. You've never heard of them before. They don't show up on any kind of news feeds, nothing. They just come in with this reputation.
Well, this is what happens
when you're supposed to believe it.
When everything's a prequel and we never move forward. When we're constantly backtracking to fill in gaps, this is what's going to happen. It's inevitable. When the movies are the blueprint and then we try to fill in every possible second of the timeline with new characters, there's just not a whole lot you can do.
And I get that, and I accept it. I just don't like it.
We tried moving forward, and no one liked that. So,
well. All right, so let's take a quick break, and we're going to come back and kind of do a recap on Happy when we come back. We'll be right back. For over 7 years, the Second Sith Empire has been the premier community guild in the online game Star Wars: The Old Republic. With hundreds of friendly and helpful active members, a weekly schedule of nightly events, annual guild meet and greets, and an active community both on the web and on Discord. The Second Sith Empire is more than your typical gaming group. We're family. Join us on the Starforge server for nightly events such as operations, flashpoints, world boss hunts, Star Wars trivia, guild lottery, and much more. Visit us on the web today at www.thesecondsithempire.com. Welcome back to Insights into Entertainment. We are talking Disney and things. Star Wars mostly, but everyone starts out in Disney at some point.
Yeah,
right?
the large looming shadow of the mouse.
So 10 years in, since they've owned it, and we're talking about where they came with it. And the other person who seems to be the man of the hour with resurrecting Star Wars and keeping it going is Jon Favreau, who started out with Disney back in 2008, directing Iron Man and portraying Happy Hogan in Iron Man. And he had a rather storied career with Marvel. What are your candid thoughts on Jon Favreau?
Yeah, I looked ahead at the notes and I saw that we were going to talk about Jon Favreau. I'm not a big Jon Favreau guy. I don't think he's that talented of a director. I think he's, I use the phrase Disney hack off air, maybe. But I like Iron Man, the first one. He also did a movie called Chef. That's pretty good. He stars and directed that. Those movies are good. I don't know. You look at, we have the list here. Iron Man 2, no one likes that movie. Jungle Book, the 2016 remake. The Lion King 2019 remake, both of those movies just felt like such corporate kind of cash grabs, especially Lion King, because
the live action remakes that were 99% CGI.
Oh yeah, well yeah, that's a whole nother. They're not live action. They're just not. They're animated. Okay, just because it looks like a real lion, which it doesn't make it live action. They didn't cast a lion. It doesn't matter. The Lion King especially was a personal offense to me because I'm a big fan of the original movie, and the new one was just so. I didn't watch it, so you can disregard my opinion if you like, but it's just so soulless, and I think it's the epitome of Disney as a corporate machine, and I think Jon Favreau is on the front of that face of that.
Because they didn't have the songs in it. That's why
they only have 4 of the songs, and they redid them and they were awful. Anyway. I'm sure Jon Favreau, he made his money. He's a very successful guy, and I'm happy for him for that.
Happy, I get it.
Yeah.
So what about producing? So producing, he did pretty much everything with Marvel so far. He's been involved with Avengers, Iron Man, Infinity War, Endgame, Age of Ultron. Do you think that his hand with Marvel has been worthwhile? Has he contributed to it? Has he detracted from it? They keep him in it, so he must be doing something right.
Yeah, I think in a lot of ways he's similar to Filoni, where if you look at a lot of behind the scenes stuff, and it's all manufactured, so take it with a grain of salt anyway. But Favreau seems like he is a fan of the Marvel source material, and when he gets to stuff with Star Wars, he seems like he's a fan of that source material too. And even if he is, the corporate shill I make him out to be. Even if he's
don't hold back, tell us how you really feel.
Even if he's a little bit of a fan, that's going to translate at some point. He's not someone that's totally unfamiliar with these properties, coming in trying to shoehorn it into whatever story he wants to tell. He respects the source material, and he has also, he's found a way to adapt it to a whole new audience. So there's credit there.
So as a fan, he did participate in Clone Wars as the voice of Pre Vizsla.
Yeah,
which actually he told an interesting story about this. He was on set doing some post work for Iron Man 2 at the time, and was invited to come in and do the voice for him. And all of a sudden, he adopts that persona, moving forward in the shows. Then they bring him back in for Mandalorian. Now, everyone kind of really got juiced about Jon Favreau because of what he did with Mandalorian. What are your thoughts on? Obviously, you're not a huge fan of his Marvel work or his other Disney movie work. How is he done with Star Wars?
I'm a big fan of Mandalorian. I talked about that last week. It's I think it's the best modern Star Wars thing to come out of this whole, the acquisition and everything. I think it's the most promising thing going forward of what we can do with this universe. And it's, Favreau's been a big part of that. And, I give him a ton of credit for that, because it's kind of like what he did with Iron Man, where, this is the guy for this universe going forward. And we're going to center things around him and have that property be the thing. And I think Favreau's good at that. And I think he did it again with Star Wars. So
now, did you ever get a chance to watch the Disney Gallery documentary on The Mandalorian?
I did not.
That's worth watching, because he hosts it and he kind of does all the interviews with all the other directors. Because remember, Mandalorian Season 1 was directed by 5 different directors. Yeah. So it wasn't him directing everything. He was really the showrunner for it more than anything.
Okay, so I was thinking of something else. I did watch a couple of these. I didn't watch all of them, but I did watch a couple of these episodes. Because I remember that's where you get a lot of the cool behind-the-scenes stuff. Yeah. So those were fun to watch, especially hearing the Filoni one. I remember being really good, because he talks about you get, he's just a fan. So it's 2 fans just talking about Star Wars.
Yeah.
But yeah, I do remember those now.
And I have to say, that's probably where the magic really happens is each of these guys alone bring an element that's contributory towards the success. But I think the two of these guys together as a team are what really have made this what it is. Filoni kind of had this early on when he had that mentor-mentee relationship with Lucas, and he was kind of like the Junior George type thing. But I think the relationship that Favreau and Filoni have together is more, they play off of each other's strengths, and I think that's really where a lot of that value comes from. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, especially if it's, if Favreau is more of the business side of things, having a background in producing and directing and, having a foothold in the corporate world of things at Disney, for better or worse. I think that could be an asset when you've got a creative like Filoni that can do the writing and the story blocking and things like that. Putting those together, that's how you get things made at the end of the day. So,
and I think ultimately that's where we're kind of at with the situation here that we're at now. I mean, we've got Book of Boba that was a collaboration between the two of them, which that was probably not the best thing that came out of it up until about episode 5?
Yeah, whenever the Mandalorian showed up.
when Mandalorian season 2.5 started. The one thing I think that we get from the two of these guys is that we don't get from the movies that we saw, the sequel movies, is there's an appreciation for the history and for the legacy. They're constantly trying to put little pieces in to connect it back to the original series. I went crazy when the Mandalorian lands on Tatooine in season 1 and the little red R5 droid comes out with the scorch marks from the blown motivator from A New Hope. And I pointed it out when we were watching it to the rest of the family, and they're like, oh yeah, whatever, you're just sort of making this up. And then in the documentary, he talks about that specifically.
Oh, really?
Yes.
That's cool.
And he insisted that they actually paint that on there so that you would be able to tell that that was where he came from.
Yeah, speaking of Tatooine callbacks, in the 2.5 episode of Boba, he gets the souped up Naboo starfighter that's like a hot rod,
right?
Which is like so dumb, but I fell for it. Like, it was so cool. And then you see it flying next to X-Wings, and it's like the merging of prequel and original trilogy stuff that, I think is really neat. And there's just so much potential that if they would just kind of capitalize on, and like what I imagine the Mandalorian will do, moving the story of Luke forward, moving the story of Ahsoka forward, things like that.
Yeah.
But, moving forward with things. Well, I guess for Luke, he's still, we see where he ends up, but the Luke that we all wanted.
Right. Well, and it's funny you mention that, because even that scene where they're putting the ship together, he goes to the Jawas and they have to go get some kind of stabilizer, or I forget what it was called, but it's the bar that they used in the trash compactor scene in A New Hope. It's the same exact thing, and they did that just so you had that visual reference to the original trilogy. And it's like, the fact that they go out of their way to do stuff like that, I think, to me, shows their appreciation for it, but it's that little bit of fan service.
I do think you can go too far with that. That's how you get a Solo, where it's like the dice.
I agree.
But, at least that the people doing it in Mandalorian actually care, because you see the behind the scenes stuff, and, it's not like as in your face.
If it's subtle.
Yeah.
If it's subtle and it's there to provide accent to the scene or context to where you are or something like that, And
it can make the universe feel more connected, I guess. Too.
Exactly. Yeah. When you do something like a Solo, or even what J.J. Abrams did, as much as I want to say that Force Awakens was the best of the sequel trilogies, it still wasn't a very good movie, and it was really there for fan service, just for fan service, for the sake of fan service.
Yeah,
it was basically a remake of A New Hope, and they even make fun of it. Like in the movie, they're making fun of, oh, there's got to be a way to blow it up. There's always a way to blow it up. Like, lines like that are kind of, it's that slap in the face that where you're going over the top.
Yeah.
All right, so I got a giant Death Star with a big laser. Oh, well, this is what the original Death Star looked like, and this is what, so it's a bigger Death Star. Okay.
Yeah.
So it's like, that was too much. Seeing an R2 or an R5 droid that I recognized and thought, wow, that would be awesome if it was the one from A New Hope. And it turned out to be the one from A New Hope.
Yeah.
There wasn't a plot, line around it. There wasn't a twist to it. There wasn't dialogue around it or anything. It was just there.
We didn't get a 6-episode miniseries about the droid dealing with
Right. The droid didn't get his own series like everyone else seemed to get.
coping with the blow motivator.
So, anyway, but I think the bottom line here is that while they each bring their own to the equation here, I think the two of them together is really where that creativity is benefiting the franchise.
Yep, absolutely.
So we're going to take a second break here. We'll come right back, and we're going to talk about the future of Star Wars.
Insights into Teens, a podcast series exploring the issues and challenges of today's youth. Talking to real teens about real teen problems. Explore issues from braces to puberty, social anxiety to financial responsibility. Each week, we talk about the topics concerning today's youth. We look at how the issues affect teens, how to cope with these issues, and how parents, friends, and loved ones can help teens handle these challenges. Check out our video episodes on youtube.com/insightsintothings. Catch our audio versions on podcast.insightsintoteens.com or on the web at insightsintothings.com.
So the future of Star Wars under Disney. So they had a ton of announcements at Celebration. I watched a bunch of the panels. Couldn't go because it was in Anaheim and, flying and all that stuff and pandemic and Corona and all that. But I found when we were down at Orlando, it was better to watch it on YouTube anyway because you can't get close to the stage for anything. So they announced a bunch of things, and some of these we already knew were coming out. So the first one that we have to talk about here is Star Wars Rogue Squadron, which was announced back in December of 2020. It was going to be a Patty Jenkins movie. Then she was on again, off again, on again. She's got Wonder Woman that she's working on, a whole kind of thing. And it almost smelled a lot like Solo, where we're having problems keeping directors again for some reason. Rogue Squadron still scheduled for a 2023 theatrical release, but it's not clear if they're going to keep that, especially with Taika Waititi's film moving forward that we'll talk about in a little bit. Do we need a Rogue Squadron film?
No, I think my thesis for this part is I talked about it last week, but I've kind of fallen off of the movies and TV shows, and I think this is the peak of that. No, we don't need a Rogue Squadron. If you're going to do it, it should have already came out, and it should have ripped off Top Gun. People would have been way more invested if that's what they did. If I had to guess, I'd say they're probably going to make it a TV show now, because what was it, Kathleen Kennedy? They said they're moving away from movies and they're moving into television.
That was, yeah... They did, but they did because they announced a whole bunch of movies at Celebration.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I didn't check any of that stuff out. But no, I don't think we need that. I never was really into the whole Rogue Squadron thing. I never was really into the games because they were, flying games. I was never into them. They had the new Squadrons game that was fun. Very complicated though. And again, it's just I don't know the flying thing as a topic never really interested me.
It was a great series of novels. I have to say I did enjoy the novels themselves, and they had a Rogue Squadron video game that came out in the, I want to say, 90s or so, somewhere in that time. But none of the storylines from those books or that game is going to be included in this, from what they said.
Awesome.
So it's going to be something completely new. So next we have a movie that's to be determined. It's a standalone movie from director J.D. Dillard, who did the 2016 sci-fi hit Slight. No details about this. The fact that he got his own movie, because apparently everyone's getting a Star Wars movie now. Not only do you get an offshoot of a series if you're a character, you get your own movie if you're a director and apply for it at this point. I don't know.
Yeah, I'm sure our letter's in the mail.
Yeah. I'm waiting for our invitation to come do our own. Because the next one that we have to talk about is another one that's to be determined, and that's a Kevin. How do you pronounce his name?
I was looking up J.D. Dillard. Kevin Feige.
Feige. Okay. So Kevin Feige is also getting his own standalone movie.
Okay, people were jazzed about that. He's the Marvel guy, so
He's the Marvel guy.
I mean, he is. He's like, again, we talked about it off air, but you don't want to point fingers at one person for everything wrong or everything right with a franchise. But Kevin Feige seems like he's the one that is like he steps in and he says, hey, let's do this to make the MCU a cohesive universe. And it's weird they're giving him only one movie, but,
Well, and that's the thing. Like, he's not. Why is he?
Has he directed before?
I don't know. If he's the Marvel guy, why is he doing a Star Wars?
Okay, it's Disney. They own everybody. Let me look up Kevin Feige and see if he's directed. That could be interesting, though, if he, does it right. I don't know. Did they give any information on what it could be about?
No, there aren't a lot of details or any details at all. They talk about him being the man who built the Marvel Cinematic Universe.
Yeah.
There was a 2020 conversation in the Hollywood Reporter from Joe Russo, the Endgame director, where he talked about Star Wars in Kevin's debut, and he thinks he's going to do great at it, blah, blah, blah.
It's mostly producer credits on his IMDb, but there's so many of them that I'm having trouble finding anything else. There's 67 of them, and I can't figure out how to sort. So, maybe, he did his time at Marvel. Maybe he wants a shot at directing a Star Wars film, and that's why it's a standalone movie. We're like, hey, here you go, buddy.
Well, that's the only thing that I could think. Michael Waldron's being tasked to write the script of the film. They did announce that. Deadline announced that in January of 2021.
Oh, Loki executive producer. Okay, sure.
Yeah, I mean, it's
a lot of producers doing things that aren't producing makes me kind of nervous.
Yeah, and kind of they're moving down the food chain. Usually you move up to the producer role in the food chain, don't you?
Yeah, but directors get more critical acclaim, so
I guess, yeah.
If they're good.
And that brings us to another to be announced movie that they're looking to do. So this kind of all plays into that whole theme of Kathleen Kennedy, where Star Wars is moving away from movies. They've got a bunch of movies they want to do. They just don't know, or they're not releasing information. Now, we already know that Taika Waititi was confirmed to be making his own movie here. He was already out during Celebration. He was out scouting locations and filming. It's slated for a late 2023 release. I don't know if I want Taika Waititi doing a Star Wars film. Now, he did get a Star Wars episode. He did get an episode of Mandalorian, which he did great with that.
Yeah.
But I'm terrified that we're going to get a Thor comedy version of a Star Wars movie, and I don't know if that's going to go over very well.
I mean, I'm more open to the idea just because I think Thor Ragnarok was good because it made Thor more interesting and it made the universe more interesting by not taking it as seriously. But also,
it helped that every other Thor movie sucked, though.
That did help. Yeah, it's hard. It's a low bar. I have not seen the new Thor movie, which he also directed, so I'm not sure if that quality's still there.
It didn't get very high ratings.
I saw that. I try not to read that stuff, but it's everywhere. So,
yeah.
I don't know. I think Taika's a pretty talented guy. I don't know. I think if they did something where it's not, like a main character that we know, if he kind of got like his own thing that's a little more quirky, maybe that would go over well. Or just fully commit, make a Star Wars comedy on Disney Plus. We've never seen that except for like droids.
Droids.
Yeah. I don't know. I think that could be interesting. That's what I've been saying. Let Star Wars do whatever it wants. Take away the restrictions and make something weird. And if you throw everything at the wall, which it seems like they're doing anyway.
Visions is. Visions is everything weird.
True, but make a comedy.
Well, and they did with Visions. There was elements of comedy in some of the Visions episodes too, which is fine because it's its own self-contained little box there, and it doesn't break the rest of the universe. And that brings us to the last and certainly the least desired movie project, and that is the rumored Rian Johnson trilogy. At least from my perspective, I have zero respect for Rian Johnson after The Last Jedi at this point in time. I'm sure you'll disagree to a certain extent there.
Yeah, people harp on Last Jedi pretty hard. It's not as bad as people say it is. It has bad elements, but there's good things about it, everybody. All right, there's good things, and one of those is the directing. The writing is not great, but there are great shots in it. There's great direction. Maybe not with the actors, but with the action and the cinematography and things like that.
Oh, especially like that Holdo sacrifice scene where it goes completely silent.
It's pretty cool.
And they actually had to put a notification at the movie after it premiered that the sound is okay.
Oh, really?
That's funny. That's how bad the direction was with the cinematography.
Or people are just dumb. I mean, who knows?
Well, yeah, there's a lot of
I think that's much more likely. Because everybody, especially if you're going to a big premiere like that, people have to clap and throw their popcorn at the screen. So, I don't know. It could be all right. I don't think it's actually going to happen, though, because I think people are way too turned against Rian Johnson for them. Like, he's like corporate, like, he's like a bad apple, I don't think they give him another chance.
Well, and I think that's a reputation it's well earned after Last Jedi.
Well, the same thing happened with the guys from Game of Thrones. One of them, right? Benioff or Weiss, one of them was supposed to get a trilogy. And then the final season of Game of Thrones came out and everybody hated them. And they were like, well, we're just going to scrap that.
Well, and then they're coming out with the offshoot, the spin-off.
House of Dragons, something like that.
But anyway, that kind of concludes what we're looking at. We have a whole bunch of rumored movies that we have no real detail.
Yeah, that's like way less information than I thought there was going to be. Like, not like plot, like, they do the Marvel thing where it's like She-Hulk 2023, Thing 2,
And the setup here is that they're focusing on streaming.
Yep.
Because they have to keep people paying for streaming to get their money.
Because that's guaranteed money as opposed to releasing something in theaters.
Absolutely. So streaming, it's ridiculous how many projects they have for streaming.
And I'm not going to watch any of them.
They need to come out with another network to stream all this stuff on. So you've got Andor, right? So you're going to get Diego Luna coming back as Cassian Andor. That one's already set. They've got a release date for that for August 31st. We know we're getting that. Do we need that?
No. Nope, we don't. Anytime you ask that, the answer is almost always going to be no. Yeah, no. I forgot this second show we're going to talk about. I might actually watch, so I might have to retract my earlier statement.
Yeah,
but
just so you can disagree with me, right?
Well, no, I have my reasons for this second show, but no, Andor does not need to be a thing. I mean, it could be. And here's the thing: we talked about this last week. It doesn't all have to be like important to the lore. It can just be an interesting story. If Andor turns out to be like a gritty war spy thing. I don't think it will be, but if it was, and like they actually raise some questions that haven't been talked about in Star Wars before, like the more interesting parts of Rogue One, that could be something worth your time. I don't think it's going to be that. and
rumor has it that they're going to be doing that. They're supposed to be depicting the origins of the rebellion, and the rebel cause, and They keep referring back to the one scene about he's been in this since he was 7 years old or whatever it was.
Since I was 6 years old.
So it was really 7. It was
Time is hard to keep track of. Space time.
But it's supposed to kind of go into that, what he sacrificed and what these other people sacrificed, and how like Mon Mothma had this idealistic idea that she could change things from within the organization, and she comes to the realization that so there's a lot of
drama,
There's a lot of that drama that they're trying to establish with this. Whether or not they pull it off or not, I don't know. We'll have to find out.
I just hope they commit. I hope they don't shy away. Like that, what you just pitched me sounds great. That sounds like that could be really interesting and deep, and really great character drama. I don't have faith in them to do that.
It's not disputes over trade lanes.
Yeah, sure, yeah.
So then the next one that you'll argue with me on is Ahsoka. And I'm actually excited about Ahsoka.
We got like the whole Rebels cast coming back.
We do. And what I like about Ahsoka is the character's finally interesting to me.
Yeah.
She's matured. She's not this annoying little
kid
anymore. Yeah, I'll use that word. But she's mature. She's a wizened Jedi at this point. Not a Jedi. I don't know what the hell she is. She's a gray Jedi.
They let her keep the lightsabers.
Yeah,
so.
But they're white now. So
yeah, it's pretty cool, huh?
But I think the time period that we're seeing here needs to be explored, and I think it's a great opportunity.
And this is after Return of the Jedi?
This is set in the same time period as Mandalorian, which is 10 years, 15 years after, or 5 years after Return of the Jedi.
Okay. Yeah, because like I like Ahsoka, obviously, and I also keep forgetting the show's going to happen. But also, they've announced like all these Rebels characters are coming back, and Ahsoka's appearance in Mandalorian, she's looking for Ezra. She wants to know where Thrawn is, and like that's the stuff that like interests me because Thrawn's cool.
Yeah,
and like if we get an adult Ezra who's like, again, not super annoying,
because he was as annoying as she was at that age.
Except he was the whole show. I should have mentioned that when I talked about Rebels. Ezra, the main character, is the worst part of the show, and he never stops being the worst part of the show. He's insufferable. He gets like 3 good moments, but I'm really looking forward to that, and I'm curious how that's going to translate to live action, because everybody always harps on the translation from animation to live action, and the real answer is because it's not meant to be that. It's not supposed to happen. But like, imagine Zeb, who's the big furry dude, like in live action, he's gonna look like a monster. So I don't know what any of that's gonna look like. But yeah, I will probably watch that show. And that's it. That and Mandalorian.
All right, so we got you hooked on that, and then we've got Mandalorian season 3 coming in with the big mistake, I think, is they're bringing Baby Yoda back in, which
they had to.
You didn't have to. You didn't. You absolutely didn't. Everyone accepted the fact that Baby Yoda went off to train with Luke.
He's back.
Right. And they killed that in Mandalorian Season 2.5, otherwise known as the Book of Everyone But Boba.
But like right away, we talked about this last week.
Stupid. So stupid that they did that.
They should have done... I'm not saying a whole season without Baby Yoda, because I'm not a big Baby Yoda guy. I can't stand the kid. But...
You don't like any young people in the
because
the
it's so, at least Baby Yoda was just so, I don't know, cheap and like just a way to sell stuff, which they did.
But they didn't, though. That was the funny part. They released the series and it took them 12 months to get a piece of merchandise out. Everybody else was selling Baby Yoda stuff.
That is true. I think if we would have gotten like half a season without him and then he shows back up or something, just to give the Mandalorian some more character time alone,
See, and I think they had set it up perfectly. All he had to do was take the damn lightsaber. Who doesn't want a shiny lightsaber?
I thought he was going to take both.
Yeah.
Have cool armor and a
Luke?
lightsaber? Well, no, I thought he was going to... For those of you that don't know, Luke presents Grogu with a lightsaber or a set of a tiny Mandalorian t-shirt. and his choice is essentially, you can either stay with me and be a Jedi or go live with Mandalorian.
I survived the Empire, and all I got was a stupid t-shirt.
It's really funny, guys. Look it up. It's a small... He holds it up like this.
T-shirt.
Yeah. Anyway, so Grogu ends up choosing Mandalorian, and I thought he was going to pick both.
I think it would have made such a better story if he picked the lightsaber and he realized he had to put that part of his life behind him, and then Mandalorian could go off and shine on his own.
Yeah.
What the hell is he going to do with this kid now? The kid was nothing but a draw to him.
Well, now we're going to go full... I think, isn't the idea he's going to go full Mandalorian? We're going to get... We're
going to get him in a full Mando suit now?
Yeah, it's going to be a mech suit. No, I imagine they're going to go to Mandalorian and kind of make all that a thing, because, they said the Mandalorian isn't the Mandalorian anymore, even though he has the Darksaber, things like that. So I imagine it's going to be...
But you don't need Baby Yoda for it.
Well, now he's a foundling, just like Jin was. And he's going to get a mech suit.
Okay.
But I'm in because it seems like we're going back to Mandalorian. Every time that's in anything, I love it.
Okay.
We'll get Bo-Katan back.
Yeah.
And,
Well, she's coming back. But...
The Armorer, the Destiny character.
No, because the Armorer is one of the mean ones now. She's one of the Death Watch, so she's not Death Watch anymore.
He's going to have to fight her, and she's going to have all different swords and stuff because she's an armorer.
Is that what she's going to have?
She's going to have a weapon wheel like Grand Theft Auto. Anyway,
so the next one we have is Skeleton Crew.
There's more?
Yeah, there's like 12.
I thought Mandalorian was the last one. All right.
We got Skeleton Crew. Jude Law is set to lead John Watts' first foray into Star Wars canon. The series follows the fall of the Empire through the eyes of 4 children, which I'm sure you'll love.
What?
Yeah. The series is previously named codename Grammar Rodeo. It's described as galactic version of classic Amblin coming-of-age adventure films through the 80s, which clearly you're not watching this one.
Well, okay, so I talked about earlier how you can make Star Wars interesting by taking other stories and, putting them in Star Wars. This isn't quite what I meant. This is not what I meant. Although John Watts, he did the Spider-Man movies. He's pretty good at doing that, that Homecoming movie is very much like what's the guy's name? Like Breakfast Club, all those.
Right.
All those movies. So it could be interesting, I guess. Why? But sure, Jude Law's in it, so he can be like the principal, I guess. Anyway.
So that's another one that Filoni's involved in, as is Rangers of the New Republic, which was on again, off again, on again. This was the one that was supposed to have the two guys that we're seeing show up in Mandalorian, and it was supposed to, they set up Gina Carano's character, and then she pissed them off because she was tweeting stuff they didn't like, so they fired her. Then they canceled this, and then at Celebration, they indicated that this was back on. Don't know what they're doing with this one here or why they're doing this one.
Just combine this and Rogue Squadron, and no one will know. You know?
This was really what Rogue Squadron should have been.
It sounds like it's like a procedural, like they're gonna like investigate, like it's like these kind of
Law and Order for Star Wars.
These shows just sound so boring. Like, is it just me? Like, these sound like really boring.
But wait, we're not done yet.
We're really not.
Then we're gonna. Don't know if we're getting Donald Glover for it or not, but we're coming out with a Lando series, which if you don't have Donald Glover, or Billy D, it's not going to be a Lando series.
Well, this was announced back when like Solo came out, right?
Yeah, but they talked about it again.
This is all just to keep the shareholders happy. None of this is ever coming out.
Well, and that's the problem. It's like, it's almost like, well, let's throw all this stuff against the wall and see what sticks. And, you know, we're going to tease all this stuff and see what kind of reaction we get.
And it's because they have to, you know, they got to keep people, Star Wars fans, like, oh, here's this content's never going to, the pipeline's going to keep on flowing, everybody.
Then after Lando, we have The Acolyte. Now, The Acolyte actually sounds kind of interesting because they're taking a different route with it.
Yeah.
It's kind of described as a mystery thriller that will take audiences into a galaxy of shadowy secrets and emerging dark side powers in the final days of the High Republic era.
Vague.
Nobody cares about the High Republic.
No, because it's all books. I don't want to read. But if it was a show, I might check it out.
Right. So this is where they're going to introduce High Republic into the series.
They should have held off on the High Republic stuff until this was ready.
You would have thought, right?
Because nobody wants to read.
No. I'm struggling getting through the second book of the High Republic. I really am. I've read every novel out there.
Is it bad?
It's terrible.
Oh.
It really is.
Well, maybe they'll do better
It's
in TV.
boring. It's more boring than some of these TV shows.
These descriptions, these very vague, good will fight evil.
Like, they don't even have good villains. You can't have a Star Wars novel without good villains. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
But what's interesting about this one is it's going to be a Sith apprentice who's training to become a Sith Lord.
Mm.
So you can easily tie in elements of Plagueis and Palpatine and the history of the Sith. You can get some, who was the ruler too?
Bane?
Bane. You can get some Bane tied into this stuff.
Sure.
So there's a ton of lore that you can tie into this, which I like. Then the next one that you're going to hate, a droid story. An animated feature, a droid story will combine original Star Wars animation with new visual effects from ILM.
What does that mean?
I don't really know. It sounds like they're remaking the old animated stuff. But the film will premiere on Disney Plus and introduce a new hero guided by the iconic duo of R2-D2 and C-3PO, with Anthony Daniels confirmed to reprise.
Oh, he's got nothing going on.
I know.
He's working at Taco Bell. He's Sorry, Anthony, if you're watching this, but come on. I've heard you're very unlikable, so it's all right.
Okay,
that sounds terrible.
well,
that sounds like a ride. Like, that sounds like a Star Tours edition.
It does. So that's another golden oldie.
More. There's more.
We got 3 more to go through here, believe it or not. So we have Tales of the Jedi.
Oh, this one's good. This is more Clone Wars.
Maybe. Tales of the Jedi will land on Disney Plus at some point in the fall of 2022. IGN describes it as a new anthology series that will tell stories of Ahsoka and Count Dooku. It's supposed to be a bunch of one-offs.
Yeah, there were some screenshots of this that leaked, and it looks like it's the Clone Wars animation style. So
yeah, which I'm not a big fan of.
Yeah.
And then we have Star Wars Visions Season 2. Did you watch any of Season 1?
I watched like 3 episodes, but I am happy it got a Season 2 because it's something different, and I'm glad that they're giving it more time.
They did a really nice job. There was, I think, 8 or 9 different stories that came out of it. They were all standalone stories. And of those, 5 were really good.
Yeah, I watched like the first 2 or 3.
Yeah, 5 were really good. 2 were okay, and the rest just throw away.
That's pretty good.
And that's a good, that's pretty good.
Yeah.
And I think it was based on that idea of here's 9 stories and 7 of them were good. oh, well, let's have 15 new series and see if we can get a couple good ones out of it.
Let's dedicate 7 episodes and 15 shows. That's not how that works. Just spend billions of dollars.
And the last one we have to talk about is
Oh my God.
Young Jedi Adventures. First full-length animated Star Wars series created specifically for preschoolers. Because that was, there was a market there that we weren't serving, right?
Yeah, somebody in like the team was like, you know what demo we're missing out on? Preschoolers.
The series will follow younglings as they follow the path of the Jedi in the High Republic era and learn about compassion, self-discipline, and the power of friendship.
Hey man, if it teaches kids something, sure, you know. Good thing it's not the other Republic younglings, because then the kids would ask, what happened to all the younglings?
So it's worth noting that in the first novel of the High Republic that I've read, they slaughtered probably 50 or 60 Jedi in the first novel. I'm not sure that's preschooler material, to be honest with you.
Make it like Sesame Street. You know, just don't talk about that stuff.
Yeah, that's what we're looking at.
I guarantee you, a third of these shows never come out.
They won't. Well, I mean, some of them are already confirmed. You know, the first 4 are confirmed. So you've got Andor, Ahsoka, Mando season 3, and Skeleton Crew are confirmed.
And Bad Batch season 2, which isn't in here.
It's not. Bad Batch season 2, Acolyte's confirmed. Visions season 2 is confirmed. So there's only like 4 of these that are speculative.
Yeah. Okay. The pipeline, the content will never stop.
So we talked in our last episode about whether or not this is overkill. Is this overkill?
I mean, it looks really bad seeing it all on paper like this. So yeah, it is. And we talked about Star Wars fatigue. You know, people are already feeling that after 3 sequel movies and all these shows already on Disney Plus. And I think depending on the release schedule of this, it's only going to get worse. I think the only way to, not the only way, but a big way to save this would be something like an MCU Thanos buildup where everything is tying into this larger thing. I think these scattershot shows and movies are just not going to grab people like they think it is.
Yeah, and I think the philosophy is that Star Wars is in a universe, and it's a big universe, and it's more than just a Skywalker story. So let's tell everybody's story in the universe. And they're really kind of close to that at this point.
Yeah, but I at the end of the day, I think they're always going to fall back on, you know, the Vaders and the. And
you have to, because that's the moneymakers.
Yeah, it's tough.
You know, at the end of the day, they need to make profit, right? The one thing, and we're already pushing up against the time, but I don't care. We're not gonna go to another episode. We're gonna finish it up here.
Yeah.
So Star Wars in movie and television is one thing. Now you can live Star Wars, right? So you can go to Disneyland, Disney World. You can go to Galaxy's Edge. You can stay at the new Star Cluster.
I have no idea what it's called.
I don't forget what it's called. The Halcyon, the new hotel you can stay at. When I heard about all this stuff, I was so excited because I've loved Star Wars my entire life, and I thought it would be great to be able to live in that environment, or at least visit it.
Yeah.
What are your thoughts on that? Do you think it needs to come off the silver screen? Do you think it helps to add to it? What are your thoughts on that?
Just theme parks in general for me, I have a really hard time getting immersed. You know, I'm a jaded, cynical old man now.
We dragged you to Disney enough to make you hate it?
Well, it's just like, for me, there was definitely a time in my life where this would have been awesome. It would have been like, hey, I'm going to get fully into the same thing with the Marvel Avengers Campus, where it's like you see the dummy of Spider-Man fly across and hit the brick wall because the thing broke.
You saw that.
Yeah, it's a very funny video. Those things, they do nothing for me, and they're all way too expensive. And it's not that interesting to me, unfortunately. But if you can get in there and you can really feel it, and if you enjoy it and it can do something for you that movies can't, where you're in that world, more power to you. Harry Potter World was pretty cool, and I'm not even that big of a Harry Potter fan, but that was very neat. So, you know, something like that I think could be interesting. It's not my cup of tea.
And I tend to agree with you. You know, I've only been to Galaxy's Edge once at this point, and I enjoyed it. I had a good time. I could have spent the entire day just soaking it up. The promise of the interaction that they offered you when they first launched it's not there. That's where the hotel comes in. So now you got to spend $6,000 for a 2-night stay to get that. To me, it's a lame attempt to capture the nostalgia that you get from the movies and TV. And what bothers me more than anything is it's not my Star Wars. You know, that Galaxy's Edge is set in the sequel trilogy era, and I just, it's not my Star Wars.
Which is interesting, right? Because they know that, I feel like they have to know that most people don't like the sequel trilogy, or at least the people that are going to spend $6,000 for a 2-night stay. So why would you not, you know, I think if they made an original trilogy themed area, maybe they're saving that for other parks. You get a prequel one, you get an original trilogy one. I don't know, but I think it's a strange, I don't know, maybe they decided to double down, right? If we make a hotel, maybe it'll convince people to like these movies more.
It's really hard for me to go to a Star Wars land and know I'm not going to see Darth Vader.
Yeah.
It's just, he's Star Wars, you know, and he's not there.
That is very strange.
And it just seems very cheap, and it's a money grab to me. So
yeah, I mean, that's the theme of the sequel trilogy.
What's the one drink cost at the hotel?
Oh, the Kyber crystal, the $5,000 drink.
Yeah, which is just, it's insulting. You know, the fact that you're asking me to spend $6,000 to stay in a room smaller than our studio here, for 2 nights, it's insulting. Like, I have the money. I could go there today and book that and stay there and not blink an eye at it. I refuse to spend that kind of money because of how insulting they are.
Yeah, and they're counting on the Star Wars fan that has the money like yourself, but that doesn't have the free will, the free will in their brain to say, wait a minute, they're just bleeding me dry. They don't care about me. Yeah, they just yeah.
We're going there again in August. And I'm going to spend a lot of money there. I'm going to come back with a boatload of merchandise that I don't need.
Do you have a good time though? Do you enjoy it?
And that's the idea. I'm going to, I don't know, in August I might not enjoy it so much. In
Florida.
But yeah, I mean,
and that's really all that matters.
It's disappointing that it's that money grab. That's all.
It's okay to fuel these corporate monopolies as long as you're having a good time. As long as you don't think about it.
Thank you so much for helping me justify it.
As long as you have that dopamine hit when you buy a new figure or something, it's okay. Just spend money and don't think about it.
Thank you. I feel so much better now. That'll change my life now. Thank you.
Use your Twitch Prime sub to subscribe to this if you have it.
Oh, so I think that's all we had. I think we beat this topic to death.
Yeah.
Today with our second episode. Before we do go, though, I would want to just once again invite you to subscribe to the podcast. You can get audio versions of this podcast listed as Insights into Entertainment. Video and audio of all of the network's podcasts can be found listed as Insights into Things. You can find us on Pandora, Castro, Stitcher, Podbean, Buzzsprout, any place you can get a podcast. Write in, give us your feedback. Tell us what you'd like us to talk about. Tell us, if we're doing a good job or not. Do you want us to? Do you want to bash me for hating Ahsoka? Write in and tell me about it. You can email us at comments@insightsintothings.com. We do stream on Twitch 5 days a week at twitch.tv/insightsintothings. If you are an Amazon Prime subscriber, you get a free monthly Twitch subscription, and we'd appreciate you throwing that our way. You can also find high-res versions of all of our videos on YouTube at youtube.com/insightsintothings, or you can find links to all those and more on our official website at www.insightsintothings.com. You had something else?
Yes, I would like to issue a challenge to everybody out there. What's the best metric? Twitch follows or subs for us? If we get 10 Twitch subs by the time Andor comes out, I will watch it and we'll do a review on this program.
Wow.
That's a challenge for all you people out there.
That is bold.
I will abandon my principles for 10 Twitch subs. That's not even that much money. You can do it, everybody.
Good to know you got a price.
But yes, if August 31st is when the first episode comes out, if we have 10 Twitch subs by then, we will be doing a full review of Andor.
All right, you heard it here first, folks. That's all we have for today. Another one in the books.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Insightful podcasts by informative hosts. Insights into Things, a podcast network. Welcome to Insights into Teens, a podcast series exploring the issues and challenges of today's youth. Your hosts are Joseph and Madison Whalen, a father and daughter team making their way through the challenges of the teenage years.
Welcome to Insights into Teens. This is episode 166, Choosing Your Mood. I'm your host, Joseph Whalen, and my intelligent and contemplative co-host, Madison Whalen.
Okay, those actually make more sense this time.
See, I'm trying to get better.
All right. Hi, everyone.
How you doing, Maddie?
Fine for the moment.
See, when you say something like that, that is really not instilling confidence in anybody.
I know, but I'm good right now.
You're good right now. Okay. Well, we're not going to push too hard on that one. Anything exciting this week? We skipped last week, by the way, because I wound up, I don't know how, but I wound up hurting a rib last week and just could not sit at the computer for any length of time. So we had to skip last week's broadcast so I could recuperate. And I'm doing better now. It's not 100%, but we're getting there. Sorry.
You're fine.
Didn't mean to preempt you there. So anyway, anything exciting this week?
The end of the marking period's coming up, so...
That's exciting.
You know, ton of work's going on.
Yeah, that also means report cards. And
that.
It means lots of money that Daddy has to pay out. Awesome. Well, I guess that's the downfall of having an intelligent child who gets A's.
Mm.
But that's not what we're talking about today.
Nope.
Today we're talking about moods. Moods have an important influence on how we handle the world around us. We all have external trigger points that can alter our moods. But did you know you can control your own mood? On today's episode of Insights into Teens, we're going to take a look at the importance of our moods and how we can choose what mood we want to experience. But before we do that, though, I do want to... line, please. I do want to invite our listening audience and viewing audience to subscribe to the podcast, if you don't already do so. You can find audio versions of this podcast listed as Insights into Teens. You can find video versions of this and all of the network's podcasts listed as Insights into Things. We can be found at Apple Podcasts, Stitcher, TuneIn, anywhere you can get a podcast these days. I would also invite you to write in, give us your feedback, tell us how we're doing, give us your suggestions on what you'd like us to talk about. You can email us at comments@insightsintothings.com. You can find us on Twitter at insights_things, or you can find links to all that and more on our official website at www.insightsintothings.com. Shall we?
Yes.
Here we go. So we've once again dug deep into the well of kidshealth.org resources for this week's topic. Have you ever been in a bad mood that you just can't shake? Or had a pile of homework but realized you're not in the mood to get it done? Sometimes we feel at the mercy of our moods, but moods aren't things that just happen to us. We can influence and even change them. Being able to choose the mood that's best suited to a situation is one of the skills of emotional intelligence, which we've been talking about in this recent series of podcasts. Choosing the right mood can help you control whatever situation you're in.
Moods versus mindsets. Moods can influence how well we do in certain situations, but so can something else, our mindset. What's the difference between a mood and a mindset? Moods are the emotions we feel. A mindset is the thoughts and ideas that go along with that mood. Mood and mindset go hand in hand because our thoughts can influence our mood. Here's an example. Imagine you're competing in a swim meet this afternoon. Which mood and mindset helps you do your best? Mood A, insecure. You keep thinking about how the competition might blow you out of the water and maybe you're not good enough to be on the team. Mood B, annoyed. You're thinking about how swimming interferes with your social life. Mood C, pumped up and confident. You're thinking that if you do your best, there's a good chance your team can place well.
Of course, you're likely to do your best with the mood and mindset of option C. But what if you're feeling A or B and worry that those moods might affect your performance? Luckily, you can change your mood. Now, I see this happen all the time, especially at work. And it for me, it's a time of the week type thing. Like I always know that Mondays are going to be rough at work because there's so much stuff. There's a bunch of stuff that comes in from the weekend, and you don't have a break to look forward to for 5 days. So one of the things that I try to do, knowing that it's going to be like that, is to look on the bright side of things. Try to find the things that I enjoy about work. Interacting with my friends at work or doing the tasks that I find relaxing at work. And I kind of try to look forward to those things to offset the general negativity that everyone seems to have on a Monday. Do you ever find yourself doing that where you're trying to guide your own mood to either prepare yourself for something or to cope with something that you've already gone through?
A lot of the times I feel like it's coping, more or less, but yeah, I do that. A lot of times whenever I have certain amounts of schoolwork to do, it's like, okay, I need to run through what I have to do and find like points that are pretty easy that I can get done quicker so that I'm not like, or like set myself up for breaks and time to just calm my mind so that I'm not like completely stressed about everything and I get no progress done.
And it's interesting. This week was a good example of that because you came home. I think it was yesterday I came home, and you had gotten a couple of fairly big assignments from school, and you had some quizzes coming up, and you kindly were sort of down on school and down on things, and one of the things that I tried to do was kind of walk you through the steps to do the things that you're doing. And by the time we finished our conversation, I think it had a positive effect. Why don't you talk about that a little bit?
Yeah, yesterday was not great. Specifically, again, relating to the fact that the end of the marking period is the end of the month. And for some reason, that's when school decides that they're just going to give you a ton of projects to do, because why not, I guess. At least that's my perspective on it. But I was really stressed because I had a lot of stuff that I needed to do that day. There was a lot of stuff that I had to do, and granted, while they weren't due that day, they were still a ton of pretty big assignments, and I know I'm gonna get even more because, that's gonna happen, and the end of the marking period isn't too recent, but it's recent enough for me to see this kind of thing. So I was not feeling great, and then you came home and we talked about it, and basically we worked out like a means of like breaking everything down.
Yeah, and one of the things that's important to keep in mind is that a lot of it's about perspective. And sometimes you can flip your perspective on things. Like you look at assignments as being a negative. Whereas really, you need to look at assignments as an opportunity for you to demonstrate what you know. Because that's really what they are. Assignments aren't there just as make busy work. That's why no one gives you, they typically don't give you an assignment at the beginning of the marking period, at the beginning of the year, because what they want to do is pour a bunch of knowledge into you and then give you a chance to demonstrate that. And they do that through quizzes and tests and projects. And the projects tend to be a little bit more creative in how they allow you to demonstrate that. I'll give you an example. Brakes on a car. Okay, everybody thinks that brakes on a car are to make you stop. That's not their primary function. brakes on a car are there to allow you to go fast. Because if you didn't have brakes, your car would never go more than 10 miles an hour. It would never go faster than a bicycle. Because you can't stop if you go faster than that.
Yeah.
So you put brakes on the car so that you can go faster, so that you have the ability to stop the car after going fast. And a lot of people don't look at it like that. Your projects are there to demonstrate. They're a chance for you to showcase your skills. So that's when you get a chance. Everyone takes the same test. And you either get it right or you get it wrong. But when you get a project is like a test with your own twist on it. And it's a chance for you to highlight your different skills. And that's kind of how you have to look at it. And by flipping things like that, and by changing how you look at things, that's how you change your mood. You know, I used to love getting projects at school because to me, taking a test was boring. But a project, I got to invest time and effort and creativity and let some of my own personality show through in that. That's what a project is. And that's the kind of thing that you thrive on. And you kind of have to realize that, you know, when you did your poster project was awesome. We had fun. You and I had fun doing, you know, stuff like that on it. So that's the stuff that you have to look at. And that's how you change your mood. You know, you choose to look at things in a positive light. Is there anything that's going on right now where you think it would benefit if you chose a different mood to look at it from?
I mean, I guess the assignments that I'm currently working on, I don't really like having to do some of them because I don't really see them in a positive light. So maybe if I saw them in a positive light, it might be slightly better.
Yeah, well, I mean, even like your tests. So when you have a test or you have a quiz, what do? We study for it together. That's a chance for you and I to spend a little extra time together that we don't normally have. I kind of look forward to that. You know, like when you came home and you have a problem with your engineering class or something, I have fun figuring those things out with you and teaching you. When we do study for history class, I don't just go over the stuff for history class. I always try to add a little bit more in there so you can have a little bit of, you know, accent, a little bit of what's the word I'm looking for? What's like additional flavoring, you know? So it's not just the bland stuff. You just went through a very bland part of history in your class, and even I couldn't come up with something interesting to say about it. But we got through it, right? So you know that you're not in it alone. You know, you're going to get your help. So you kind of have to let those things, turn those things around for you. I think that was all we had on our intro here. We're going to take a quick break and come back, and we'll talk about how to choose your mood. We'll be right back.
Insights into Teens, a podcast series exploring the issues and challenges of today's youth. Talking to real teens about real teen problems. Explore issues from braces to puberty, social anxiety to financial responsibility. Each week, we talk about the topics concerning today's youth. We look at how the issues affect teens, how to cope with these issues, and how parents, friends, and loved ones can help teens handle these challenges. Check out our video episodes on youtube.com/insightsintothings. Catch our audio versions on podcast.insightsintoteens.com or on the web at insightsintothings.com.
Welcome back to Insights into Teens. Today we're talking about choosing your mood. And now we're going to detail how you actually choose your mood. So step 1, identify your mood. To switch moods, you need to check in with what you're currently thinking and feeling. That way you can decide if you need to change your mood to one that's more suited for your situation, or if you're in the best mood to begin with. To identify a mood, stop and think about what you're feeling and why. Put those feelings into words like, wow, I'm really sad right now, or I'm feeling really alone. You can say this silently to yourself, out loud, or to someone else.
Step 2 is to accept what you feel. After you name your emotion, show yourself some understanding for feeling the way you do. It's perfectly okay and perfectly natural to feel bored on a rainy Saturday or annoyed about having to study when everyone else is going out. All emotions are acceptable and understandable. But you don't have to hold on to a feeling that way. Notice your mood, then choose to move past it.
And the final step is to identify the mood that's best for the situation you're in. If you're competing in a swim meet, it's best to be pumped up and confident. If you need to get down to some serious studying, it's better to feel interested, alert, and confident, and not so helpful to feeling grumpy, annoyed, and self-defeated. Take a minute to think about which emotions will help you accomplish your goal.
So let me ask you real quick, how well do you think, on a scale of 1 to 10, or 10-point scale, how well do you think you are at identifying your mood?
7.5.
Okay, so that's pretty good. I don't know if most people are that good. Is it because you have the same consistent mood, or are you just that in tune with your moods and emotions?
Well, I think it's because I've had times where I haven't really been able to control my moods to the point where I've kind of had to keep more track of them. So, I guess from that, I've tried to keep more track of my moods, and especially if I'm trying to relate my feelings towards you guys, it's like, well, I kind of need an easier way to describe this, so it's probably best to figure out what exactly is going on.
That makes sense. So it's a skill that you've developed over time, having had less perspective on your moods.
Yes.
I find that I recognize my moods almost as often by how my moods are reflected on other people. If I'm angry or if I'm annoyed, and I don't want to just attribute the feeling to negative. Like if I'm happy, the people around me are happy. And if I'm angry, the people around me react to me being angry. So my mood may not immediately be evident to me, but seeing how people react to my mood, that puts me more in tune with it.
Yeah, and I definitely think that was like a step that I was at for a while that ended up making me think, okay, I really probably should be noticing this sooner, is when I started kind of realizing what I was saying was affecting people, and it made me want to have that not happen to other people because I didn't want them to have to feel negative toward me feeling negative, which is why now when I'm feeling negative, I try not to make it obvious to other people unless I feel comfortable telling them and assuring them that, hey, I'm not mad at you, I'm just not feeling great. And even then, I occasionally turn that off when I notice that one of my other friends is upset, and I'm like, okay, talk to me, or I would just smile at them and kind of let them know, hey, you're doing good.
Yeah. I find people tend to misunderstand or misread my moods. A lot of people tend to see me as being negative. And it's not that I'm necessarily negative, especially at work. I have a very analytical mind. And I tend to notice things that other people don't notice, which I have to tell you is kind of annoying sometimes because it's almost like I wish I didn't notice things. But when I notice these things, like I'm the type of person that will go out to a restaurant and I'll notice that a light bulb is out, or a fan isn't working, or a table's out of place. I'll notice things that aren't congruent with the way things should be. And there's an inherent drive in me to want to fix those things and to fix problems in general. So at work, I'll notice things aren't run the way that they should be, or as well as they should be, or we didn't communicate well enough, or someone didn't respond fast enough. I'll find these things and I'll point them out, and people will look at me and think I'm being negative. And really, it's not, because my job is to solve problems. So if there aren't any immediate problems for me to solve, I go and look for problems to solve, because there's always problems. And because of that, people tend to look at me and think that I'm negative in my mood and stuff, but solving problems is what energizes me. It's what makes me feel useful and gives me a sense of purpose. Hence why when you come home, the first thing I want to do when you have issues is solve problems. I'll get home, Mommy will tell me problems about work, and the first thing I want to do is offer advice on how to solve them. That's what makes me tick, and people tend to think I'm negative for that. Do you think I'm negative?
No, I have a pretty similar way when it comes to that. As much as I am still kind of negative when it comes to a lot of things, I've gotten better than how I used to be, and now I'm still trying to be more logical as long as I'm not in an emotional state. Most of the time, I am logical when it comes to my situations, and most of the time being logical, it's not that you're negative or you're positive, it's just you kind of look at things from a logical perspective, and sometimes there's logical outcomes that you don't like and logical outcomes that you do like.
Well, and that's the thing. If you're following logic, sometimes the conclusion of that logic isn't where you want to be, but from a logical standpoint, that's where you need to be.
Yeah.
So how do you get into the best mood? Well, after you imagine the mood that's best suited for your task or situation, it's time to get into that mood. Think P for positive, and focus on the 6 things that can help you reset your mood. Purpose is the first. Get clear on what you want and need to do. For example, you might want to get your studying done as fast and as well as possible so you can go to the party later.
The second is place. Put yourself in the right situation. Environment influences mood. If you need to study, it's better to find a table or desk in a quiet room than to do it in a coffee shop where you might see friends who distract you.
People. Who can help you feel the way you need to feel? A focused classmate is a better study companion than a chatty friend. Sometimes just thinking of a particular person is enough to help you feel confident, inspired, strong, and supported.
Playlist is also important. Music is one of the most powerful influences on mood because it's all about communicating and inspiring emotion. Create playlists for the moods that are the most helpful and positive for your life.
Posture. Move your body into the right mood. For studying, try exercises that help you focus on your physical posture, like yoga or Tai Chi. For energy, try a workout that gets your heart rate up. To prepare for sleep, try deep breathing, gentle stretching, or other soothing activities.
And the final is promotion. Encourage yourself with self-talk. Self-talk is a way of using thoughts to influence your mood. If you've ever said to yourself, okay, let's get serious for a minute, or I can do this, you've used self-talk to get into the right mood for a situation. Self-talk doesn't just create the mindset that supports your mood, it also helps you to keep a good mood going. That's why pep talks work so well for athletes.
Now, I don't know if you've used any of these techniques. I look at a couple of these, and I probably have unconsciously, not knowing that this list existed. I think purpose is one that drives us all. That's the first thing that comes to mind for me when I'm thinking of motivation. Is like I need to have an end goal. I need to have a finish line that I'm going to drag my body across, or drag the project across, or base everything else on. So that's purpose to me. For you, when you think of school projects, is purpose something that's an important factor for you to focus on?
Yeah, that's definitely what has driven me a lot, specifically with things like summer reading assignments. I tell myself that, like, okay, I'm going to read this many pages or get this far in a book by this time so that I can get the book done. I can have the book done over a larger stretch of time, but I can still remember it all for when I have like a quiz in school.
That's a good point. Place is one that I don't necessarily think I focus on, but it's one that can have an effect, and it has. You know, most of the work that I do, I go into the office. I don't work remotely, not very often at least. But I have a private office that I work in. So for the most part, I don't have any distractions that I have to worry about. I do find that the few occasions that I have to work from home, it's much more distracting. Either the cats want attention, or you guys are around, like during COVID when I had to work from home a few times, or it's just my inability to not do the things that I would normally do sitting at my computer. You know, my computer at home is for recreation. So my first instinct is to recreate when I'm there, pull up a game or pull up websites or, you know, do something like that. So it takes a good deal of effort to not do that. Is there a good place for you? Is there a bad place? Is there a place that you go to best be effective?
Honestly, it's the exact opposite of what you just stated. I actually work way better when I'm home than when I'm at school because most of the time, the cats don't always bother me, and even then, I don't get all that distracted by the cats. But the kitchen is a great place for me to do my work because there's normally plenty of light. While the chairs may not be all that comfortable, it's still a good place for me to do my work. I can't really do my work in my room all that much, but I can sometimes. But what I find annoying is, well, when I am at home, I am the one who tells me, okay, these are the times that you're doing things. I like to have that control, and that's a great environment for which I can do that in. And if I needed a break, I could take a break. It's not like I'm forced to work constantly. I'm allowed to have, like, time for my brain to relax. And even then, I get a decent amount of... I feel like I have more time for quiet time. I have a lot more, like, silence that I appreciate when it comes to working at home than I do at school, because sometimes, like, I'm not always given a lot of time in school to work because then I have to pay attention to, like, a lecture or something, or I just get annoyed at the kids at school because everybody talks for some reason. And I personally find it that at home, I'm at a comfort level to where I'm able to work comfortably without, like, being too comfortable to where I don't feel like working.
Good point. People. So for me, people is my team. And it's when my team isn't there, and for the last, I don't know, year or so now, my development staff has been working remotely because we just don't have the facilities. It's had an impact on our productivity. We're still productive, but we're not as productive as I'd like to be. I'm hands-on in what I hope to think is a positive way. I'm not a micromanager, but I very much like to communicate directly with my team. Excuse me. We work very well together. We bounce ideas off of people. It's a very collaborative environment. How about you?
For me, that's you. Kind of like how both you and I have very analytical ways of dealing with things. I feel like whenever I go to you for any assistance when it comes to my work, you're a good influence on me. It's like I've gotten like I feel like I've gotten my eloquent writing from you, my analytical thinking from you, and the way that I try to look at problems when I'm not freaking out about them from you.
Oh, well, thank you very much. How about playlist? Did you get your playlist for me too? What is your playlist to get you in the right mood?
Well,
And it could be a genre or collection. It doesn't have to be specific songs.
well, sometimes when I'm working, on things and it's too quiet, I'll listen to Weird Al.
Weird Al's a good inspiration. You can't get much more creative than Weird Al.
Yep.
Guess what mine is?
Star Wars?
Yep, I listen to Star Wars music.
Yep, I hear it every time. Every time I come into the studio.
Yep. Posture. All right, so posture I am horrible with. I slouch, I lean, I'm crunched over sometimes. My problem with posture is I've got so many aches and pains and problems and health issues and all that stuff. I can't sit up straight. My body just doesn't do that. My body hasn't sat up straight in probably 30 years. So posture for me has never been one that helps me to work. In fact, I had to buy a little adapter for my chair to keep it from going down on me because it's too low at work. What about you? Was posture, because I know it was a big thing for you when you had the one chair and the one chair wasn't comfortable. We went out and we bought you a new chair for your room. Does that help you to get into the mood, to be productive, to focus?
Um,
Because you already talked about the uncomfortable kitchen chairs, which I'm 100% with you on that.
I mean, I probably don't find them as uncomfortable as you do, but yeah, they're not that soft when it comes to sitting on them. They're like sitting on rocks, but I'm used to that. I don't really think I've had too much experience with posture other than the needing of a new chair, which even then, I really just sat in that chair for gaming and so forth, and it was just like, it kept going down on me. It was just that it was a faulty chair at the time and not really for my posture, because thing is, when I'm working, I cannot have the computer. I want the computer close to me, but not like on the desk. Like occasionally when I'm working, I'll kind of just put my arms on the table.
You're a leaner.
I'm a leaner, so I probably do not have good posture, but I don't know if that really affects how well I work.
Okay, fair enough. Promotion. So do you self-motivate? Do you talk yourself up? Do you talk yourself past obstacles? And can you psych yourself up, like a motivational speaker and get things done? Or is that really not your strong point? Wow, that was a dead silence there.
Well, sometimes, maybe.
Well, okay, so that right there, not motivational at all.
Yeah, thing is, most of the time, if my mindset isn't panicky, it's like, I don't, promote myself to the point where it's extremely positive, we can totally get this done. It's like, get this done or else.
So you threaten yourself, you don't motivate yourself.
Yeah.
Nice. Well, my motivation, and I don't do it as often as I probably should or can do, but my self-motivation kind of stems from when I used to play football in high school, and you're, athletic and you're working out, and it's a matter of pushing your body to past a difficult point, a difficult, progressive sprints. I hated doing progressives on the field, or doing powerlifting and pushing past a squat or something like that, where it's very difficult and you need to kind of motivate yourself. That's sort of where my self-motivation originated. But I don't know, maybe I just don't find, when I'm not motivated and I'm not in the mood to do something, I'm just to the point that I'm just not going to do it. I'm not going to bother worrying about it. I'll come back to it later, which is not a good thing. I'll be the first one to admit that. But I don't push myself in self-promotion anymore. So, and some of that's just bad habit. I got to break that habit to get through things. But I think for the most part, I'm motivated when I need to be motivated. Anyway, we're going to take our second break. We're going to come back, and we're going to tell you how to get out of an unhelpful mood. We'll be right back.
Insights into Entertainment, a podcast series taking a deeper look into entertainment and media. husband and wife team of pop culture fanatics are exploring all things from music and movies to television and fandom. We'll look at the interesting and obscure entertainment news of the week. We'll talk about theme park and pop culture news. We'll give you the latest and greatest on pop culture conventions. We'll give you a deep dive into Disney, Star Wars, and much more. Check out our video episodes at youtube.com/insightsintothings. Our audio episodes at podcast.insightsintoentertainment.com, or check us out on the web at insightsintothings.com.
I didn't transition back in. Sorry, wrong button.
Anyway, welcome back to Insights into Teens. Today we're talking about choosing your mood. And now we're going to talk about how to get out of an unhelpful mood.
Mood. Hey, look, I gave you a hard cut back. You can screw up the line however you want.
To get out of a mood that's unpleasant or unhelpful, think U for U-turn. Try these mood changers. The first is undo. Do something to break the train of thought that keeps your old mood going. Distract yourself with a game of
Sudoku,
or simply focus on what's going on outside your window for a few minutes. Distractions are like rebooting your mind. They create a space between moods.
And being a computer guy, I know how often you need to reboot your mind. The next is unstick. Change your body posture. Here we go. Of course, I got the body posture. Change your body posture. Lean the other way. If you're sitting, stand up. My boss is big on standing. He wants you to stand all the time. He even has a standing desk himself, which is funny. Just a little sidebar here. So when I'm having a video conference with him, because he's out in California, he'll actually stand the desk up while he's having a conference with me. So you'll just see the whole background start moving as he stands up. It's really funny. So if you're sitting, stand up, do some jumping jacks. Because, you look at me, I do a lot of jumping jacks, right? Stretch. The cats will teach you that much. Walk around the room. That I do. I'll get up and I'll walk around the building if I'm low on energy. I had to do that this afternoon because I was dozing off. Moving your body changes your mindset and your mood. And your posture, too.
And the final is unwind. Sit quietly, breathe gently, and focus on each breath. To keep your mind from wandering back to a mood that you're trying to change, every time you take a breath, say to yourself, I'm breathing in and I'm breathing out. Focus on feeling calm.
You've probably chosen your mood before without even realizing it. Many times, people choose a mood naturally without thinking about it. But practicing ways to choose your mood intentionally can help you get good at it. So next time you feel a strong mood, stop and name it. Ask yourself if it's the ideal mood for what you're trying to accomplish. Sometimes even the happiest of moods might not be right for a particular situation, as anyone who's excited about a weekend with their weekend plans during a Friday afternoon class knows. So, what do you think, Madison? Do you think the ability to choose your mood is a reality for most people? Do you think it's out of reach? Do you think it's attainable?
I think it's attainable. I don't know if, it could be for everybody, but there's definitely going to be times when it's going to be a lot harder for certain people. And, I feel that's fine. Much like a lot of things, some things, it would probably become easier to some people, and others, it would be pretty hard or almost unattainable to them.
So I think you're a living embodiment of exercising this particular mental feat of changing your mood. You've clearly gotten better at it over years. What's your advice to someone if, maybe they're younger, maybe they've never tried it, if they find that they're stuck in a funk, they can't get out of a mood? What's your advice to someone like that to try to get them past something?
Well, for me, I feel like one of the easiest things was to find a way out of a certain mood. And through and that would be kind of through distractions, kind of like the undo part said. Basically, find things that you enjoy doing that gives you a positive mood or makes you feel better, and use that as a way to kind of calm and offset your original mood. It would probably make you feel a lot better, and that way you can kind of be in a better state to kind of figure things out. Because I've noticed that when I get pretty emotional, I don't think logically. It's like something that seems like a big issue to me when I'm emotional, looking back is really not that big of a deal. So yeah.
So I think one of the things that we really didn't address here is, how do you recognize when you're in the wrong mood? What are some of the red flags that you'll see? Is it like, I briefly talked about seeing how people react to my mood. But how do you know when you're in a mood that's not helpful? I think it's subjective, person to person, but I'm curious, what your red flags are. How do you notice that? How do you label that? And how do you actively try to change it?
I honestly have a few examples, but one that I do want to touch on is when I'm working and like trying to get through like some project or something, and I notice that I really am not, and the red flag for me is that I notice that I'm not really getting a lot of progress done, and what I have done isn't really my best work. It kind of makes me stop and realize it's like, okay, I'm clearly not focused, I clearly am having a hard time trying to even get this done. I need to kind of just step back and realize what I'm supposed to and kind of like step away, realize that, hey, it's better to just take a few minutes, calm down, and figure out what's going on, as opposed to continue to trudge through it and get half the work done with pretty crappy work.
Okay. I think that makes sense. I think that's a good way of going about it. And like I said, I think we all have our own red flags that we kind of have to keep an eye on. But it's recognizing those and then starting the process. I think that's all we had for this week. We're going to take a quick break, come back, and we'll get your closing thoughts and finish up the business of the podcast.
All right.
We'll be right back.
Alright, so to everyone out there, I just wanted to say that choosing your mood is something that a lot of things, it's easier to come by for some people and harder for others. For me, personally, I kind of had to go through a years-long change of it. When I first started not having full control over my mood or my emotions, I really didn't know how to turn it off, and I knew that I was hurting people, and eventually that led me to trying to find ways to change my mood. And while I certainly am not at like an area where I feel like I can control my mood as much as I'd like, I'm way better than I was when I first started. So I do feel like anybody could really take the steps to find ways of controlling their moods. And I definitely also just want to make it clear that it's fine if it takes you a while. It took me a few years to get to where I am now, and honestly, I do feel like it's something that people can learn, and if they can, should learn.
Awesome. Sage advice as always.
Thank you.
I think that is all we had today. Before we move on, I do want to once again invite our listening and viewing audience to subscribe to the podcast. You can find audio versions of this podcast listed as Insights into Teens, video versions of this and all the network's podcasts, as well as audio episodes, can be found listed as Insights into Things, any place you can get a podcast these days. You can also reach out to us directly. You can email us at comments@insightsintothings.com. You can hit us on Twitter at insights_things. We do stream 5 days a week on YouTube at youtube.com/insightsintothings, where you can find all of our videos as well. We also stream 5 days a week on Twitch at twitch.tv/insightsintothings. If you are an Amazon Prime subscriber, you do get a free monthly Twitch Prime subscription. We'd appreciate it if you'd subscribe to the podcast there. You can find us on Facebook at facebook.com/insightsintothingspodcast, as well as Instagram at instagram.com/insightsintothings, or you can find us at our website, www.insightsintothings.com. And you.
And don't forget to check out our other two podcasts, Insights into Entertainment, hosted by you and Mommy, and Insights into Tomorrow, are not really monthly podcasts anymore, hosted by you and my brother Sam.
That's it. Another one in the books.
Bye, everyone.
Bye.
Insightful podcasts by informative hosts. Insights into Things, a podcast network. Welcome to Insights into Tomorrow, where we take a deeper look into how the issues of today will impact the world of tomorrow. From politics and world news to media and technology, we discuss how today's headlines are becoming tomorrow's reality.
Welcome to Insights into Tomorrow. This is episode 15, Battleground Afghanistan. I'm your host, Joseph Whalen, and my co-host, Sam Whalen.
Hello, everybody.
How you doing today, Sam?
Doing okay.
Anything exciting going on?
Not much. Just prepping for the school year, getting back in the swing of things. Just counting down the days.
Yeah. Days until you start or days until it's over?
Yes.
So today we are talking about one that's pulled directly from the headlines, and that is what's going on in Afghanistan. So after 20 years of military operations, over $2 trillion spent, an estimated 160,000 lives, which include 50,000 of which were civilian, 2,445 American service members, almost 4,000 U.S. contractors, and over 60,000 Afghan National Military Police. There was also almost 1,200 Allied service members, 44 aid workers, and 72 journalists. And that doesn't even count the 50,000 Taliban and other opposition fighters. The United States is finally pulling out of Afghanistan. While that's an exceedingly high toll to pay for America's longest war ever, those numbers are just a fraction of what the long-term consequences will cost. In today's episode, we're going to take a look at the long war in Afghanistan, the history surrounding the disputed country, how we got there, what went wrong, and what the future holds for the country, the region, and the world as a result of what happened there. But before we do that, I would invite our audience, both our listening and our viewing audience, to subscribe to the podcast. You can get audio versions of this podcast listed as Insights into Tomorrow. Video versions of this and all of the network's podcasts can be found listed as Insights into Things. We're available anywhere you can get a podcast: Apple, Spotify, Google, Stitcher, and so forth. I would also invite our audience to write in, give us some feedback, give us some topics you'd like us to talk about, tell us how we're doing. You can email us at comments@insightsintothings.com. You can find us on Twitter at insights_things. We're on Facebook at facebook.com/insightsintothingspodcast, or Instagram at insightsintothings, where you can get links to all those on our website, at www.insightsintothings.com. Ready to get started?
Yes, sir.
All right. Never get involved in a land war in Asia. The phrase has been attributed to several sources, including British General Bernard Montgomery and American General Dwight Eisenhower. It was even a popular phrase from the cult classic The Princess Bride as kind of a joke. But it was Douglas MacArthur offering it to President Kennedy in a private meeting the two had at the Waldorf Astoria in New York in April of 1961 that really rings true. Today, the phrase has become part of our popular vernacular as a warning to avoid starting the conflict that's too large or onerous for you to properly resolve it or to achieve victory. It's an expensive lesson the French learned in Vietnam, a lesson the United States had to relearn during more than a decade in the same country, continuing that conflict. It's a lesson the Russians learned during what was termed their own Vietnam in Afghanistan between 1979 and 89. But again, a lesson the United States seemed to fail to heed and wound up getting itself into and having to learn on its own. We're talking, of course, about the 20-plus years that the United States has spent embroiled in the War on Terror, as it's been called, in Afghanistan, that we're now pulling out of with what can generously be described as disastrous consequences for the country. Why is it that the United States seems incapable of learning from other countries' mistakes and so intent on blundering into themselves? Is it arrogance? Is it pride? Does the United States think that we can somehow be successful where other countries have had dismal failures? What do you think?
I think it's a combination of all three of those things. Excuse me. I think that America, especially when it comes to our military, we are extremely confident. And I think that we have the desire to make that confidence known throughout the world. And I definitely think that this is a symptom of that, or a result of that confidence and that overextension. Absolutely.
Yeah, and it's funny you mention that, because when we were going into, or when we were coming out of, I should say, World War II, we had that same level of confidence that we could do anything. And then we wound up getting mired down in the Korean conflict, where we were using the same techniques, the same tactics and so forth. And that led us into blundering into Vietnam, where we thought we owned the world. And we really got a lesson out of that. And by the time we got out of Vietnam in the 1970s, there was a lot of lack of confidence in our military. We wound up building it up through the 70s and 80s. And in the 90s, we decided to flex our muscle again in the Middle East. So it seems to be kind of a recurring theme for us. Is there a way to stop this cycle of violence and waste?
I mean, people always say history repeats itself, right? I'm repeating myself by saying that. I'm sure I've said that on this show before. But I think some way to at least start is to, which we'll probably do here today, is to make those parallels between something in the modern world, like what's going on in Afghanistan, with something like Vietnam. And when you look at how similar these things are, there's lessons to be learned from that of what not to do. And if we can remember 30 or 40 years from now, when we might find ourselves in a conflict like that again, maybe we can avoid, getting stuck in the mud again.
Yeah. And I've always been a fan of, it's better to learn lessons from other people's mistakes than your own and avoid making those mistakes. Unfortunately, our country doesn't seem to look at it from that perspective. They look at other people's mistakes and somehow think that they can do it differently.
The challenge.
Yeah, I guess that's a valid point.
Yeah, I think that ties into we were just talking about it, but the pride and the arrogance. I think we tend to see ourselves as infallible, especially when it comes to the global stage like this. And I think that we've proven at least twice now that we are not infallible.
Right. Well, and we also assume that the entire world should live the way that we live, that our policies and our politics and
our culture too,
our culture and our morals, and it doesn't work that way. So, but let's talk about how we got here, where we are today.
So the United States' most recent involvement in Afghanistan was a product of the War on Terror, which itself was a response to the September 11th terrorist attacks on the United States. It is impossible to address this subject without talking about those attacks and ensuring that the War on Terror that followed For many of us, the events of September 11th are burned into our memory. Not me. I was only 1 year old at the time, but for I'm sure many of our listening audience, that's true.
All the documentaries that'll be coming out, I'm sure it'll burn it in.
Yeah. But for comparative purposes, we need to talk about some of the details of those events. So 4 California-bound jumbo jets originating from 3 different airports across the eastern United States were hijacked mid-flight by a total of 19 Al-Qaeda terrorists. 15 of the terrorists were citizens of Saudi Arabia, 2 were from the United Arab Emirates, 1 was from Lebanon, 1 was from Egypt. That's going to be important shortly. It's worth noting none of the terrorists originated in any of the countries targeted in the war on terror. And I think that is extremely important to remember, especially when we look at the course of history that followed September 11th attacks. American Airlines Flight 11 and United Airlines Flight 175 targeted the Twin Towers of the World Trade Center in Manhattan, New York. American Airlines Flight 77 hit the Pentagon. United Airlines Flight 93 crashed en route to its intended target, which was supposed to be the White House or another D.C. building, when passengers on the plane, alerted by cell phone of the other hijackings, were brave enough to step up and stop the attackers and crash the plane. In total, 2,996 lives were lost, including the 19 hijackers. More than 25,000 are estimated to have been injured.
So that's another interesting statistic, just those numbers alone. So just shy of 3,000 lives were lost in that attack. And if we take a look back at the numbers we threw out at the beginning of the show here, of the number of American servicemen, so we had almost that number of servicemen killed in Afghanistan alone. We had more than that number, almost 4,000 U.S. contractors killed. So the death toll of Americans who died in Afghanistan now almost doubles what the death toll was during the attacks on 9/11. Does that have any resonance with you?
Well, I think when we're looking at these numbers, they can get lost in the weeds very easily. I think personally, it's when you look at these statistics, it kind of desensitizes you to the loss of life in general. I think if even one life was lost, that's a problem.
Sure.
But I think that it's difficult to compare because the 9/11 attacks these people were seemingly randomly just taken out, out of nowhere. Whereas we're comparing the lives of soldiers that they know what they're stepping up for, and they know that the risk of what they're volunteering, is that the right word? I guess just signing up for in general.
Sure, yeah, their enlistment.
Yeah, so and they have that duty that they want to protect. I mean, you look into the civilians that were killed; they also had no idea what was going to happen to them. But it's difficult to even fathom those numbers from 3,000 to 50,000.
Yeah, I think you make a valid point. Our military, when you enlist in the military, there's a certain assumption that there's a risk you're taking on yourself. I think our government should be first and foremost looking to mitigate that risk as much as possible. Mm-hmm. And I think for the most part they do. I don't think we lightheartedly put our troops in danger, or do it in situations where it can't be warranted or justified. Mm-hmm. But the number of dead that happened in Afghanistan is still a staggering number compared to 9/11 and our response. That was our response to 9/11. Mm-hmm. So on September 16th, 2001, then President Bush, George W. Bush, coined the phrase war on terror to describe the United States' response to the terrorist attacks on the United States. This includes the following: targeted strikes against al-Qaeda insurgency in Yemen, which the United States had been involved with already since 1998. American-led, quote, intervention in Afghanistan, which started in 2001. The Iraq conflict, which started in 2003 on, at best, dubious evidence of terroristic activity, as well as the pursuit of Osama bin Laden into Pakistan starting in 2004. On May 23, 2013, then President Barack Obama announced that the global war on terror was over, saying U.S. military and intelligence will not wage war against a tactic, but will instead focus on a specific group of networks determined to destroy the U.S. So that's great. 2013, the war on terror is over. Everybody can come home, right? No. On December 28, 2014, the Obama administration announced an end of the combat role of the U.S.-led mission in Afghanistan, despite the fact that the U.S. continued to play a major role in the war on Afghanistan. I think we're giving a little bit of lip service there to try to get some votes, maybe.
Mm-hmm.
Then in 2017, President Trump significantly expanded the military presence in Afghanistan after the war on terror was over and our military mission in Afghanistan was over. We're sending more troops back in 2017. I'm thinking the messaging here that we're getting really is kind of inconsistent with the reality here. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, definitely. I think that this war on terror has been used as a political tactic since it started, right? So you had President Bush Jr. on the American battleship with the mission accomplished.
Yeah.
There was that. There's what we were talking about here with Obama. It's always if we can end the war on terror, right? That's a way to get bonus points with the people. And I think that that's really all it is. It's never sincere, right? And I know we talk about politicians and they make some insincere claims all the time. And I think that this is just a prime example of that.
Yeah, I think the problem that we run into is every politician wants to be known for winning a war, but not fighting a war.
Mm-hmm.
Because when you fight a war, it's dirty. Lives are lost. It costs a lot of money. There's a lot of carnage. You get a lot of bad press when bombs are going off and civilians are dying and American troops are dying. But when the war is over, and I think this was the kind of the product of the Gulf War in the 90s. You know, it lasted so short a period of time and was such a resounding victory for the United States that George Bush, the first Bush's presidency, skyrocketed in popularity after that. Of course, it didn't help him win re-election, but everyone wanted to get that jump in popularity, so everybody wants to declare this war is over. I don't think you can really do that in the middle of a war if you still have troops on the ground, still fighting, still dying, still, bullets flying.
Yeah, and jump in here if I'm misspoken here, but the war on terror wasn't a declared war, right? So they didn't have to go to Congress or anything like that.
Right.
That gives them a lot of options for how they want to wage this war.
Right.
So that's just
the
something
war
to
on
think
terror was literally just a marketing term.
Yeah.
That was also when we got our axis of evil terminology as well. And, we didn't declare war on a country, which is what Congress is authorized to do. We pretty much had carte blanche
to do whatever you want.
To do whatever you want.
Yeah.
Yeah. So that's kind of talking about why we got here, sort of. We're going to take a little break. We're going to come back, and we're going to talk a little bit about the withdrawal from Afghanistan. We'll be right back.
Insights into Teens, a podcast series exploring the issues and challenges of today's youth. Talking to real teens about real teen problems. Explore issues from braces to puberty, social anxiety to financial responsibility. Each week, we talk about the topics concerning today's youth. We look at how the issues affect teens, how to cope with these issues, and how parents, friends, and loved ones can help teens handle these challenges. Check out our video episodes on youtube.com/insightsintothings. Catch our audio versions on podcast.insightsintoteens.com or on the web at insightsintothings.com.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back to Insights into Tomorrow. We are talking about the withdrawal from Afghanistan. In the first segment, we talked a little bit about the past, and now we're dealing with more present topics. So on April 14th, 2021, President Biden announced the full U.S. troop withdrawal from Afghanistan by September the 11th this year, which would be the 20th anniversary of the September 11th attacks. President Joe Biden said the war in Afghanistan was never meant to be multi-generational, as he officially announced the drawdown of all remaining 2,500 U.S. troops beginning May the 1st, and like we said, concluding on September the 11th. The president noted that only the citizens of Afghanistan have the right and responsibility to lead their country. This announcement was made after consulting with, quote, our allies and partners, with our military leaders and intelligence personnel, with our diplomats and our development experts, with the Congress and the Vice President, as well as with Afghan President Ashraf Ghani, I'm probably mispronouncing that, and many other around the world. The United States met its objective 10 years ago with the assassination of al-Qaeda leader Osama bin Laden. Biden added, quote, our reasons for staying have become increasingly unclear, which is a little too self-aware, I think, for president, but it's worth noting the bin Laden was killed during the presidency of Barack Obama, during which Biden was the vice president at the time. More than 2 years passed during the Obama administration after bin Laden's death, in which the objectives in Afghanistan were not clarified, nor was a planned withdrawal put in place. Biden notes in his remarks that over the past 20 years, quote, the terrorist threat has become more dispersed, metastasizing around the globe. It could be argued that this was a direct result of the U.S. effort to wage a conventional-style war against nation-states when their true enemy deployed asymmetric guerrilla warfare tactics, much like in Vietnam. It's important to note that while still in office, Donald Trump negotiated a deal with the Taliban to withdraw U.S. military personnel. The deal was done without the participation of the current Afghan government and without their consent. It promised a U.S. withdrawal by May 1st, 2021. This agreement was still in effect when Joe Biden revised the timeline to September the 11th and when he started the pullout in August. So it's more than this current administration. This is something that's going back years through multiple presidencies.
So just a couple of things that are worth pointing out here. Why in God's name would anybody pick September 11th for the date to pull out of Afghanistan, a conflict that was triggered by a terrorist attack on September 11th? Did nobody mention to Biden that that date was kind of important and you probably didn't want to paint targets on the backs of our soldiers for that?
I could see the reason for going for it for like patriotic reasons, because 9/11 is obviously like a very hot button topic for, to stir up patriotism and fervor for that. And it being exactly 20 years, I could see him wanting...
So you figured it would look better for us to tuck tail and run on the anniversary of September 11th?
Well, yeah, it's not a good look either way.
I mean, the optics there are terrible.
Yeah.
Like, who's advising him on these things? I mean, someone clearly must have mentioned to him that September 11th isn't the best time, so he pulled it back to August 31st, which doing it in a shorter period of time, I don't think was really a good idea.
Well,
I think if
clearly
anything,
it didn't work out.
No, clearly it didn't. I would have pushed that deadline a little bit further forward. But the other thing that's interesting here is they note that there's only 2,500 troops in country right now to do this evacuation. Now, this announcement came on April 14th. Why on, August 1st, are there still people even in country? Because there are American civilians that are still in country. I saw one article in which there was a school trip. First of all, who the hell goes to Afghanistan on a school trip?
What, like college or like high school? Or?
I didn't read the details on it, but
either way,
I'm thinking that's a terrible senior trip at that point. I mean, you need to talk to your tour director or something there. But why are people even in country at this point in time when the United States has announced a hard deadline for a pullout?
Couldn't tell you, honestly. It's maybe bureaucratic reasons, red tape, people can't get out. If they work with the embassy, maybe it's a visa issue, getting out of country, global travel restrictions because of the pandemic. I don't know. I'm just spitballing.
And probably is a combination of all of those. But it just seemed a little strange that we knew we were pulling out and we didn't do things to expedite that withdrawal of civilians.
Yep.
And the fact that we've only got 2,500 troops in there who can't handle the security of this withdrawal itself. They had a general on the news just this week, and they asked him what he was going to do to help get Americans who aren't at the airport out of the country. And he basically came out and said, I don't have the resources to extend my operations outside the airport at this time to do rescue missions. So basically they're screwed. It's every man for himself.
I can't even imagine what it's like for those people in the country. It must be terrifying. It's like the end of the world for them.
Yeah, I agree.
I saw a bunch of articles of the people in Afghanistan preparing for the Taliban takeover, and it's difficult to watch. These people don't have a choice. They're just accepting that this is their new way of life, and it's difficult for us to grasp.
Absolutely. Absolutely. The fact that we're still there 10 years after we've achieved our goal of, we assassinated bin Laden. I mean, that's really what we did as a country. We assassinated this man. And we did that 10 years ago, and for some reason we're still there, and nobody can explain why we're still there. So something should have happened 10 years ago that we shouldn't even be there on Biden's watch. So I'm kind of hesitant to blame Biden for everything, especially given the deal that Trump had cut. Basically, I mean, Trump cut a deal with terrorists to hand the country over to him and didn't bother to ask the Afghans if that was okay with them. I mean, and I don't want to get too political here, but I can't really expect a guy who's disloyal to his own country and tries to overthrow the government is going to be loyal to an allied government either. So I'm not surprised by that. I'm surprised that the United States was still bound by that agreement after he left office, though.
Yeah, I definitely think for me personally, it's definitely a bipartisan issue. And I know definitely there's a great deal of fault on Trump here, but I think there's a fault going back to Bush as well, Bush Jr.,
Sure.
Then Obama continuing it with being determined to get bin Laden, and now, again, Trump, and then now Biden. I think it's both parties have a significant amount of fault in this.
Yeah, you've got four administrations, 2 Republican, 2 Democrat, that are directly responsible for this catastrophe that's happening in Afghanistan right now.
Yep.
So let's look at the immediate aftermath, okay? So it's estimated that as many as 15,000 Americans, at the time of the writing of this, which was a few days old now, it's estimated that as many as 15,000 Americans remain in Afghanistan after the Taliban's takeover of the country. More than 20,000 Afghans who aided the United States in the past 20 years qualified for special immigrant visas, but also remained in the country after the Taliban takeover. The United States military officers, including Marine General Frank McKenzie, have admitted lacking the resources to secure the perimeter around Kabul airport. He also emphasized, like I said, he did not have the resources to venture into the city to evacuate anyone or provide safe passage. The Taliban indicated they would allow foreigners access to the airport for evacuations, but new accounts suggest this isn't a policy that's being enforced with any level of consistency.
Yeah, of course it's not.
Right. They're terrorists. What do you expect? The Biden administration initially indicated there was no expectation of an immediate takeover by the Taliban after the U.S. pullout, which clearly wasn't the case. I mean, and we'll talk about why later. But whatever idea Biden had that the country was going to stand was completely wiped out within the first week of the pullout start. The U.S. has also trained and equipped more than 300,000 Afghan military personnel who were expected to maintain their territory and fend off the Taliban. And clearly they didn't. So some questions have to be asked. So with an announcement on April 14th of the firm deadline to pull out, why were there still so many Americans in country? We asked that. We don't have an answer. Why were qualifying visas for the allied Afghans not pre-processed before the withdrawal? You've basically painted a target on all their backs. Why didn't you ensure that you can get them out of the country first? No answer to that. Why was an evacuation of the Afghan allies not started before the withdrawal? You knew they were going to be the number one targets. There's lists of them already circulating around within the Taliban who they want to. They're basically death lists. No answer to that. And finally, the next question is, why did the Afghan military fall so quickly and let the Taliban take over? That, to me, is probably the most significant question here. And we'll talk a little bit more about that. But what are your thoughts on this? Like, give me your thoughts. I can't even formulate a question at this point in time. I'm so flabbergasted.
It just seems awful. Like, I don't know how else to put it. It just seems like a really unfortunate situation for those people, and there's nothing. It just seems like no one's coming to save them, and that's awful. And like I don't know.
Yeah.
There's nothing you can do, Like,
and you look at some of the early images of the evacuation, and you've got hundreds of people standing room only, packed onto these C-17s that are just astounding the pilots of the level of people. You had people climbing on planes, trying to hold on, falling to their deaths as these planes were taking off.
That footage was, I don't know if our listeners have seen it, but the footage of the people falling off the planes was difficult to watch.
Yeah, I mean, that's how desperate these people are. There's pictures of people on the perimeter of the airport handing their children up to people over the wall to at least try to get these infants out of the country because they know they're not going to be able to get out of the country.
And it's impossible not to compare it to the fall of Saigon, right? Like the evacuation
absolutely.
of Saigon, people, helicopters going down, people scrambling.
What makes it not impossible to talk about that is because Biden said, you're not going to have another Saigon.
Yeah. And then they did.
And you do.
Yeah.
I mean, the images of the fall of Saigon where helicopters are landing on the American embassy to get the last few people out. You have, there were accounts during Vietnam that you had South Vietnamese pilots that were stealing aircraft, evacuating their neighborhood. One particular pilot actually flew his entire family out to a ship that was waiting in the Gulf of Tonkin and unloaded them hovering over the ship because the helicopter could not land. And then he had to ditch in the sea and be recovered.
Yep.
You're seeing that level of desperation now. Only you don't have all those outlets because you're in a landlocked country.
Yeah.
And the other countries, surrounding countries, are closing their borders now. They're not letting refugees out. And you've got the Taliban are not allowing Afghans out of the country at this point. It's a tragedy that should have been stopped 10 years ago. Should have never been started 20 years ago.
Yeah, and I said it before, it's like for these people, it's like the end of the world. Like there's nothing they can do. And it's for us in the comfort of our own homes to watch their worlds fall apart. I don't know.
I mean, life was difficult before in a war-torn country which Afghanistan's been for the last, 40 years. But to lose everything, what little bit you might have accumulated, what roof you did have over your head, and then to be hunted down by this terroristic regime that is trying to impose a draconian system of law on you that you might not adhere to, believe in, that the rest of the world doesn't adhere to. It's a tragedy that's been long in the making, but one that we've contributed to as a country far too much. So we're going to take another quick break. We're going to come back, and then we'll talk about what went wrong. What are some of the things that went wrong that we can immediately playing Monday morning quarterback and talk about? For over 7 years, the Second Sith Empire has been the premier community guild in the online game Star Wars: The Old Republic. With hundreds of friendly and helpful active members, a weekly schedule of nightly events, annual guild meet and greets, and an active community both on the web and on Discord. The Second Sith Empire is more than your typical gaming group. We're family. Join us on the Starforge server for nightly events such as operations, flashpoints, world boss hunts, Star Wars trivia, guild lottery, and much more. Visit us on the web today at www.thesecondsithempire.com.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back to Insights into Tomorrow, Battleground Afghanistan. So, taking a look at what might have gone wrong or what did go wrong. First, looking at the country and its citizens. Countries have made the mistake of trying nation building in Afghanistan for over 100 years. The Afghans are fiercely independent and incredibly resilient people. They're accustomed to enduring hardships after so many years. This is mostly or somewhat due to the harsh landscape, makes unconventional warfare nearly impossible with its rugged mountains and lack of adequate infrastructure outside of the cities. A lot like Vietnam, except without the mountains.
Ironic, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's just cooler.
So looking at the United States, primarily the result of an overall lack of guidance and strategy or objective to our presence in Afghanistan, incompetence or ignorance on the part of the intelligence agencies, As a side note to that, there's evidence that diplomats in country had warned the administration and intelligence establishments of the strong possibility of a rapid Afghan fall, which were ignored. Loss of interest in the conflict on the part of the American people. 20 years on, we thought we accomplished our primary objectives with things like the death of Osama bin Laden. The war was extremely expensive. Casualty rates of any level were considered unacceptable. The lack of or prevention of further terrorist attacks put the original purpose of the mission largely out of people's minds.
So you mentioned briefly the parallels between this and Vietnam. And I think a lot of it, there's too many to not sort of dwell on, I guess, here. So you have the country and its citizens, so you look at the hardships that the Afghans have dealt with in what's been a war-torn country for decades now. It's very similar to what the Vietnamese went through. They were never a particularly prosperous or decadent country. Either of them were. So it's difficult for Americans to realize the hardships that they live with every day, and the thought that that's something that would drive them to a peaceful resolution of things is not even logical. Would you agree?
Yeah, absolutely. I think it's such a different way of life that I don't even think we can comprehend it.
Yeah, and I kind of draw a parallel to movies like Red Dawn, right? So you see a movie like Red Dawn where there's this theoretical invasion of the United States, and these high school kids, change their way of life and go live in the mountains, and my daddy taught me to hunt, so I'm going to go shoot bad guys and stuff like that. And it's a fantasy. Mm-hmm. Like, Americans can't even really empathize with that sort of picture. But that's how the Afghans have lived. They've lived off the land. They live in harsh environments. They live in clans of warring tribesmen. It's not like people look at a modern country like the United States when you live here and you think, oh, well, you've got police and you've got low crime rate, and oh my goodness, the crime rate's soaring, and we've had 20 people shot. Well, 20 people shot here is an evening in Afghanistan sometimes when there's a raid. And it's like the standards that we live by here don't even compare to Afghanistan. And for us to think we're going to walk in there and impose our way of life on them is dangerously naive, I think.
Yeah, and I think that's really the thing, right? The people that live in these places were, if they maybe not content, but they were, alive and they were undisturbed. Right. Sure, they had their own internal conflicts, but when we thrust them onto the world stage and make them part of our proxy wars, things get a lot worse for them in the long run, almost 100% of the time.
Yeah, and one of the problems that we've run into is the proxy war that we have in Afghanistan. There's, much like Vietnam, there's no clear objective. Mm-hmm. In Vietnam, it was about numbers. The better numbers we could spin on the news each evening, the more domestic support you would get for the fight. Well, you weren't even getting that in Afghanistan. You got to the point where the only thing that you saw in Afghanistan was when Americans were killed or maimed or whatever, or you saw the aftermath of soldiers that did their tours in Afghanistan and came back and had PTSD or were crippled or partially paralyzed because of injuries sustained over there. And it became a very graphic representation of our presence in Afghanistan when there was no corroborating reason given by the government for us to be there.
Yeah, and I think, still comparing these two things, because you just can't help it, then it was a war on communism, right? And communism was a global fear, really, for everyone that wasn't a communist. But now it's the war on terror, and I think we're just subbing out these words, like a war on an idea, right? And it makes it nebulous that you can do whatever you want, to make it a declared war. And I think the war on communism might have had a little bit more traction than the war on terror does now, because terrorism we don't seem to have a way to stop it, right? And
Right.
like with communism, you can sway the political leanings of a country. With terrorism, there's not a whole lot you can do.
Well, and terrorism, to a certain extent, is a self-fulfilling prophecy. Why are there terrorists? Because they hate us. Why do they hate us? Because we interfere in their way of life.
Yep.
We impose our way of life in areas that don't want it.
Mm-hmm.
And as a result, terrorists rise up, insurrections rise up, they attack us, they fight you off, they commit to these asymmetric wars that we've never learned how to fight. You know, we've got special forces, you've got Green Berets and SEALs, and they can go in and do all this special stuff. But the United States as a military cannot fight a guerrilla war. They just, one, morally they can't do it because the bad guys do that, right?
Mm-hmm.
The bad guys are the guerrilla warfare guys. They're the ones that are going to go kill civilians to deter people from doing things. America can't do that. We never could do that.
We just use drones.
Well, the problem is we've done that.
Yeah.
And whenever that's done, there's war crimes trials about that. So America doesn't want to be that group. But if you're not going to play by the same rules as your opponent, you're never going to achieve victory. And if we're unwilling to play by those rules, which we should be unwilling to play by those rules, then you can't engage in that kind of warfare.
I don't know. I think there's a decent argument to be made that drone strikes are our version of guerrilla warfare because civilians die by the hundreds in those, and the cost of those armaments, you know, I just think it's different than the boots on the ground approach where it's, you know, instead it's a plane taking out, you know, the amount of civilian casualties for one insurgent to be taken out is, you know.
And that's a valid point. You know, when people see drone strikes, it's almost like a video game.
Yeah.
You know, you don't see Americans in there slaughtering women and children. You see a shot from 20,000 feet, you see a brief flash, and then you see an explosion.
Mm-hmm.
And it's almost a sanitizing way for us to do terrorist bombings.
Yeah.
That's a very good point. So the next thing that went wrong here is one that I think can't be ignored, and that's the Afghan military. I mean, let's face it, they collapsed like a cheap lawn chair. Maybe it was incompetence, indifference, cowardice, whatever it was that caused the Afghan armed forces to simply cave. We don't know what it was. But given the rate at which cities were being captured, I think you had a lot of Taliban sympathizers. The fact that the Afghan government was relying on warlords in outlying districts to get their personal armies to defend the land. They're warlords. They're not government officials.
Mm-hmm.
So there's a profit to be made by doing what they do. And I would speculate that perhaps maybe they were bought off by the Taliban, or the Taliban promised them riches or lands or something, but something caused the Afghan military to just collapse. A lot of the Biden administration's planning for this withdrawal was contingent upon the 300,000 Afghans that we trained and equipped to hold off the Taliban. And it never happened. It wasn't even attempted by the Afghan military. And there's been no explanation as to why. So lack of a structured military control by the government and outlying regions was a problem with the Afghan military. Like I said, they were counting on regional warlords to defend the territory. There was probably a fair amount of Taliban supporters already in the military, and some of the warlords were probably paid. You know, the government abandoned the country. The president was quick to flee the country to what he said, quote unquote, avoid bloodshed, which really was avoid his own bloodshed. This signaled an overall lack of effective leadership. There were signs of desperation early on as regional capitals fell. And it was, I mean, at least in Vietnam, the South Vietnamese put up a fight. And they put up a hell of a fight in Vietnam. They were overwhelmed. They were probably not confident enough or equipped enough to do what needed to be done. But once your air support dries up in most of these situations, you're going to lose land to a larger force. So the Afghan military is definitely to blame. But Joe Biden has to take some of the blame himself. We've talked about the fact that there's 4 administrations to blame here. Biden is one of them. He was certainly dealt a bad hand by the deal Trump struck with the Taliban. His intelligence agencies failed to plan for the contingency of the complete collapse of the Afghan military, which you would have thought you would have had reinforcements or at least airstrikes available to support them. That overall lack of air support really killed any chance that the Afghans had of supporting it. It almost struck me as the Bay of Pigs invasion, where the United States the CIA trained up these Cuban refugees to send them over to Cuba to invade, promised air support, and then none of it happened, and they all were captured. Biden has consistently dropped the ball when attempting to address these issues. Getting by on the fact that he's not Donald Trump just isn't cutting it anymore at this point. He's failed to properly plan, he's failed to properly lead, and he failed to provide remedies to resolve the issue. Now, a lot of people at this point in time are kind of jumping to conclusions and calling for his resignation, and I think that's grossly premature. There have been a lot of mistakes made by presidents over the years, none of which are impeachable or worth resigning over. I don't think the Afghan withdrawal is one that we should be demanding his resignation for. And there was reports that there were some Republicans that were preparing articles of impeachment, which, given the political theater we went through during the Trump administration, I'm not surprised by that. But Biden definitely was not doing his best during this. What do you think?
Yeah, I definitely agree. I do think that no matter who would have been president, someone was going to have to bite this bullet eventually. If this withdrawal was ever going to actually happen, I don't think anybody, no matter who was in office, would have made this look like a victory. Just like in Vietnam, was peace without, or victory without defeat, or something like that, or whatever we called our
peace with honor. Yeah,
that's what it was. So we can make ourselves feel better about it. But in this case, there isn't any of that. I think it's a really, really bad look for him as a president. We talked a little bit about it before the show, but the image where he's up on the podium sort of for his moment of silence.
For his moment of silence shot, yeah.
I understand what he was going for in terms of wanting to be compassionate and those things. And I think that is important for a president to be. But I think his opponents, and even people that voted for him, are already looking at him and seeing him as weak. And I think that this is definitely contributing to that image. And I think, obviously, there's lives being lost here, but I think for him as a president, he's really got to step up and really look like a leader that the people that are still trapped in Afghanistan can hope and trust that they will actually receive some assistance.
You're absolutely right. And I can't help but think, regardless of who did the pullout, they were going to have a tragedy on their hands. Mm-hmm. It's something that should have happened after bin Laden was assassinated. So you've had 3 presidents drop the ball so far on this. Biden really was the first one to say, all right, enough is enough. Let's get this done now. So I have to give him some credit for having the intestinal fortitude to draw that line in the sand. So I give him credit for that level of courage. I ding him on the competency in which he did it. There's some areas that need to be worked on. But I can't help but think, how would Donald Trump have handled this? And the first thing that comes to mind was, as soon as this became a graphical issue for him, an image issue for him, he would have said or done something else controversial to deflect away from this, and everyone would be talking about that. So you'd be talking about immigration now, or he'd be tear gassing protesters somewhere, and you wouldn't be thinking about this anymore. And Trump was a master at that. Trump was a master at taking bad press and then distracting you away from it. And that's one area where Biden is just not doing a very good job with it.
No, we're just sort of wallowing in this unfortunate news cycle.
We're muddied down in this quagmire of news now, and the images keep flooding in. And the terrorist attacks are going to keep happening at this point in time until we get everyone out of there. I hate to say it, but he could take a page out of Trump's book and learn how to distract a little bit from this. Smoke and mirrors did wonders for Trump. Mm-hmm. So We're going to take our last break. We're going to come back and we'll talk about what the future of Afghanistan and the United States looks like. We'll be right back.
Insights into Entertainment, a podcast series taking a deeper look into entertainment and media. Our husband and wife team of pop culture fanatics are exploring all things from music and movies to television and fandom. We'll look at the interesting and obscure entertainment news of the week. We'll talk about theme park and pop culture news. We'll give you the latest and greatest on pop culture conventions. We'll give you a deep dive into Disney, Star Wars, and much more. Check out our video episodes at youtube.com/insightsintothings. Our audio episodes at podcast.insightsintoentertainment.com, or check us out on the web at insightsintothings.com.
Welcome back, everybody. We're going to take a look at the future of Afghanistan and the United States. So immediately, Afghanistan will once again fall under the oppressive regime of the Taliban. There will be no democratic system of government at all. The restoration of harsh Sharia law includes a body of religious rules to guide day-to-day lives of Muslims, a stringent code of punishment, Islamic personal laws governing marriage, inheritance, and child custody, a big emphasis on the limited women's rights, forced to wear head-to-toe face-covering garments, beatings if they step outside without a male guardian, no schooling at all, public executions, whipping or stoning for the violating of the law. There will also be economic sanctions. This is most likely going to be the next step from the U.S. in order to try to resolve the issue. This will also ultimately lead to hardship, and deprivation for the citizens of Afghanistan. Ultimately, they will be the ones that suffer. This might even hamper international relief efforts and attempts to clean up the country after 20 plus years of war, including the disposal of landmines.
So, yeah, I mean, you're really seeing a country set up for hardship, more hardship than they've seen in the past, from being war-torn and from having an oppressive government. How do you think that's going to affect the rest of the world?
I mean, I think it's definitely it's a bad look for the U.S. for sure. I mean, and people talk about, the U.S. on the world stage embarrassing ourselves, and we definitely are. And I think that, economic sanctions are going to maybe make us look even worse, because it's going to be ultimately the civilians that are going to be suffering from this. And it's just, we dropped the ball, and there's not a whole lot we can do.
Yeah, and you're going to see that there's going to be extenuating circumstances to the pullout. You're going to see that the only thing the United States is going to be able to do is economic sanctions. We don't want to stay mired up in this, And the other thing that you're going to see come out of this is it's going to be a haven for terrorists. Excuse me. Again, you're going to see people, because of us trying to impose our will on another country, there's more hate. You couldn't ask for a better recruiting pitch than the United States doing something like this.
Yeah, not to mention it's a win for the Taliban, right?
Absolutely.
So it's going to embolden any group remotely like them.
Right. The Taliban have historically proven to be supportive of terrorist organizations, and to a certain extent practice terroristic activities themselves. They terrorize their own people. You're going to see the rise of this ISIS-K movement that's responsible for these couple of bombings. Now, ISIS-K is an extremist branch of the Islamic State of Iraq and the Levant. The K stands for Khorasan, which is a historical province which once stretched across Afghanistan, Turkmenistan, Pakistan, and Iran. They've launched multiple attacks on refugees already at the airport and claimed credit for them in Kabul. They killed over 170 civilians and 13 service members, which is what the United States is reeling from right now. In retaliation to that, within the last 24 hours, the U.S. launched drone strikes. Again, our sanctioned form of car bombs, really, at this point in time. They launched drone strikes on the Nangarhar province in Afghanistan, targeting one of the suspected planners of the attacks. And the Taliban also have a history of supporting Al-Qaeda. The Taliban already sheltered Osama bin Laden during the American search for him after the 9/11 attacks. And the Afghan leaders, the current Afghan leaders, have made recent statements in support of bin Laden, raising questions of their continued support for the terrorist group. So they've pretty much signified the fact that they're going to be a home for terrorists. Anybody who wants to learn how to build bombs and kill people and terrorize the United States, you can come to Afghanistan. The Taliban's going to help you. That's what we have to deal with now.
Yeah, and this speaks to the damage to America's reputation, which I already mentioned a little bit. This is going to weaken the United States on the world stage. Our reputation with our allies is going to suffer when they see how poorly we treated our Afghani allies. We're creating yet another refugee crisis that the rest of the world will have to shoulder the burden of. Speaking of refugee crisis, some of those refugees are arriving in local military bases where they're hopefully going to have some peace. The Afghan Civil War. It's hard to imagine this not ending with a bloody civil war among the Afghans. It wouldn't be the first or the last time. A civil war is an opportunity to have a proxy war, which we already mentioned, between other less involved countries. Ultimately, the region's going to continue to be war-torn for years to come.
So, again, we're going to end the show on a positive note here, and it's doom and gloom again for another region of the world. I think our involvement in Afghanistan is something that is going to cost us well beyond the numbers that we've talked about here for years to come. If you look just at the human toll here on the Americans that serve there, the people that live there that are now displaced, the people that are living there now that are living under a repressive regime, 20 years later, nothing's changed. All that money spent, all those lives lost, all the bullets, all the bombs, and you're literally back to where you were 20 years ago. Was it worth it?
No.
No, it wasn't.
Yeah. For my closing thoughts, I'd say if you're gonna take a look at this, try not to get mired in the teams of it. Don't take sides. There's fault in terms of politics, fault on both sides. And ultimately the people that are losing are the people of Afghanistan and any other country that is caught in a situation like this. And the people that are winning are the people making money off of this, follow the money, right? People that are making these the missiles for the drone strikes, people that are funding these armies and profiting off any resources that are gathered in the process. I think that is really the takeaway from this, is that this is just the way that, wars are going today. The profiteering off it, and ultimately the lower, the less enfranchised people getting the hit.
No doubt. So that was all we had. Before we do go, I would invite our audience once again to subscribe to the podcast. Audio versions can be found listed as Insights into Tomorrow. Video versions can be found listed as Insights into Things on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, Google, Stitcher, etc., etc. I would also invite you to write into us, give us your feedback. You can email us at comments@insightsintothethings.com. You can find us on Twitter at insights_things. We do stream 5 days a week on Twitch at twitch.tv/insightsintothings. We can be found on Facebook at facebook.com/insightsintothingspodcast, or Instagram listed at insightsintothings, where links to all those can be found on our website at insightsintothings.com. That's it. Another one in the books.
Bye, everybody.
Bye.
Insightful podcasts by informative hosts. Insights into Things, a podcast network. Welcome to Insights into Tomorrow, where we take a deeper look into how the issues of today will impact the world of tomorrow. From politics and world news to media and technology, we discuss how today's headlines are becoming tomorrow's reality.
Welcome to Insights into Tomorrow. This is episode 14, The Specter of Student Debt. I'm your host, Joseph Whalen, and my co-host, Sam Whalen.
Hello, everyone.
How you doing today, Sam?
Doing great. Can't wait to talk about student debt.
As someone who is a victim of it, I think you probably are the best subject matter expert we've ever had on any of our shows.
If I'm an expert, I don't know that much about it. So, I mean, I owe them. I know that. So that's much I know.
Well, you might not be an expert, but you're definitely a victim of it. So this week, we are talking about the pandemic of student debt. Why is it a problem in the United States? We'll talk about a brief history of student debt, and we'll take a look at what's driving the rise in student debt these days. And then we'll take a look at possible solutions to this problem plaguing today's youth and what the future of student debt looks like. Before we do that, though, I would invite our listening and viewing audience to subscribe to the podcast. You can get audio versions of this podcast listed as Insights into Tomorrow. Video versions of all the network's podcasts can be found listed as Insights into Things. We are listed on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, Google, Stitcher, iHeartRadio, Amazon, pretty much any place you can get a podcast these days. I would also invite everyone to give us your feedback. Write in, tell us how we're doing, give us your suggestions for topics you'd like us to talk about. You can email us at comments@insightsintothings.com. You can get us on Twitter at insights_things. On Facebook, we are facebook.com/insightsintothingspodcast. On Instagram, we are at Insights Into Things, or you can get links to all those on our website at www.insightsintothings.com. Ready to get into it?
Yep.
All right. So what is student debt? There is a ton of research out there, or a ton of information, I should say, out there that I came across in doing the research for today's show. Most of what we're going to talk about today comes from firstrepublic.com. They say student debt plays a significant role in the lives of many Americans. The cost associated with higher education continues to increase year over year, and for many, this translates to a heavier reliance on loans to bridge the gap. Consequently, outstanding U.S. student loan debt reached $1.7 trillion at the end of 2020, according to the Federal Reserve, which is an all-time high. To put that into perspective, that's roughly the GDP ranking of Canada, the 10th highest ranked country in the world by GDP. How does, that number to me is just astronomical.
Mm-hmm.
What's the impact of that number to you?
Yeah, I mean, it's just like you said, once you get past, honestly, 100, it's hard for me to fathom that number. But when we talk about trillions, it's like when you look at the national debt too. It's just, these numbers are astronomical. You can't even wrap your head around them, let alone the notion of being able to pay that off, which is just, it seems impossible.
Yeah, but the thought that if we wanted to pay off the national student debt right now, that's more money than Canada can generate in a year.
Yeah.
I mean, that's just, it's ridiculous.
It's a great way to intro the topic too, framing it in that, how big of a beast it is. You know?
Yeah, I mean, it seems, when you talk in numbers that size, it seems kind of insurmountable, really.
So we have a couple other student loan debt statistics. The national average per student is about $39,000. The states with the highest student loan debt, number one coming in is Washington, D.C. Their average student loan debt is $54,400 a year. Just below that is Maryland with $42,700. Age groups with the most student loan debt are 18 to 29-year-olds. 34% of that age group have student loan debt, which makes sense because they're people either going into college or coming out of it. More than half of college-educated adults have student loan debt. That's 65% of people. 6% of borrowers who owe more than $100,000 in student loan debt, including the 2% owing more than $200,000, account for a third of all outstanding student loan debt. So a lot of people owing a lot of money. The vast majority of those borrowers who owe more than $100,000 took out loans for graduate school. Loans associated with grad school account for about 50% of the outstanding student loan debt. The other half belongs to the 75% of borrowers who took out loans for 2 or 4-year degrees. And then finally, the U.S. student debt has increased by more than 100% over the past 10 years. So we're looking at the numbers are only getting higher, and that's why we have the highest in 2020 with $1.7 trillion.
And that's another, alarming statistic to have anything go up 100% over the course of 10 years.
Yeah.
Has the quality of your education increased at the same proportional rate?
I don't know. That's a good question. I mean, I've only been in college for 3 years now. I'm going into my senior year. But that large amount of increase, it seems impossible that there would be a reflection in education that would meet that as well.
Yeah, and the business side of me looks at this and wants to say, all right, what's the cost-benefit analysis? If I'm paying 100% more over the last 10 years, is the salary that I'm taking when I come out of that college raising 100% more? And statistically, it's not. Salaries are not keeping pace with the current economic scale.
Yeah.
So you're paying all this much more for an education, but you're not getting the compensation on the back end of that to justify that cost. So there's a massive loss of investment here. Like, how long do you think you're going to be in debt with college debt?
I mean, judging by what I'm seeing now with my bills and things for the years, I'm probably in that average, $40K range for what I'm going to owe back. The bigger question is I'm going into a field that hopefully I'll find a job quickly. I'm planning on going into the radio field, anything like that. So hopefully I'll find a job and they'll just garner my wages. That's going to be my plan essentially. Now I know some people that are going into medical field, so they're going into grad school. So that's half of those loans there that people owe. And those jobs are obviously, you end up spending a lot more and you end up owing a lot more debt, but you're pretty much guaranteed a job because the world always needs doctors and whatnot.
Right.
So I think it really depends on just what you're looking to do post-college and how long you want to stay in school and then how much you're going to pay too.
Well, and like I look at it from, I don't know, I kind of try to tie it to more everyday things. So I think, okay, what's the next closest thing I have to a $40,000 debt? And I think, okay, if I buy a car and I finance a car, I'll finance a car for 5 years. After 5 years, 3 years maybe, depending on how much of a monthly payment I want to do. But let's say 5 years is pretty much, I think, on average. I'll pay my car off after 5 years. Are you going to have your student loan debt paid off after 5 years?
Probably not.
Yeah.
Probably not, no.
And you look at student loan debt when it comes to your postgraduate schools, where you're looking at around $200,000 in debt that you're going to have. So now you're looking at the cost of a mortgage.
Mm-hmm.
So even if I look at it from a mortgage standpoint, I'm going to pay that over 30 years. So are you going to finance your student debt over a 30-year period?
I mean, I know people that are in their 40s and even 50s that are still paying off their student debt. And that, I mean, sure, that's a financial question because it's going to depend on your income and your ability to make those payments. But it can go that long, and especially it's going to depend on what level of education you decided to go with.
So let's stay on that topic just for a second there. So if I go to get a mortgage and I'm buying a $200,000 house, I have to have an established credit history. I have to have an established income, and I have to prove that I'm not a credit risk for them to give me a loan. And depending on how risky I am, determines what my percentage rate is. What, as a student, did you have to produce to show that you're not a credit risk when it came to getting loans for school?
Well, often they have your parents co-sign, which helps because then they become responsible for that debt too, and that kind of lends credibility to you. I applied to college, so I don't know how it works for grad school because I don't have any, aspirations of going down that path. But it wasn't as rigorous as a test as that of
right.
Going for a mortgage. It was much more apply to the school, get into the school, okay, you're pretty much, you can just get loans, and there's not
Right.
that long of a approval process. It's more about how much do you make, so that we know how much to give you.
And I think that's kind of the point that I'm trying to make here is that the process itself isn't nearly as rigorous as it is to make sure you're not a credit risk, to make sure you're capable of paying it back.
Mm-hmm.
There's almost an assumption of, oh, well, pay us whatever we ask for, and then we'll make sure you get an education and get a good job that you can pay that back.
Yeah, and I imagine it probably is designed that way because people going into college, they don't want to think about after college when they're going to have to pay all this back. They want to get their education. They want to, if they have a career in mind, they want to get to that as fast as possible. So they'll take any loans they have to.
Sure. And I think one of the indirect consequences of this is that you're seeing the number of people that choose to go into a vocational profession significantly increasing over those that are going to college.
I thought about that. I mean, my freshman year in college, I took mostly gen eds, and I was like, this is not what I want to do. So I started looking at broadcasting schools, and I seriously considered it in my sophomore year, transferring and just going to broadcasting school because, going to broadcasting school, because a lot of the people that I look up to in the area that are broadcasters either didn't go to college or went to broadcasting school. And it just seemed like, that's exactly what I want to do. Why not just do that?
Right.
But I ended up rethinking it because, just having the degree, you talk yourself into it.
Yeah.
And I'll probably talk more about that later, but just the mindset of kind of just accepting debt as a notion, you
Right.
kind of just become okay with it.
And I had a friend of mine, her son, they had groomed him for going to college all through his high school career, his grades and all the extracurricular stuff and the clubs and all that stuff. And when he got to his senior year in high school and saw how much it was going to cost, he realized he couldn't afford it.
Yeah.
And he didn't want to be in debt for, the majority of his life.
Right.
So he decided, instead of going to college for accounting or business administration or whatever, he was going to be an electrician. And he went off and he went through a vocational school. He joined a guild and, is under an apprenticeship now. And he's making more now within less than 4 years of the time he would have spent in college. He's making more now than if he'd come out of college with a 4-year degree. And he's just starting out in his profession without all that debt.
Yeah. I don't know. I think it depends on, we get into deeper questions of how do you measure success? What do you want from your educational career? And I think that once you figure out those answers for yourself, then you can kind of decide, do I really need college? Do I really need to do this?
Right.
In my case, yes. But in that guy's case, no, he didn't need to do that. If he enjoys being an electrician and he gets satisfaction from that work, there's no reason for him to go to college. He can do exactly what you said and not have to worry about debt, which is almost not unheard of, but rare.
Yeah.
At least with my generation.
And it's a very valid point you make that it's very situational and very specific to the individual.
Yeah.
So that's the kind of the intro to the topic that we're talking about. We're going to take a quick break. We're going to come back and we're going to look at a brief history of how student debt has evolved in the United States.
Insights into Teens, a podcast series exploring the issues and challenges of today's youth. Talking to real teens about real teen problems. Explore issues from braces to puberty, social anxiety to financial responsibility. Each week, we talk about the topics concerning today's youth. We look at how the issues affect teens, how to cope with these issues, and how parents, friends, and loved ones can help teens handle these challenges. Check out our video episodes on youtube.com/insightsintothings. Catch our audio versions on podcast.insightsintoteens.com or on the web at insightsintothings.com.
Welcome back to Insights into Tomorrow. We're talking student debt today. So let's just take a quick brief history of what student debt has looked like in the United States. Student debt really didn't come into being until around 1840. The first student loans in the U.S. were offered exclusively to students at Harvard in 1840. Public student loans didn't arise until the 20th century. So it's kind of a whole new concept as far as taking loans to go to college. And, the instance of people going to college didn't really increase too much until around the 1940s. So in the 2 decades prior to the institution of federally guaranteed student loans, the U.S. experienced a significant increase in college attendance, thanks in part to the GI Bill in 1944. So fulfilling the need for affordable higher education, the GI Bill subsidized, or in some cases completely covered, the cost of college education for nearly half the Americans returning from World War II. We jump forward to 1972, and the HEA was amended to ensure, the HEA being the something that was up top there that I didn't talk about, the Higher Education Act of 1965. Sorry.
Everybody knows it. It's one of the big bills.
Yeah, if you're listening to this show, you should already know that. So the Higher Education Act was amended to ensure that education programs whose students were receiving financial assistance and student loans did not discriminate based on gender.
I'm sure they didn't discriminate based on anything else.
It's an evolving process, okay? So by 76, 77, all undergraduate students became eligible for Pell Grants. Together, these two popular programs further increased college attendance rates by providing financial assistance to individuals who previously could not obtain it. So the focus so far at that point was not controlling student debt, not controlling the cost of education. It was making education more available to those who wouldn't be able to do it because of discriminatory practices or financial difficulties and stuff like that. So up until the 1970s, mid to late 70s, the drive really was to enable students at that point.
Yeah, so looking into the 80s now, these are when things sort of start to turn sour. 1986, parents and students had incurred nearly $10 billion in federal student loans, which is funny now that we're up to $1.7 trillion.
Yeah, $10 billion is a drop in the bucket, right?
Then considered then an outrageous amount. That same year, more than 1/4 of student borrowers owed more than $10,000 in student loan debt. Adjusting for inflation, that's about $21,000 today. So this is sort of where you start to see that this is sort of getting out of hand. And into the 1990s, student loan debt begins to skyrocket. In 1993, the average debt of a bachelor's degree was approximately $9,000, and within just 5 years, it was $15,000, and by 2003, it was almost $20,000, coming in at $17,500. And then finally into the 2000s, today the average loan debt, which we already mentioned, is roughly $30,000. Though one recent study by the Fidelity Investments puts that figure closer to $35,000. Approximately 20% of U.S. households currently owe student loan debt, as do 40% of people younger than 35, which is kind of wild. Almost half of people younger than 35 owe student debt. This means an increase of nearly 200% of overall student loan debt over the last 20 years. 200% in just 20 years. As of 2012, total student debt has surpassed $1 trillion.
And that's astronomical. It really is, just that growth rate. Now, my first question there is, what's driving that cost increase? Is it the cost of education? Is it the financing side of things? Where would you pin the blame there?
I mean, I don't really understand economics, but it seems like if more people are going to be able to get an education, then from a business standpoint, because colleges are businesses, then their market base is wider, right? So they can drive up that cost. And especially once college becomes a social norm where you're just expected to go to college, essentially, then that ensures their business model even more, because people want to go to college, they can charge whatever they want.
Well, yes, to a certain extent, I agree with the principle of economies of scale here. So back in the 1870s, when, maybe 2% of the population went to college educations should therefore have been exceedingly expensive. But now when you have such a large percentage of people that are, think of the Ford Model T. Okay, so prior to mass production of automobiles, they were very specialized, very hand built, very unique. A couple of them rolled off the plant per month. So as a result, they were very expensive to cover your overhead. Well, when the Model T comes around and you're rolling hundreds of these off the assembly line per day, you can now produce them, thanks to economies of scale, you can produce them much cheaper and then distribute that overhead cost across many more customers. And I would have thought that same model would have translated into your education system, where the more students you have, the lower that tuition rate should be, logically.
That'd be nice. It doesn't seem like it went that way, though. I don't know. I don't really have an answer for that. I guess because as the debt numbers increase too, does that allow for, are the higher tuitions not really questioned because it just happens so quickly over time? I don't know. It would be nice if that logic applied, where if the more people went to college, the cheaper it was. But it seems like it's the opposite.
It does. And, then I have to take a look at what's the cost of college. What has gone up so dramatically for a college education? Is it technological advancements? Is it the cost of campuses? Is it property related? Like, what has happened in the last 20 years at your local college that would make it so much more expensive to go?
I'm not sure. I mean, if they're dealing with more money, maybe they just feel they need to spend more money on things that maybe they don't necessarily need, new facilities that might look nice and might provide for people that use them, but do we really need them? Or large structures, like parking garages and things like that. Are these things necessary? And maybe they're just spending that money because they have it. And that encourages the need for more money to keep doing that. I don't know.
It's a self-fulfilling prophecy. That makes a lot of sense. And I also have to look at these colleges that are very athletically driven. Mm-hmm. All your Big Ten colleges and your Ivy League colleges, where you're bringing in a significant income from the sports and athletics that are happening at your college. Why isn't that going into lowering the cost of tuition for your students?
Yeah. I mean, we could do a whole other show on college sports like that. I mean, they just had the NCAA ruling where they can get money from their image, which is nice, but
the schools still can't pay them.
Yeah. And the school's still getting a ton of money, especially big schools like that.
Right.
Just on like the broadcast rights alone.
And that's what blows my mind is they're bringing in money hand over fist to the point that you've got college stadiums that are more well appointed than professional stadiums these days.
Yeah, I don't know. When I look at it, I look at it very cynically, and it just seems like these are businesses first and educational institutions second, and they are very greedy.
Yeah.
And it just seems like they want to get as much money as possible out of people.
So Forbes did do a study on what's driving the increases in higher education. Now this study was done September of 2020. And their conclusion, college is expensive.
Good work, Forbes.
That was helpful. They said since the 1999 to 2000 academic year, the net price of tuition, fees, room and board at a public four-year college has increased 68%. 68% in 20 years. That's insane. The amount borrowed to go to college each year has doubled in the same time. And today, the cumulative federal student loan debt is over $1.54 trillion, more than double the amount of 2010. That's insane. They say that much of the focus around student debt is around rising tuition, and for good reason. As states disinvested in higher education, tuition increased across the country. Published tuition at public four-year colleges rose by 36% from 2008 to 2018, and in many states, tuition rose even more. Today, most student funding from states is 8.7% less than it was before the Great Recession, which should be a warning sign given the current economic situation. So there's a good driving force there that we're not talking your Ivy League schools. We're talking your state-sponsored schools. In New Jersey, we're talking your Rowans, your Rutgers, ones that get funding from the state. The state has now cut back because of economic concerns.
Yeah, I mean, that makes sense. States cut the funding, so the colleges have to raise tuition. Now, do they have to raise it by 68% in 10 years? I don't know.
Well, not when you're only cutting it by 8.7%.
Yeah,
How do
exactly.
you justify that?
Yeah.
So many have proposed making public college tuition free, which I don't think I'd argue with that. But that alone won't address student debt going forward because tuition isn't the only driver of student debt. The total cost of college also includes living expenses like textbooks and room and board, regardless if a student lives on campus or not. Living costs actually are more expensive than the sticker price of tuition. In fact, tuition and fees only make up 48% of the total cost of college at a public four-year college. At public two-year colleges, it's even smaller. It's an even smaller share at 29%, with living costs almost making up 2/3 of the cost to attend. So you were living on campus your first year. How did that go down?
That's something that we didn't even talk about. Like, you're taking out your college loans, but you're also like renting an apartment basically. And, I only did it for 1 year. It just wasn't for me. And I live close enough to campus that it's not really necessary. And it was very expensive living on campus, at least. I mean, there's options, where you can like just get an apartment off campus that I think those might be cheaper, especially if you have roommates, you split that cost. But yeah, a lot of that cost is coming from living there because it is a secondary apartment rental essentially. And it's really great for some people. You're living on campus. Where I was in the heart of campus. So you can get pretty much anywhere quickly. So there's a convenience factor. There's a social factor because if you have a lot of friends on campus or you're part of a fraternity or a sorority, you have easy access to that or any clubs you're on campus. So there's definitely benefits. It's just, is it worth, again, it's a personal decision. Is it worth the, in my opinion, very high cost that room and board is going to run you?
Yeah, that's a very good point. Now, when you stopped living on campus, did your costs go down significantly?
Yeah, it did.
By these kind of percentage numbers?
Yeah, roughly. I don't remember exactly. Like I would have to look at my actual bill because you can see all that. But yeah, definitely there was a decent chunk that was taken out because I was no longer living on campus.
That's a very good point. So they say that covering tuition alone won't eliminate the need for many students to borrow money. Many of the existing, quote, free college proposals would continue the Pell Grant program and allow low-income students to use the grant to cover living costs, which would help low-income students. So a lot of the financial support that's out there now would still continue, even though eliminating tuition fees isn't going to be the end-all, be-all, but there are still other methods out there to assist students.
Yeah, that's another thing. I was looking at my bill recently, like I mentioned, and it goes tuition, and then it just says fees, and that's like a third of the cost. It's like, what are fees? And, I'm sure you can, if you ask, they'll break it down for you. But it's strange seeing, all right, I understand what tuition is. I'm paying you to go to the school. What are fees and where are they going? And it's
Right.
like, that's where you get into why is this costing so much? And it really makes you wonder, especially if they're fees for things that you aren't using.
Well, and you get that sort of thing on utility bills and stuff like that, where they try to hide all the costs.
Yep.
But when you're talking $1.5 billion, you need to kind of be a little more upfront with these. So what other factors are there that we have to weigh in?
So there's the graduate school. In 2019, the number of loans dispersed for graduate school accounted for 16% of all federal student loans issued. While they were a small number of loans, they actually accounted for 41% of the dollars dispersed. That's because of the amount graduate students borrow, because graduate school is really expensive, no matter what level you're going for. While many often talk about borrowers with six-figure student debt, that's not undergraduates. According to federal data, the average debt for a bachelor's degree is about $27K. We've talked about that before. That's because they're cheaper, but also there are strict federal limits on undergraduate borrowing. The same federal data shows that there is only one degree level where the median bar exceeds six figures, and that's for your doctorate, so for law or medical school. On top of all of this, another driver of the rise in student loan debt is the sheer number of people going to college, kind of like we were talking about. There's just more access to it. So because of that, the borrowing has also increased. Undergraduate enrollment has increased by more than 3.5 million students since 2000, and more people are going to graduate school as a result of that. From 2000 to 2018, enrollment for graduate school increased by 41%. The rising cumulative debt looks astounding, but it's also important to consider all pieces of context that contribute to that increase. If people really want to eliminate student debt, it will mean finding a way to cover graduate school as well, in addition to the expensive living costs. And no plan exists to ensure that all students can enroll at Harvard at free of charge. So it comes down to idealism, right? You would like these things to be free, but it's in the real world, that's just not going to happen.
Yeah, and I don't think most students are shooting for free college. I think the vast majority of students who carry student debt loan at this point in time are just looking for reasonable cost.
Mm-hmm.
And the numbers that we're talking about so far kind of prove that these costs are well beyond reasonable.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, being able to go to college is definitely a privilege, and it's good that more people are able to do it. And it just so happens that that access comes with a literal and figurative cost of just being in debt. But if that means that somebody that normally, 30 or 40 years ago wouldn't have been able to go to college, that can now, I think that's a good thing. I just think that, like you said, those numbers are ridiculously high and don't need to be that high.
Yeah, and I don't think anybody expects to be debt-free when they get out of college, but you got to make sure that the increases in debt kind of are warranted for what you're getting out of it.
Yeah, you're not just bleeding people dry.
Yeah, and that's really what it seems like at this point. So we're going to take another quick break, and then we're going to come back and talk about some possible ways to address the student loan problem. For over 7 years, the Second Sith Empire has been the premier community guild in the online game Star Wars: The Old Republic. With hundreds of friendly and helpful active members, a weekly schedule of nightly events, annual guild meet and greets, and an active community both on the web and on Discord. The Second Sith Empire is more than your typical gaming group. We're family. Join us on the Starforge server for nightly events such as operations, flashpoints, world boss hunts, Star Wars trivia, guild lottery, and much more. Visit us on the web today at www.thesecondsithempire.com.
Welcome back, everybody. We are talking about student debt today. So some student loan debt problem. This is coming from the University of Washington. There's the Student Loan Fairness Act. The Student Loan Fairness Act proposes to tie interest rates to the Federal Reserve discount window rate. I don't know what that means. I'm not an economist, but that sounds like it might be a good thing. Student loan borrowers are currently paying 9 times higher than the banks are able to borrow for. These rates would apply to federal subsidized Stafford loans. The Student Loan Fairness Act would offer borrowers the 10-10 loan repayment plan, which limits the payment on student loans to 10% of discretionary income. This is already offered with the income-based repayment, which I think I mentioned earlier when I was joking that they're just going to take from my wages. One of the big differences is that the proposed 10-10 repayment also offers a maximum capitalization of 10% of interest over the loan that was taken out. This means that your loan balance will never surpass your original balance plus 10%. The Student Loan Fairness Act would allow borrowers a year in which they would be able to convert their private student loans into federal loans if they qualify. And even if you don't qualify for the conversion, the mere fact that this option exists will force private lenders to work with their borrowers and offer programs to parallel what is offered in federal programs. And then finally, the Student Loan Fairness Act offers forgiveness to public sector employees after only 60 months. So that I don't understand the larger terms, but in general, that sounds like it'd be a good thing.
So to kind of put this into perspective, when you go and you get a mortgage, okay, so you buy a house for $100,000, let's say, just to keep the number simple. What they'll do is they'll charge you an interest rate, we'll say 5%, and they'll amortize that over the course of the loan. And basically what that means is they front load your interest payments at the beginning of your loan, and your interest payments will gradually decrease as you pay the loan off. You're going to pay off at a maximum of that 5% of the loan. You're never going to pay more than that 5% of the loan, But what they do is they make sure they get their money up front there, and then the principal gradually increases the further you pay down. What they're saying here is your student loans will be capped. One, they'll be based on what the Federal Reserve rate is, plus a reasonable profit over that. So when you go and get a loan now, your interest rate that you pay on your loan is, if you get a fixed rate, it's based on prime rate plus whatever the bank is charging for their income there. And then the bank has to then pay their underwriters and all that stuff based on what they make from you. But if you take out a loan, I mean, basically what they're doing with student loans is like what a loan shark does. You know, I'm going to charge you 100% a day on what you borrowed. And by the time you pay off that $100,000 loan, you've paid $400,000.
Way more than you borrowed.
Yeah. Which is ridiculous. And what the federal government's saying, no, you're going to not pay more than 10% on what that value of that loan was. So if you borrowed $100,000, the most you'll ever pay back is $110,000.
Yeah, that sounds great.
and it makes sense. The problem comes with who's investing in those loans at this point in time. We'll talk about that in a little bit.
Okay.
So the Levy Institute recently published a proposal for canceling all outstanding student debt. The federal government would write off the debt for which it itself is the creditor, which is the majority of outstanding student loans, and it would assume payments on behalf of borrowers for those loans that are held by private lenders. The population student loan balance would be reduced to zero, a radical solution to the student debt crisis, but one that deserves serious attention given the radical scope of the problem. Economists believe the student debt cancellation would be modestly stimulative to the macroeconomy, increasing annual GDP by $86 per person, which would bring us up to $106 billion per year. It would increase the demand for labor and therefore slightly reduce the unemployment rate. They argue that student debt worsens household balance sheets, and that weakens, the weakness is one of the key mechanisms holding back economic growth. They go on to say that it amounts to around the same size in net dollar cost to the government as the recent tax giveaway to the rich, although with a very different beneficiary population.
Yeah.
You got to convince the rich white guys to let other people get some of that money back. And
that's a hard ask.
That's the hard ask, yeah. So the other concept is free college, quote unquote free college. Free tuition at public colleges and universities, eliminate federal government's profiting on student loans, cut interest on student loans, allow students to refinance loans at today's interest rates, allow low-income students to use federal aid to cover room, board, books, and living expenses. Now, this is sort of like the wish list solution that they have, but some of it makes sense. So, for instance, nowadays, if you have a house and you bought your house 10 years ago and you got a 5% mortgage, which would have been exceedingly high, you can go back to the bank after a certain period of time and refinance that at a lower rate. You can't do that with your student debt. Mm-hmm. So if you got a rate of 15% on your student debt, which is essentially what a credit card rate is, you can never go back. You're always paying that amount for the life of the debt.
Which is going to bleed you dry.
Right. So you don't have, with student loans, you don't have a lot of the same rights and freedoms that you do with other financial loans that you might take out. And I think one of the things that pretty much all of these programs are trying to do is level that playing field to make it more fair.
Yeah, I mean, that seems reasonable. And I look at things like this and it feels like it's by design, especially because it's the demographic of, I think we said earlier, 18 to 29-year-olds, somewhat, green to the world. And when you're taking on these huge loans that you then later have no control over, it feels predatory.
Yeah, absolutely.
Extremely predatory.
And I think one of the problems that we're seeing now is a lot of different solutions are coming into play at different levels, different state levels. The federal government's got a couple in place. So nobody's coming out with a unified plan with this. Like, for instance, University of Michigan created the High Achieving Involved Leader Scholarship. The Tennessee Promise, which was adopted in 2014, offers 2 years of tuition-free community college or technical school to all high school graduates. All these different proposals all have pros and cons to it. And I think what you need something at the federal level that melds all of these different programs together to try to give us really the one-size-fits-all answer to it.
Yeah, definitely. Some of those other programs, you have the Education Trust, which goes with a scorecard program based on some of the following criteria. Covers at least 4 years of tuition and a bachelor's degree at a 4-year institution. It helps low-income students cover living expenses, includes adults and returning students. No college GPA requirement above 2.0 or a C average. C's get degrees. Allows students to enroll half-time, and the grant does not convert to a loan if criteria isn't met. However, no state program meets all criteria, like we were saying, but Washington's college-bound scholarship comes the closest. Since most of the programs are relatively new, it is premature to evaluate their effects. However, an article by the Hettinger Report points out that most programs do not give low-income students 4 years of free college. And failing that, quote, it's increasingly clear that free college, as it is often currently implemented, may be more of a marketing message than a policy that will boost the education level of the future American workforce. Which sounds about right. If you can't actually do it, just make it sound like you can. Get people to go there.
And unfortunately, that seems to be a very political approach to this. I
mean, Biden talked a lot about student debt when he was running, and he talked about how he was going to try to forgive a lot of it, and that has, there's no movement on that. So it definitely works, and people eat that up.
Well, and he did sign legislation a few weeks back where he forgave something like $10 million in student debt.
I forgot about that.
$10 million,
1.7 trillion.
1.7 trillion. That's like finding pocket change in the couch.
If you wanted to be optimistic, you could say maybe that's a start. Or if you wanted to be cynical, you could say that he did that to get points, just to look good.
And that's really, that was almost done. That was political theater is what that was. Because I can almost guarantee that the 10 million that he forgave, they probably had 15 million more in applications behind that.
Yeah.
So you're not solving any of the problems with this political theater. And really one of the biggest problems that you're gonna run into is that it's the investors that you have to please.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, is there a reason for them to fix this problem? I don't think there is. They're making money hand over fist.
And that's exactly it. Until you have a reason as an investor, because what happens is all the student debt gets bought up by investors because they know right now that it's going to get paid back, so it's a good risk for them to take. As soon as the federal government comes in and decides they're going to wave their magic wand and make the debt go away, all that investment money that's out there that's buying up the debt now is going to go away, and you're going to crash the economy.
Yeah.
And I don't think a lot of people realize that so much of our economy is driven on debt. The fact that our national debt is what it is. If you make the debt go away, the people that invest in that debt are going to go away.
Yep. Didn't that happen with the mortgage crisis? Like that was all based off of people's debt and who owned that debt. And then when things started to go under because people couldn't pay that money back, everything like domino effect fell.
Right. Like people look at debt and think, oh, well, no one should be in debt. Debt should go away. Well, debt is like a commodity. Debt's like gold. Okay, so if somebody owes $100,000, somebody else is willing to invest in that because they know that $100,000 is going to have a set return on interest rate. So I'll give you $100,000 today if you're going to give me $120,000 a year from now because it's a good wager.
Yeah.
But if you just make that debt go away,
it breaks the whole system.
Right, it breaks the entire system.
Yeah. And I think that's the issue too, because debt has a negative connotation, but in reality, it's necessary at this point, essentially.
Debt drives the economy more than cash does. And the first thing the federal government wants to do is put more cash on the market when the economy gets bad. And that's the last thing you want to do because it drives inflation up. Mm-hmm. What you need is to have debt controlled in a regulated manner to make sure it's a guaranteed return.
And give people the option to refinance things like their student loans.
Sure.
And give people a little bit more autonomy when it comes to these extremely, I said it before, with the predatory practices that they're already doing.
Sure.
And have been doing.
And what's happening here is your debt is getting too high, and it's the debt itself is originating from people who don't have the means to pay it back. So therefore, the risk to that debt goes up significantly. Mm-hmm. which a lot of investors want to shy away from because they want a return.
Could we see something like the financial crisis in 2008, where it's all these people that have gone to college and have taken out loans, but once they're out of college, have no means to pay that back?
You absolutely could. You figure it doesn't matter what your debt is. If it's more than $10,000, you can legally file for bankruptcy.
Mm-hmm.
So if every student out there who owes more than $10,000 files for bankruptcy, all those investors who invested in that debt are out their money.
Sounds like a bubble.
That's exactly what it is. And this is why politicians are so hesitant to just come in and try to make the problem go away, because they understand that it drives the economy.
Yeah, what's riding on it, yeah.
So it's a very difficult situation, and the future of it's pretty bleak looking. As with,
I was going to say, that's why it's on this show.
Most things with this show, the future's pretty bleak looking, but I'm sure we'll survive.
Just become an electrician, you'll be fine.
Vocational, you may lose a few fingers, but vocational school is not a bad thing. So let's take our last break. We'll come back and we'll take a look at what the future does look like.
Insights into Entertainment, a podcast series taking a deeper look into entertainment and media. Our husband and wife team of pop culture fanatics are exploring all things from music and movies to television and fandom. We'll look at the interesting and obscure entertainment news of the week. We'll talk about theme park and pop culture news. We'll give you the latest and greatest on pop culture conventions. We'll give you a deep dive into Disney, Star Wars, and much more. Check out our video episodes at youtube.com/insightsintothings. Our audio episodes at podcast.insightsintoentertainment.com, or check us out on the web at insightsintothings.com.
Welcome back to Insights into Tomorrow. We are talking student debt, and we're going to take a look at what the future of student debt holds for us. So according to onlinecolleges.net, the silver lining in all this is that policymakers, college administrators, borrowers, parents, students, and prospective college enrollees are at least aware of the problem, and many are proposing solutions. So nobody's pretending that we don't have a problem here, which I guess is a silver lining. I think it's kind of hard to ignore the problem. So
$1.7 trillion.
Yeah, I mean, okay. Pink elephant in the room.
At least we're talking about it.
One popular route is to eschew the traditional four-year college in favor of vocational certificate programs, which, we joked about here, but it's a legitimate route to go. In 2012, manufacturers reported that as many as 600,000 jobs went unfulfilled because workers lacked vocational skills. My father used to joke around trying to encourage us to go to college, which my father was not a very particularly encouraging individual. He wouldn't make a motivational speaker. He would tell us, well, the world always needs ditch diggers. Mm-hmm. Thanks, Dad. Appreciate that.
They don't have debt. Maybe not college.
They don't have any income either. But they go on to say, in fact, a recent report noted that 29 million jobs in the U.S. that require vocational skills but do not require a bachelor's degree, and most award an annual salary of $35,000 or more. Now, I don't know if $35,000 is above or below the poverty line. I know $35,000 is pretty low. Hourly, I don't know. I think that's probably about 15, which is what people are trying to get for a minimum wage. And minimum wage is traditionally always below the poverty line. They say some solutions look to change the terms of the loans themselves, which we've talked about. In addition to locking in low interest rates on federal student loans, some lawmakers are seeking to add provisions such as debt forgiveness for those who have made payments for a period of time, as well as suspension of interest accrual during times of high unemployment. Another idea put forward would allow borrowers with student loan debt to refinance at lower fixed interest rates in the same way people refinance their mortgages, which we also talked about. This would result in a savings estimated of $14.5 billion for borrowers in the first year alone. Sounds like a no-brainer. Let's do it. Well, they say many don't realize that Wall Street, and thus lots of people with 401k, invest in student loans to the tune of $291 billion. Additionally, the Department of Education owns another $600 billion in student loan, and the DOE generate a profit of nearly $51 billion from these funds way back in 2013, which is how old this study was. So with so many powerful interests standing to lose by transferring this money back to borrowers, it's unlikely a bill like this will ever pass.
Yeah, and I'm sure perhaps you listening at home have come to this conclusion. No one has a clear idea of what the future holds for education borrowers, but all agree that solutions are needed to ameliorate the student debt crisis. There's a problem, and we should do something about it. With ever more experts forecasting a burst of the student debt bubble like we just talked about, perhaps lenders and investors will have some incentive to work proactively with borrowers to make student loan repayment easier. In any event, until we act, our young people will continue to face more and more debt on an annual basis. I am the young people, and more doing it every year. Sadly, the bottom line is that student loan debt is a big business, and that is, I think, the core of the issue here. The people that are profiting from it at the expense of the younger generation of college students are also the ones being asked to make changes to solve the problem. So why would they change something if they're making a bunch of money from it? However, it's a problem that those investors created to their benefit. As a result, they aren't particularly motivated to take money out of their own pockets and give it back to the debt-laden students or the future of this country.
And that really is the bottom line. It's just the people that need the changes are the ones that are making the money. It's almost like when you try to change politics for the better. The people that need the change in politics are the politicians themselves. And they're never going to do anything that bites them in the hand that they feed themselves with.
I think the only real way you're going to see change is if people would stop going to college, because then those debt numbers wouldn't, go up as high. But I don't think that's ever going to happen.
Well, what you'd really see changing is if people stop paying their debt and they file bankruptcy.
Yeah.
And then these people that are investing with their 401k and everything else. And it's interesting they point out 401k. So it's not just these high-powered bankers that are making money off of it. People don't realize where their 401k investments go. And it goes into funds that pick up these debts.
So, like, if you have a 401k and you have a child that's going to college, could you theoretically be making money off of their debt?
Absolutely.
Which you could also be co-signed too? How does that? That's
Absolutely.
crazy.
But it's one of those things where you're 6 degrees removed from it.
Yeah.
So you invest in a mutual, in a fund. That fund has maybe bonds that it invests in, and those bonds are then being forwarded over to a bank or purchased from a bank, and that bank is doing the student loan. So you're pretty far removed if you're a 401k contributor.
Right.
But yeah, you're contributing to that problem. So I kind of equate this almost to the issue that we have in this country with medical insurance and health care. Everyone says, oh, well, we need to have free health care. Well, no, you don't need free health care. What you need is affordable medical care.
Yeah.
You look at these other countries that have kind of socialist programs like Canada and the UK and stuff. They don't get free health insurance. They get free health care. And the problem that we have here is we want to tackle the insurance problem when nobody's looking at the expense problem.
Right.
I shouldn't walk into an ER and get an aspirin and have that aspirin cost $500 and then expect the insurance company to pay for it.
Yeah, and it's the same thing here. We're looking at the debt issue, but it's more of why is the cost so high in the first place of college?
Exactly. Why has the cost gone up to the point that they can't justify that increase? You're not paying higher salaries to your professors to justify it. You're not buying new campuses or facilities or technology. Like, the schools, the colleges need to justify the increase in tuition. And until they can justify that on paper, there's no reason to pay it. And that's what the government should be targeting. The government shouldn't be worrying about student debt, because if you control the cost of college and the overcharging of it and the profiteering in colleges, that will automatically control your student debt. But on the other hand, at the same time, you also have to make sure that your student debt is treated as fair is.
Yeah, by giving people the option to refinance and things like that.
Exactly. Tying it to a prime rate, tying it to a maximum amount of interest that can be earned on it. So if you apply the rules evenly across the board for debt, that would solve a good portion of the problem. If you solve the problem of why student tuition and housing, like the room that you were housing in, the dorm that you were housing in there, you were probably paying 3 times what you would have paid if you were a private citizen renting an apartment like that.
I mean, I didn't have a roommate, so it was just me, but it was one room and that was it with a bathroom. So
Right.
it's not like it was like,
Well, it was a shared bathroom too,
yeah,
wasn't it?
yeah.
So, and the amount that you were paying, you probably could have got a 2 or 3 bedroom apartment yourself at a local apartment complex.
Yep.
So those costs have to be controlled, and until that happens, there's no point even trying to tackle the debt issue.
Exactly.
So anyway, I it's as much as we are doom and gloom at the end.
We
of
actually
these
had some
shows,
solutions this time.
We did, and I think some of these. The problem, actually, I think that the reason we did is the problem literally is so big, you can't help but start throwing solutions at it and have some of them work.
Yeah.
We're not going to solve all the problems, but I think if people stop trying to rip off our students, and our students are the future.
Mm-hmm.
And if they're so laden with debt, one, they're either not going to go to college, you're not going to be able to fill the jobs that we have, and you're going to become a third-class country here because we don't have educated people that can fill the jobs that we need. Mm-hmm. Or you're going to have people that are so laden with debt, everyone's going to declare bankruptcy and crash the economy.
Yeah, I was going to say that was our solution. We just tell everybody to declare bankruptcy and tank the economy.
Right. I mean, that's then you let the government deal with the consequences of that when the economy crashes. So.
And then will they have to buy us out? There you go.
There you go. See? See? So anyway, that's our show for today. Appreciate everyone listening and watching. I would also invite folks once again to subscribe to the podcast. You can get audio versions of this podcast listed as Insights into Tomorrow. Video versions are available as Insights into Things on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, Google, Stitcher, iHeartRadio, and so forth. Would also invite folks to email us. Give us your feedback. Give us show suggestions. You can email us at comments@insightsintothings.com. You can get us on Twitter at insights_things. We do stream 5 days a week on Twitch at twitch.tv/insightsintothings. If you are an Amazon Prime subscriber, you do get a free Twitch Prime monthly subscription. We'd appreciate it if you threw that our way. You can get us on Facebook at facebook.com/insightsintothings podcast and on Instagram at insightsintothings. Or you can get links to all those on our website at www.insightsintothings.com. And I think that's it. Another one in the books. Bye.
Bye-bye.
Insightful podcasts by informative hosts. Insights into Things, a podcast network. Welcome to Insights into Tomorrow, where we take a deeper look into how the issues of today will impact the world of tomorrow. From politics and world news to media and technology, we discuss how today's headlines are becoming tomorrow's reality.
Welcome to Insights into Tomorrow. This is episode 18, Artificial Intelligence. I'm your host, Joseph Whalen, and my co-host, Sam Whalen.
Hey, everybody. You believe we've done 18 of these?
18, wow. We're on a roll.
Wow. We'll get to 100 in no time.
Yeah, we kind of have fallen off of our cadence of monthly podcasts on this, haven't we?
There's just nothing to talk about.
Yeah. Well, that's what happens when you steer away from all the controversial topics.
Exactly.
So this week we're going to talk about a nice, safe topic, and that is artificial intelligence.
No dire implications with that.
So you know how this one's going to end, folks.
Uh-huh.
So is the future of AI more like HAL 9000, Skynet, and The Matrix? Or is it more like WALL-E, Star Trek's Commander Data, or C-3PO from Star Wars? Some of the world's most brilliant minds, like Michio Kaku and Stephen Hawking, recognize the tremendous potential for artificial intelligence, but also offer words of caution at its development. Is artificial intelligence the next step in our evolution, or the first step in our ultimate destruction? How will AI impact humans? How will AI impact what humans create? And could humans be entirely removed from the creative process? That's what we'll be discussing on today's episode of Insights into Tomorrow. But before we do that, I'd like to take a moment to invite our listening and viewing audience to subscribe to the podcast. You can find audio versions of this podcast listed as Insights into Tomorrow. You can find both audio and video versions of all the network's podcasts listed as Insights into Things. And we can be found anywhere you get a podcast these days: Apple, Spotify, Google, Stitcher, etc. I would also encourage you to write in, give us your feedback, tell us how we're doing, give us suggestions on what you'd like us to talk about. You can email us at comments@insightsintothings.com. You can find us on Twitter at insights_things, or on Facebook at facebook.com/insightsintothingspodcast. Are we ready?
Yep, let's get into it.
Let's go. So what is artificial intelligence? So John McCarthy, head of computer science department at Stanford University in 2007, defined artificial intelligence as the science and engineering of making intelligent machines, especially intelligent computer programs. It's related to the similar task of using computers to understand human intelligence, but AI does not have to confine itself to methods that are biologically observable.
Like a brain.
Exactly. And this is kind of a different approach to artificial intelligence than what has traditionally been the measure of artificial intelligence. And that was really something called the Turing test that was created by Alan Turing back in the 1950s. So the Turing test basically said if it's observable and convincing enough to be a human. The test basically was two people having a conversation, a third party watching that conversation, and if the third party watching that conversation, it's all text-based, can't distinguish the AI for the human, then it's passed the Turing test. So kind of a loose definition of what AI was back at the time there. So it was basically how well it could emulate a human being. But I think AI has changed significantly in that time, don't you think?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, we have to, change what we define it as well. It's not just text-based. It can do way more than that now. It's expanded, pretty exponentially since then.
So what is a modern take on artificial intelligence?
So we have some information here from Stuart Russell, professor of computer science at the University of California, Berkeley, and Peter Norvig. I apologize, Peter, if I mispronounced your name there. He's the director of research for Google, published Artificial Intelligence, A Modern Approach. It became one of the leading textbooks, I believe this is Norvig's book, in the study of AI. In it, they delve into 4 potential goals or definitions of AI, which differentiates computer systems on the basis of rationality and thinking versus acting. So we have the human approach, systems that think like humans, systems that act like humans as well, and the ideal approach, systems that think rationally, and then systems that act rationally. Turing's definition would have fallen under the category of systems that act like humans. And there's a little bit more here that I'm going to keep reading. I didn't realize that was part of it. At its simplest form, artificial intelligence is a field which combines computer science and robust data sets to enable problem solving. Basically, we're making these things as a sort of extra brain to help us out. It also encompasses subfields of machine learning and deep learning, which are frequently mentioned in conjunction with artificial intelligence. These disciplines are comprised of AI algorithms, which seek to create expert systems which make predictions or classifications based on that input data.
So AI right now, some of the biggest things in AI right now probably are algorithms. You know, you have the famed Google algorithm for searches, and you know they apply it to YouTube. And is the algorithm itself that basically looks at usage patterns and what you're doing online, and then determines what else you would like? Is that considered a form of artificial intelligence?
I think it would be. I mean, it's interpreting data and then I guess projecting and it's making its own conclusions based on that data and then sort of showing you that conclusion, right? So if you click on something on Instagram and you read the page long enough and you go back to Instagram, it'll have more things like that. Or it happens to me all the time because every device is listening to you all the time. You mention a product and then 5 seconds later an ad for it pops up on your Instagram, or you text somebody about it and the same thing. So it's definitely always watching and always learning.
Yeah, no, and I agree. And I think we've run into that in the house here because I've got a whole boatload of Amazon A products. I don't want to say the name because I don't want to actually activating. But that's the same sort of thing. That and Siri and what's the Android version of voice
Bixby?
assist? Bixby, is that it? So all of these assistants are some type of artificial intelligence as well. But how intelligent are they really?
Not very.
Yeah, that's kind of like none of them are thinking on their own. They all require some level of input. They all require some source of data that they go out and get. Like if you ask the Amazon devices for information on something, they'll come back and tell you a Google contributor added this. So they don't even seem to compile their own set of knowledge. So it's almost like it's more of an interface to the web than it is really an artificial intelligence. It might be an intelligent way to interface with it, but we're not talking HAL 9000.
Right, it's not learning and adapting necessarily.
Right, and it can't take its own actions or anything like that. You know, when we get into stuff like that, we might be looking at something like a Tesla or a self-driving car, where it takes input from outside sensors and has the ability to make decisions on its own at that point in time.
Right.
That's where we tend to get a little bit more down the rabbit hole of how dangerous things could be.
Yeah, once you start getting into the territory, we transition out of this into our next segment of more developed intelligence, of where that could possibly go once something starts thinking for itself.
Right. So let's take a quick break. We'll come back and we'll dig a little bit deeper into the types of artificial intelligence that are out there. We'll be right back. For over 7 years, the Second Sith Empire has been the premier community guild in the online game Star Wars: The Old Republic. With hundreds of friendly and helpful active members, a weekly schedule of nightly events, annual guild meet and greets, and an active community both on the web and on Discord. The Second Sith Empire is more than your typical gaming group. We're family. Join us on the Starforge server for nightly events such as operations, flashpoints, world boss hunts, Star Wars trivia, guild lottery, and much more. Visit us on the web today at www.thesecondsithempire.com. Welcome back to Insights into Tomorrow. We're talking artificial intelligence today. So and I don't want to go through every line that we have here, just kind of throw a few things out there. So the types of artificial intelligence that we're really kind of referring to here can be broken into two categories. One's capabilities and the other's functionalities. So under your capabilities, you've got narrow AI. And an example of narrow AI is sort of like what we talked about with Siri, where, it's also referred to as weak AI. It focuses on a narrow task. You could even classify IBM's Watson that was used for chess playing in something like this as well. It's not robust. It's not thinking on its own. You then get into your general AIs, and your general AIs tend to be a little bit more sophisticated. These are your strong AIs. You can understand and learn intellectual tasks that humans can do. So you're getting a little bit smarter with these, but the requirements from a hardware standpoint, you need a supercomputer. The couple that are listed here are two of the fastest supercomputers in the world in order to accomplish this.
Yeah, and do we know what these? We have the Fujitsu K. Do you know what those are used for? Like what type of computing we're using these like intense supercomputers for?
Most of these are being used for simulating weather, simulating nuclear explosions without actually having to fire them also.
Oh, that's helpful.
They're highly complicated and powerful devices just to get this next level of AI. Mm-hmm. And then the last level of AI from a capability standpoint is what's referred to as super AI. This is where AI, this is your Skynet. This is where it surpasses human intelligence. None exist at this point in time, thankfully. But is this the direction that we're going as we're seeing this natural progression? Are we going to see super AIs?
I don't know. I mean, I don't know if I want that. And then you get into like the Blade Runner discussion of like what makes something human. When you give something a will of its own, like what we're getting into like deep sci-fi territory here. But I don't know if we would ever get to that point. If what would we need something like that for? I mean, maybe to like run a city, like monitor trains and public works and stuff like that on like a city level. I don't know what we'd ever need something that smart for, honestly.
Yeah, I mean, I could certainly see from an infrastructure standpoint, most of what we do now, you've got positive train controls, a great example you just mentioned with trains, where if the human operator fails to make certain checks, the computer can kick in and run things safely or shut the system down safely. So there's lesser versions of that now, but I think seeing something like that on a grand scale might be something where a super AI would work. What about functionality-based AIs? Tell us about that.
So we've got the reactive machine. Reactive machine is the primary form of AI that does not store memories or use past experiences to determine future actions. It only works in the present. So an example of this would be IBM's Deep Blue chess playing computer. That thing's really cool, by the way. Yeah. I've seen some videos of that. It's really neat.
Garry Kasparov would differ from that.
We've also got limited memory AI, which trains from the past to make decisions. They do have a memory, but it's very short-lived. And an example of this would be used in self-driving vehicles, like we mentioned, Teslas, things like that. And then finally, we have theory of the mind. On the show, we like to say theater of the mind. It's kind of like that. Theory of the mind AI represents an advanced class of technology and exists only as a concept. They would require thorough understanding of the people and the things within the environment, including understanding feelings and behaviors. There's no examples because they don't exist, but attempts at mimicking human emotion in automatons is as close as we can get.
One of the things regarding that is that people are trying to experiment with this, and they're doing it through the same type of training that they're using for Chat GPT and the other AI engines that are out there. We'll talk more about those in a little bit. But what they're doing is they're having human beings emulate emotions, facial expressions of emotions, sadness, happiness, that type of thing. And they're having multiple iterations of people doing these. They're sticking them in a database, and then they're having a computer look at these and interpret them. So just by facial expressions, they're trying to get computers to understand emotions. How effective do you think that would be? How effective would it be for you to have no other communication method whatsoever, but just be able to see someone's face? Do you think that they would be able to convey emotions accurately enough?
I don't know. It would depend on how they're measuring it, right? Like if you're looking at like specific muscle movements for like a frown versus a smile, But everybody expresses emotion in different ways, so you'd have to have some kind of baseline to do that. And I forget the name of it. We learned it in college, but it's that thing where you show us an image of a guy's face, and it's that effect where you can interpret it however you want. Like, it's the same face over and over again, but if you interpret it as in he's happy, you can kind of see it, or he's sad, you can kind of see it. And so I wonder where you get into something like that, where it's like, it's sort of a gray area of, well, is this person really happy? You know, that's when you have to go back to the baseline of if we're measuring facial tics or a certain, I don't know, visual ratios on your face.
Yeah, and I agree. And like, I don't know if I, as a person who doesn't need artificial intelligence, would be able to accurately understand emotions.
Right.
And then I look at the technology that we've had with facial recognition already, and some of the challenges we've had, where you had, for instance, Microsoft's camera technology that they had on their Xbox series. When that came out, not that many years ago, they only used Caucasian people to train it. And as people with darker skin, Asians, African Americans, and so forth, started using it, the technology didn't hold up.
Right.
And it was because of the way that the technology itself was developed and trained and
The foundation of it.
exactly. So it's like, if you can't get that right, then I have a very difficult time thinking you're going to get emotions.
Yeah, that's the thing, right? You get into like user error at that point. If you're trying to emulate human behavior, but you don't account for the whole world, how are we going to apply this in any
Right.
practical sense?
Right. And that's why you'd almost have to think you need multiple forms of input: voice inflection, body movement, you know, the micro tics that people have. I could certainly see you coming up with enough data points that you could infer what emotions are, but you need to have those data points there, and it has to be more sensors than just trying to read someone's face.
Yeah, and do we need this? Why would we need this?
Right. And that's another point. You know, one of the implementations that people have talked about with this is customer service. You know, they had the one hotel in Tokyo that didn't last very long, that the front desk was entirely run by automaton.
I'm sure that was a blast.
And it was because they thought the automatons would interact better with people than people would, which I'm not really sure why you would think that. But the problem you run into is you get into that uncanny valley scenario where people are just creeped out by it. It looks enough like a human to make you think it is, but not enough to know it is. So it made people feel very uncomfortable. But I could see in a situation like that where you're implementing emotional stuff, detection, where you want to know if someone's angry. You know, do I really need to get a manager? Are you like stuff like that where you're interacting with people?
I could see that.
It's funny that they're exploring that path now when you have grocery stores that are doing away with their self-checkout because people dislike not having a human to deal with at a register now. So it's like, I don't know if it's a cultural thing, if it's a regional thing or what, but it seems people are kind of finicky.
Yeah, I don't know. And also, it's like, is it cost effective to build a robot to talk to people than to just hire someone for minimum wage to work at the front desk?
Right. That's a
And
very good
I know
point.
the argument is that, well, the robot could do it for forever, whereas we have to worry about this person, you know, their livelihood, and, you know, they need to go to the bathroom, take a break, things like that. Robots don't have to do that. But it's like, I mean, come on.
You don't have to contribute to a 401k with robots either.
Exactly. Yeah, you just got to swap out a few parts every once in a while.
Right.
So I don't know. And the practicality is where I get hung up on of how are we really going to use these things, and are they going to be worth the effort and time we're putting into trying to figure it out?
I agree, and I think it's almost like it's a fun school project people are working.
Yeah.
on. But you know, the golden ring or the prize of artificial intelligence, at least as far as sci-fi tells us, is self-awareness. Self-awareness is where the AI, they only exist hypothetically right now, and only in science fiction for the most part.
Yeah.
But these are the types of systems that can understand internal traits and states and conditions and perceive human emotions. And these machines are smarter than the human mind, which is really what's terrifying, I think, to a lot of people. They'll be able to understand and evoke emotions in those it interacts with, but it'll also have its own emotions, its needs, its beliefs. This is where we get into things like a HAL 9000 from 2001 or Skynet or something like that. I don't know if anyone's shooting for self-awareness. Is self-awareness possible with today's technology?
I was actually just thinking about that because, you have in here about it having its own emotions and needs, and I think it would be more terrifying if it didn't have emotions, if it was purely logical, right? Because, you make a AI and it instantly determines that humans are bad for the planet and decides to wipe us out.
Right.
Because, we could make that conclusion, but we're also, we are humans. We're not going to wipe ourselves out, intentionally. So it's I don't know if we would get to the point where that's possible. I don't know. I obviously don't know anything about programming, but how would we program emotion? I guess, you're seeing the baby steps with this facial recognition software, but at what point are we able to program emotions? Is it something like using a human brain as the blueprint? I have no idea where this would go, but it sounds like fantasy, but one that is close enough to reality that, maybe, but I just don't know how they would do it.
And you make a very valid point there. I think humans in general have a very difficult time dealing with emotions, recognizing emotions, and coping with them already. I don't know how you would possibly translate that into software.
No, I think it would have to be, you can't, it's all math based, right? So you can't, that's the whole point of emotion. You can't quantify it, right?
Right.
Unless you measure heart rate, I guess, if you're angry or sweating or, biological reactions. But when it gets to the thinking about interpreting emotions, I just think it's too nebulous. And if we did have a self-aware AI, it would have to be, maybe based off of personality, or it would just be purely logical.
So then we're talking something more along the lines of RoboCop, where we take the ex-con and we stick his brain into the robot there, and that's the artificial intelligence.
Yeah, I was thinking that, or in Halo, if you guys are familiar with that, they use a human brain to then make an AI.
Right.
So the AI is part human, kind of. Something like that, but I don't think we can do that yet, and I don't know how we would.
And you know what? I think that's probably the biggest limiting factor right now, I think, is our computing power.
Yep.
In order to produce the amount of computational power that the human brain has, you need the fastest supercomputer right now to even approach it. And I think until we get to, real practical quantum computing, I don't think we have much of a hope of even reproducing it. People, I think, don't understand how remarkably capable the human brain is.
A lot going on.
Yeah, how fast it operates, how many different things it can do at one time. And computers just haven't gotten to that point yet. Yes, computers are very good at doing the same thing over and over again. And they're very good at doing math. But they're only that good because humans make them that good.
Yeah, and it's when you get that line of where what we're creating is superseding us, that it's okay, well, maybe we've gone a little bit too far.
Yeah. Well, it's a good point where you can take a quick break and we'll come back and talk about, is artificial intelligence dangerous in its current form and future forms? We'll be right back. For over 7 years, the Second Sith Empire has been the premier community guild in the online game Star Wars: The Old Republic. With hundreds of friendly and helpful active members, a weekly schedule of nightly events, annual guild meet and greets, and an active community both on the web and on Discord. The Second Sith Empire is more than your typical gaming group. We're family. Join us on the Starforge server for nightly events such as operations, flashpoints, world boss hunts, Star Wars trivia, guild lottery, and much more. visit us on the web today at www.thesecondsithempire.com. So Elon Musk wrote, "The pace of progress in artificial intelligence," he says, I'm not referring to narrow AI, "is incredibly fast. Unless you have direct exposure to groups like DeepMind, you have no idea how fast. It's growing at a pace close to exponential. The risk of something seriously dangerous happening is in the next 5-year time frame, 10 years at most."
Where was this quote from?
So this was from Elon Musk. I didn't see
Okay.
where the quote.
I just wanted to see if we were still in the window or not.
I didn't get a date on that, but I have to imagine we're pretty close to that window.
Any day now, the robot uprising is going to happen.
Well, the fact that he made cars that are self-driving and running people over and killing them tells me right now that AI actually physically is dangerous.
He can make himself sound smarter by just becoming a self-fulfilling prophecy.
So, what do you think of that? I mean, I think there's a lot of scholars, there's a lot of scientists that talk about AI. Elon Musk is a guy who's neck deep in it. He's building them. He's releasing them. You see what we do. SpaceX has rockets that fly back to Earth and land themselves. Tesla has cars that can drive themselves and park themselves and stuff. So that's real practical AI that's in the world now. How serious do you think you take this kind of warning from Elon Musk?
Not that seriously. Just because I don't see any like real world application of this idea, right? I also don't know what DeepMind is, but it sounds very scary. But I just don't think. I don't know. I feel like we would be seeing more examples of it other than the Teslas running people over and causing traffic. But that's just faulty hardware. That's not necessarily, the AI thinking for itself and choosing to kill all humans. That's a functionality issue, right? So I don't know. I don't think it would be this quick. I just think we would see more implementation of AI in our day-to-day lives for it to then turn into something dangerous. The most I could see it being is like an over-reliance on computers and AI instead, and when then they malfunction, then you have problems like the recent airport, the FAA systems went down, things like that, things where we have large-scale operations being run by AI, and then the AIs break, and then we have a problem.
So Musk was quoted in a separate quote comparing AI to the dangers of the dictator of North Korea. Now, yes, it's Elon Musk, so there's a lot of...
Take it with a big old grain of salt.
there's a lot of self-promoting, angles that he goes through here. But we've got artificial intelligence in machines that are capable of killing people. Not designed to, but capable.
Right.
We also have it designed into devices that are designed to kill people. You've got Predator drones that are AI driven. You've got Tomahawk cruise missiles that are AI driven. You've got Phalanx Sea-Wiz close-in weapon systems on ships that are AI driven. These are machines that are built already to kill and are powered by AI. Are those potentially dangerous, or do you think we have enough control over those?
Well, I mean, they're weapons, right? So they're inherently dangerous. It would be more about, again, I just think, are we shooting for the notion of them like rising up and like actively trying to kill people? Because I think it would be much more realistic for them to just be taken over by another human, right? To have somebody hack into them or to have them malfunction and instead of targeting here, you're targeting somewhere else where you're not supposed to. I just don't think it would be the AI necessarily choosing to kill a bunch of people. I think instead it would be a malfunction.
So to paraphrase, we're hoping that it's humans that are the problem,
right,
and not the AI that's
exactly
the problem.
And we can count on that.
Yeah, to a certain extent, that logic makes sense because you can count on that human factor. Like, it's very likely that you would have a foreign entity attack our infrastructure here before I think you would have an AI go rogue and shut down the power grid.
That's exactly what I'm talking about. Like, you're not gonna, like, you talked about the Predator missiles. Like, the Predator missile's not gonna wake up one day and go, "Hey, I'm gonna go blow up that town." Someone's gonna have to tell it to go do that. It doesn't. We're not at the point where these things can, like, actively, pursue missions or pursue goals on their own unless they're told to by somebody else, like an operator.
So, all right, let's run with that for a second. So they're not going to rise up. You're not going to have a Skynet take over the world and nuke the entire world. But you have machines that are trusted to go do a job that may involve violence.
Mm-hmm.
If those machines can then be usurped by a nefarious third party, and our trust in those machines allows them to continue to do their job, and they get usurped, we have a new target designation.
Right, exactly. And that's I think where you get into the real world danger of this. But I mean, that's our world in general has a heavy reliance on computers, right? And so I think that comes with the risk, right, of the ease of use and the scale of our operations. You need something like AI to run it because it's not feasible for people to do it all the time. And I think that just comes with the territory of, if this is how we're going to run things, then there's a chance that someone could take it over. It's no different than, well, it's different, but we're reducing a little bit. But if you had a gun and someone took your gun and killed you with it, it's the same thing.
So AI is the tool.
Yeah.
It's not the intent.
For now, yeah.
Okay.
Until we get to the point where, we have a fleet of drones that are, flying around the globe just taking pot shots wherever they want, that are programmed. Well, I guess they wouldn't be programmed at that point. But I'm saying, like, instead of a fleet of jets flown by pilots, if it was a fully automated, a bunch of drones where they could all communicate and make their own decisions, once they get into that level of autonomy, that's when you're running into more of an AI-based issue, I think.
So Russia's president, Vladimir Putin, we're
getting all the banner people out here today.
He said at one point in time, artificial intelligence is the future, not only for Russia, but for all humankind. It comes with enormous opportunities, but also threats that are difficult to predict. Whoever becomes the leader in this sphere will become the ruler of the world.
That's a little extreme.
First off, do you agree with that?
I mean, I guess, because at that point, wouldn't you just have the strongest army too? If it's, he says it's got enormous opportunity, right? So then by that logic, you would, unless those unpredictable threats like make it worse for you. I don't know. Like, I don't think it's any different than having the strongest standing army, right? And whoever has that, you're by default the most powerful, unless you control like the economy. That's different. But in terms of like military force, if you have a bigger or more effective army, yeah, you're going to be more powerful, right?
So do you think that in order to combat nations, like assuming Russia's gearing up towards artificial intelligence, do you think the only way to combat nations like that is with your own artificial intelligence?
I think so. I mean, that's how these things usually go, right? Like an AI arms race, which, hey, sci-fi authors out there, that's a free title. But, yeah, I just think it's going to... and you're going to dig yourself into a hole, right? Because the more we go into this AI route, the more you're getting into these threats that are difficult to predict, like he's talking about. So the further we go with this technology, the more we're getting on that edge of accidentally making something that could either get its own intelligence or something that is more likely to be, like you said, usurped and used against the, whatever country's making it.
Okay. Now we're talking AI in actual active weapons there, but there's potential danger elsewhere too. What about social manipulation? What do you think AI could do from a social manipulation standpoint? I mean, so far we've had social media, I don't want to say usurped because it's being used as it's designed.
Right.
But you've had situations where you've got Facebook and the whole Cambridge Analytics, and you've got Twitter trying to, all the Twitter files coming out now telling us how people try to manipulate elections and stuff. Where do you think AI falls in there? Is AI, is that algorithm as you go through your social feed, is that AI manipulating you in such a way that it could be dangerous?
Absolutely. And I think that this is where you get into the things that are much more real world dangers, right? Especially when it comes to things like social media, you run into that echo chamber issue where you're only hearing ideas and things that that reinforce what you think. So you never hear anybody else's ideas, for better or worse. But generally, I think that's a bad thing. I think that you should be able to, see ideas from everybody and then interpret them how you want. But when you get into this with social media where you're seeing the same things over and over again, it just reinforces your own beliefs and makes you double down. And it makes everybody closed-minded and more isolated from each other and more extreme in their beliefs, too, in certain situations. So I think when you're getting into things like that, and like you said, the Cambridge Analytica thing where it's straight-up manipulation of people, I think when those have real-world consequences, which they did and still do, I think that's much more dangerous than worrying about a drone going rogue or something like that.
Well, surely manipulating the mindset of common citizens isn't something that's unique to AI. I mean, the Nazi Germany had an entire propaganda ministry that was designed to do that. You've had this type of thing that was driven by humans for hundreds of years now. What does AI bring to the plate that makes it any more dangerous than just humans doing this type of activity?
I think it's the scale and the pace of it, right? So AI is very good at learning. That's what it does, or at least whatever. I'm talking about the algorithm in social media.
Right.
It's good at learning what you do, what you look at, and I think it can do it at a pace and with an effectiveness that humans just can't do, or can't do as fast, or on such a big of a scale. I mean, a human could look at what you do on Twitter, what you click on, what you like, but it would take them much longer to figure out, okay, well, what should I serve them next in their timeline that they'll click on, versus an AI looking at it and figuring it out like that. So I think it just makes it more effective and efficient, honestly.
That's a very good point. So the other one that they talk about is invasion of privacy and social grading. I don't know if we've never really talked about social grading in the past here. It's being done in some Asian countries already, where depending on what your reputation in social media is how you're treated in society. But I've seen this in sci-fi as well, where it's extremely emphasized in how people treat you. But from an invasion of privacy, you brought up a very good point of, well, everything's listening, and if I say something, I start getting advertisements. Is that a bad thing that you get targeted advertising?
I think it depends on how you look at it. I know people that feel like they're being manipulated. They'd rather it be not targeted and just give me what I want.
That's what targeted advertising is they give you what they think you want. Without targeted advertising, you're just going to get a bunch of crap thrown at you there. I mean, is that really a bad thing that you get targeted advertising?
I think when you, the people that have issues with it, I think they see it as of being manipulated, that even if it's something I want.
Well, advertising is manipulative.
It's true, which is why it's so effective.
That's the definition of advertising.
I know. I just think it's I think people have an issue with it because it's that invasion of privacy of, even in my own home, I'm being sampled for data and it's being regurgitated back at me so I can become a better consumer. Eventually it just feels like it's all boiling down to you just pumping money into the economy.
Okay, I'll buy that.
It is effective though if you're a business owner.
Absolutely.
From a capitalist standpoint, it's great.
Yeah, exactly. One of the other ones they talk about is misalignment between our goals and the machines. And this one, I don't know how much of a problem this was. The great example they give is you get into a self-driving cab and you say, get me to the airport as quickly as possible. Okay. But if the machine itself is doing what it thinks you've asked it to do, that could involve exceeding the speed limit. It could involve dangerous driving. It could involve driving into the river that's between you and the airport to try to get you there. I think this is kind of a silly example of, this is no different than people following their GPSs off the road, Is this something we need to worry about, where if we're putting our lives in the hands of these machines at some point in time, and they're already talking about having air taxis to the airport and stuff like that. So you're ramping up the level of complexity and the level of danger associated with the reliance on these machines. Is it possible that somebody misses a line of code that says stop at stop signs? Is that a danger?
I mean, not really, right? If these things are being put out on a global scale, surely they would test them, right, and see if that's an issue. You've had some issues with this with self-driving cars where they have malfunctions, where they'll, I saw one the other day where a Tesla was in like a tunnel and just stopped, and I don't know why, and then like 8 cars hit it. So things like that will happen, but I think if you're talking about like the foundation of the code getting out there, that's something's wrong with it, I don't really think you have to worry about that. I feel like it would be extremely irresponsible of whatever company is making it to put it out there at not having it be fully vetted, especially when you're getting into like transportation and things like that.
There was one example of a Tesla that was driving on a highway at high speed, which they supposedly excel at. They're very good at that because that's how the sensors work best and the computer works best and everything.
Going fast?
On a highway
okay.
situation where they're not doing stop and go traffic a lot. And what happened was there was a vehicle that was in the left lane that this thing was driving in, and it wasn't expecting a vehicle. It wasn't expecting a stationary target. And because they use LiDAR and they use radar, and they'll gauge the distance between themselves and the next machine. And the assumption is that machine's going to be moving so he can make calculations based on timing. And what happened was this vehicle was stopped in the left-hand lane. The device, the smart car, saw that the machine was there. But because it wasn't moving, it assumed that it was a glitch in the sensor, never tried to hit the brakes, and literally accelerated right through the vehicle. And it did everything it was supposed to do based on the rules that it had. And someone had missed a rule that said, hey, there's a chance that something could be stopped in your lane. You have to stop for it.
Yep.
And that got out there after all this extensive testing. That still got out there into production. So there's a chance that you can get code that's broken out there.
That's true.
How do you deal with that? Who's liable at that point in time?
I mean, probably the company still, right? I mean, it's still their self-driving car that rammed into it. I think the onus is still on them. Even if it's something that they could never predict, then don't make the technology. If there's a chance that something like this could happen, then maybe it's just not meant to be. Or we just go through the trial and error of, potentially people losing their lives until we figure it out and put out enough software updates, if you want to look at it in like a morbid sense. But I mean, there's things
that could be a high attrition rate.
That's
there.
what I'm saying. Like, I just think maybe at a certain point, if the body count gets high enough before you get version 4.0, maybe we just don't do it. Maybe we just stick to driving ourselves around, or we limit it to, certain public transportation options instead of every consumer having their own self-driving car.
And that's certainly a consideration to solve some of these things. And the last danger I wanted to talk about was discrimination. We had already kind of talked about this to a certain extent with
the social grading,
and with the malfunction of the Microsoft camera system for minorities. How do you think this would have an impact on society itself from a discrimination standpoint? Either facial recognition AI. We had one situation very recently in our area here where somebody was arrested and held for, I think, 48 hours based on facial recognition that was completely wrong. So it's already happening. Is that a danger that we need to be aware of? Is there checks and balances that can be put in place? Should we not be relying on AI for this type of thing?
I mean, yeah, no, we should not be. if this is gonna happen, yeah, I mean, sure, there's mix up with people getting held when they're not supposed to, and that's an issue for another day of the justice system and things like that. But I think that when it comes to things like this, where you're affecting people's lives, you should probably have a double check system or like a backup to be like, okay, well, the robot figured it out, but let's just use our own eyes and see if this is the guy.
Yeah, well, and I see something like this being used extensively in high traffic areas, airports, right? So you want to be safe going through the airport, but you want to be expeditious in moving people through. So a lot of things that we do, we rely on technology to accomplish that. If you get a certain failure rate of that system itself, is that tolerable, or should that be 100% accurate?
That's a good question. I mean, if you're going to be the 99% effective and you get that 1%, there still needs to be a human element so that person isn't held for 3 days because they got the wrong person. Like, there needs to be, if someone gets pulled up on facial recognition, someone needs to look at it and have that person come and I'm just saying there needs to still be a human element. We can't let it totally be run by the machines if they're not going to be 100% accurate.
So you need a path of resolution.
Yeah.
As human involved. And I have my own story. There was about 2-3 years ago, I got a ticket at the mail for a vehicle that I didn't even own. And it came back as a red light camera somewhere in North Jersey, which I knew I'd never even been to the town. It was like Amboy or something like that. So they send it with a picture, and you look at the picture, and there's a link to the video for it, and you look at the video, and it had, 5 characters, 6 characters on a license plate? It had all the characters on a license plate that I hadn't had of the vehicle in 20 years. And that plate was originally registered to me, but there was a glitch either on the camera or on the plate. You couldn't read one of the digits in the middle. So the AI just assumed that it was my plate, generates a ticket, and sends the ticket out to me, and I get an order to appear in court. That's AI-driven problems that you have that should have been looked at by a human being, but because of the number of tickets that they produce, you can't. The whole point of having an automated system is because you can't have a human looking at all these things. However, to your point, I was able to call them up, explain to them what it was. They were able to resolve the ticket on the phone, and I didn't have to go for the court appearance. So that system at least had that path to resolution, whereas I think as long as we have that in place, we're safe. But do you want to be that guy that they make that mistake with?
No, and that's the territory, right? If we're going to rely on these things, and it's like, it's something similar to getting on a plane or something where you're giving up a amount of control for convenience or for, convenience, honestly. If you're going to give up that element of what you can control, then there's a risk that comes with that, no matter what it is. And I think that this is an example of that.
That just sounds like a really poor way of explaining the way airplane crashes.
Hey, man, you get on the plane, you got to expect it, all right?
We expect the least expected.
I bring a parachute every time I travel.
All right. I think we've kind of exhausted where we can go wrong with AI at this point from a danger standpoint. Let's take our last break, and we'll come back, and we're going to talk about the impact of AI on our world today and moving forward. We'll be right back. For over 7 years, the Second Sith Empire has been the premier community guild in the online game Star Wars: The Old Republic. With hundreds of friendly and helpful active members, a weekly schedule of nightly events, annual guild meet and greets, and an active community both on the web and on Discord. The Second Sith Empire is more than your typical gaming group. We're family. Join us on the Starforge server for nightly events such as operations, flashpoints, world boss hunts, Star Wars trivia, guild lottery, and much more. Visit us on the web today at www.thesecondsithempire.com. Welcome back to Insights into Tomorrow, and thank you to today's sponsor, the Second Sith Empire.
Really paid for all that airtime, huh?
They are an awesome guild. I recommend everyone look them up. Anyway, moving right along.
Hit it one more time.
Anyway, so let's look at what the impact of AI on the world today. So some quick figures I dug up here from simplylearn.com. So the revenue from artificial intelligence software market worldwide is expected to reach $126 billion by 2025. That's significant. Not huge, but significant. Gartner predicts 37% of organizations have implemented AI in some form.
I thought they'd be higher.
I would have too. The percentage of enterprises employing AI grew 270% over the last 4 years. And according to Servion Global Solutions, by 2025, 95% of customer interactions will be powered by AI.
So we got 2 years to figure that out.
That's right. And a recent 2020 report from Statista reveals the global AI software market is expected to grow approximately 54% year over year and is expected to reach a forecast size of $22.6 billion. Which doesn't really make sense because the other one was 126.
Sure does. Hey man, data's weird. They all got different conclusions.
It's numbers, right?
Don't worry about it.
I think the conclusion here is that AI is very much embedded in our lives now. Are we better off for that, or are we worse off for that?
Oh, that's a good question. We've looked at like every aspect of AI, and I think it's good in some aspects, right? We're taking the load off of humans if we can run things with an AI just to make our lives a little bit easier. I think that's a good thing because at a certain point when we're talking about things on a global scale, it's just not practical to expect humans to be able to run all that 24/7. But then when you get into the more dangerous aspects of social manipulation, we're about to get into the discussion of how it affects creative endeavors. I think that's when you start getting into the dangerous territory, and it's really going to be a question of where does this go in the next 5 to 10 years? Are we getting that full on AI integration in every day of our lives? Or is it still like it is now where it's more in the background, it's not necessarily as prominent?
And I agree. I think we're very, very much on the cusp of something significant here. I think we're kind of nipping around the edges right now until we get deeper into it. Some of the special projects that I did want to talk about, one that's in the news now, is ChatGPT. Their tagline is optimizing language models for dialogue. And this is a chatbot that is human-like interactions. You can ask it things, it'll answer them. One of the things, this happens to actually be something that I had directed my developers at the office to dig into a little bit. One of the functions that I see with this is helping to automate and personalize communication for our sales force. So the concept that we had come up with a few years back, and the technology wasn't there yet, was our salespeople know their customers. So the salespeople can go in and drop in notes. Tom likes the Phillies. His wife's name is this. His kids' names are this. And they're going to these colleges. They can put in this metadata about the person. And eventually, the idea was to have this technology that could take this metadata and write a monthly email to each one of your customers that's personalized, that might have specific information as far as offers that we might have, but it looks like it's coming from you. And we want to write these, hand them off to the salesperson, let the salesperson read it and okay it, and then send it out. And we're literally within months of being able to have the system start writing emails like that. Is that, in your opinion, is that a viable, good way of using AI, or are we stealing some of the human element there? Are we muddying the waters?
I mean, it depends on how much you care about these handwritten or emails, these personalized emails. If you're okay sacrificing the human element of it, then it's fine. It still has the human element, right? The salespeople still have to know their customers. They still have to know
exactly
the things that make it personal, and they still okay before it's sent off. I think that's fine. Yeah, I don't really have any issues with that.
But if I have a salesperson who doesn't compose emails very well,
mm-hmm.
Is it ethical for them to use this system to compose their emails for them, or is it the same as having an assistant doing it for you, or is it different because it's AI?
That's a good question. It's like cheating on homework, kind of.
Right.
But I mean, in the real world, you're not like, I don't know. It's cheating on homework in the real world isn't as big of a deal as it is in high school. Ultimately, at the end of the day, you got to make these sales, right? So if you're not good at writing emails, first off, I don't know how far you would have gotten as a salesperson. But second, it's like a tool, I think. In this instance, it's like another tool to use. If emails aren't your thing, but when you're in one-on-one interactions, you can make the sale, good for you. You can use this as a tool. If you are relying on this to do your job for you, that's a little bit different, right? If you're relying on it to make sales pitches for you and to reach out to customers, and you're kind of just sitting back and maybe putting in a few inputs, then you're relying on it too much, and it's becoming an issue because you're not doing the work.
So it's just a matter of pacing how much you use the tool.
Yeah, and implementation.
So the next one I wanted to talk about was Canva. So Canva is a AI based image generating software out there, and there's a number of them out there now. And you basically give it text input and say, give me a picture done up like Van Gogh of a horse in a rainbow. And it'll go out there and it'll source thousands of different images, and it'll come back and it'll generate what's considered an original image for you, so you don't have to make it yourself. But that image itself is a compilation of all these other works. Is that something that is going too far, or are there any moral implications to that we have to worry about?
Yeah, this is actually the whole reason I wanted to do this episode was things like this. I know we covered the doom and gloom of AI taking over the world, but this is where I think it really is. It strikes a chord with me of it's essentially making like art sausage, but like if you didn't make any of the components of the sausage to begin with, you kind of just put it in the blender and called it your own. It's really devaluing art and the human element of it. And when people feel that they can get this app and make art like with no effort, it kind of defeats the purpose of it in general. There's also Lensa, which is similar to it. And I had an article linked here where there was cases where you could see artist signatures on the final product, what Lensa would create, because it was just stealing artwork from other people. And that's how a lot of these AI work, is that you put in what you want and it scours the internet and will take from other artists' pages, usually without permission. It just kind of steals it and then, incorporates it back into itself and spits it out for you. But you feel like you've made this, and you really haven't. You didn't do any. I mean, you don't know how to do digital art or anything like that. It's like putting it on easy mode. But also the bigger thing is stealing from the people that did make something, and I really think it's an issue.
So let me ask you something, and we'll kind of go down the moral path here. If I don't have any artistic ability whatsoever, but I need to come up with a picture, and let's say I need a picture of a tree, and I don't know how to make a picture of a tree, so I'm going to go out and I'm going to look at other people's samples, and I'm going to find one that I really, really like, and then I go and I kind of try to recreate that as my image of a tree. Is that the same moral ambiguity as what a Canva is doing? Because Canva had the same problem. They wound up getting sued by Getty Images.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
I didn't know that.
Because they weren't even pulling the watermarks out.
Oh,
It was
man.
so bad. Is me using someone else's inspiration to make my own different than these AIs going out there and grabbing these? Because they don't always take a one-to-one image. They may take portions of an image, almost like sampling a track in music, and then they assemble it together from multiple different sources. What's the difference in the two of those?
Well, I think, in your example, I'm assuming you're like drawing it yourself.
Exactly.
Right? Yeah. That's the thing. That's where I think the line is. With the AI generated art, you're just typing in what you want and it just appears, and it's compiled from other images. With the inspiration, you are taking inspiration from that thing that somebody else made and then making your own interpretation of it. Even if it's not very good, you still put in the time and the work to make it something original, even if it's inspired by something else. Like you said with sampling music, you can take a sample from another song that somebody else made, but then you incorporate that section of it and you make a whole new thing out of it. It's its own thing, even if it's borrowing from something else. And I think that's kind of where the line is drawn.
That's a good point. The other thing with Lensa is Lensa has one of the big functions Lensa adds is what they call their magic correction. So you take a picture of someone, you run it through the Lensa filter, and you have the filters with Snapchat and stuff like that can make the googly eyes and all that crazy stuff that you can do. Is the AI that's doing that different, or do you take exception to that from a creative standpoint when it's taking your art and enhancing it because maybe you don't have the technical capabilities to do that?
I mean, that's a good question. It's similar to photoshopping an image, right, or using a filter on Instagram, or it's not authentically the thing, but it's, I don't know. As long as you still made it from the beginning, I think it's a little bit better than just straight up stealing the art. But I still think it's messing with the authenticity of it, right? And it gets into our perception of what is made by humans and what is made by AI, and what does that mean for art if we can't tell the difference. And I think that that's sort of the road we're going down at this point. When it gets into the enhancement, it's not as bad. It's still not great.
Well, and I'll counter that and say if you can't tell the difference between whether it's man-made or machine-made, isn't that really the ultimate goal of AI at that point, is to make it indistinguishable from human hands?
Well, that's the scary part, right? Because if you can't tell the difference, but it still stole a bunch of other people's art, then it is actively devaluing all the art that it just stole from, even if you can't tell the difference. Even if you don't know that it took from, 10 other artists to make this, it still happened, right? And it's still, even if it's indistinguishable, the consequences of it are still real.
So the dilemma that you're referring to here is more the sourcing of where it gets its material from, rather than the generation of that material.
Right, because it's not magic, right? Like the AI is not making, it's not like physically drawing it, but it's not necessarily entirely originally from the mind of the AI. It's taking from other people to make it, and that's kind of where the issue is.
So it's just creative copying.
Yeah.
So all right, let me ask you this. If you were an artist and you had a vast portfolio of your own artwork, and you use that solely to power your AI, and you decided that you're going to recreate your art in the AI style, is that legitimate?
Yeah, as long as it's only taken from your stuff. Like if that's things that you made that are, I'm not going to get into the legal aspect of it. I'm not a lawyer, but if you can guarantee that it's only pulling from your art and you are totally signing off on it, then yeah, that's fine. It gets into it when it's taking other people's art without their consent or knowledge.
So, all right, being a Star Wars fan and a Eagles fan, let me throw a couple examples of non-AI out there where both of those entities have taken what they've had, they've modified those and regurgitated it back out to the public strictly for money purposes. There wasn't anything to enhance the art. There wasn't anything to make it better or different or really anything. It was literally, I just want more money, so I'm going to re-release it. Do you have a moral issue with that, with people basically exploiting their own material for money there, trying to, I'm going to say, con people out of buying it again, because I'm one of those idiots who does it.
I was going to say, yeah. Not really, no. I mean, morally, yeah, it's not ideal, right? Like, you shouldn't be scamming people, but these things have value, and there's a reason that, they're getting the money that they are. They wouldn't be re-releasing if they weren't making money. But it's not like fundamentally impacting how we view art, right? It's just someone making a quick buck because they're re-releasing their greatest hits for the 1,000th time. It's not like, it would be like if the Eagles released a record that was music that was all samples and they didn't credit anybody. Like, that is what we're talking about here. But everybody loved it and acted like it was their original music.
So are we really to the point where Canva and ChatGPT and Lensa are making us fundamentally reconsider art at this point?
I think we're getting there. And I think the Lensa specifically, at least in my sphere, really took a lot of people by storm of like, this is awesome. Look how cool I look. I'm a cowboy. I'm a robot. But then it came out of how it really works, and everyone was like, oh, so it's not magic. It's not a computer making, like, it's not a computer coming up with this art itself. It's a computer interpreting other forms of art, stealing and chopping it up, and then mashing it into one new thing. And that was kind of where the issue came in. So I think we're getting there. We're getting there, right? And I have, like a soapbox I wrote on here, but looking at things like the Indiana Jones 5 trailer, where it's a wholly digital younger Harrison Ford, and you really can't tell the difference. Like, we're now there where in movies these CGI creations are getting close enough where you can't really tell the difference. We're past the days of Rogue One where it's zombie Tarkin and all that.
That was terrible.
But we're getting to the point where the CGI creations or de-aging in movies is becoming so realistic that it's becoming legitimately hard to tell the difference. And it's, between that and the AI art generation, it's like, where is there room for people at this point, for the human touch of it all? And that's what really, interests me and kind of scares me.
So, for years now, before AI existed, before computer-generated graphics in movies and TV existed, people have been using makeup to make you look older or make you look younger. That never caused us to question the purpose of the place of art in the world. Why would de-aging someone digitally cause that kind of conflict in the art world now?
Well, because for makeup, like, you have to apply that, right? It's a physical thing you have to do. With this, it's less about the de-aging and more about the, like, making someone young again so you can make more movies with them. Like, Harrison Ford is like 80 years old. He can't be Indiana Jones like he was in the 80s. But if we can de-age him and, like, make him look young again, even though he's an old man in real life, we can keep making these movies and keep pumping them out. That's where I think the issue is. When you're doing old age makeup or trying to make someone look young with makeup, it's a little bit different because you still know underneath that makeup is still the person, right? Whereas with this, it's not. It's a robot.
So, okay, I will counter that with Chris Pine in Star Trek. So they didn't use makeup, they didn't use digital de-aging. They just changed the actor and they relaunched the entire franchise. So it happens. There's different methods of this happening in doing what they did, because they did the same thing with Luke Skywalker.
Yep.
Where they didn't even bring Mark Hamill in to play the role, or even to do the voice, because in Boba Fett, whatever, Book of Boba, or
the
Mando
Mandalorian
2.5,
yeah.
or in that episode where he comes in, his voice is even digitally redone by an AI voice manipulating.
And now Darth Vader, James Earl Jones, is no longer the voice. It's all signed over to AI.
So he signed it over, and they can generate James Earl Jones' voice through AI. I'm struggling to understand where the issue is with that.
I think when it comes to, we'll use James Earl Jones as the example. When you get into like a vocal performance, when you get into the human element of it, there are things that he might do when he does a read for the fifth take that he does something different, and it's way better, right? And it was a fluke, but hey, he read it this way, and that's the line we're going to use. When you get it with AI, I don't think they're going to be able to do, like, there's that human element where you can get that random spark of creativity or performance that elevates a role more than it would just be if it was a human doing it. I think it's really that loss of the human element that I think is the dangerous part.
Well, and I think the ultimate goal of AI is to not have the human element injected into it, but have its own unique element injected into it. So I think you still have the potential for that. It didn't just have James Earl Jones record every word in the English dictionary and it just assembles them together like a really bad AI.
They should do that. That'd be pretty funny.
It basically recorded his inflections and his ability to say certain syllables. It was a much more sophisticated thing than just recording words. And then the AI assembles those sounds, but it doesn't do it the same way every time.
But, like, isn't that weird? Like, James Earl Jones is still alive, right? And unfortunately, he's going to die one day. But they're still going to use that after he's dead to make Star Wars movies with Darth Vader. Isn't that weird? It's like putting him in the ghost in the machine.
You know what? They embalmed Lennon's body and they stuck it on display in the public square for decades.
Yeah, but they didn't Weekend at Bernie's him like a puppet in a movie after he was dead. Like, I don't know. It's something about like when it comes to real life people being like turned into AI generated things, whether it be the Harrison Ford in Indiana Jones 5 or James Earl Jones and now with Darth Vader. When you're taking real people that are in real life and harnessing them using AI for creative things, it doesn't sit right with me. It just seems strange. I don't know.
Well, and you know what? To play devil's advocate here, James Earl Jones wasn't just James Earl Jones who was the voice of Darth Vader. There was so much audio work that went into that voice that it wasn't just him talking into a microphone. So there was already more to it than just James Earl Jones. If they can get that out of a computer and James Earl Jones doesn't have to show up and he already got his paycheck.
Yeah, but like, sure, there are other elements, but his voice is still the core of it, right? So if he died in the world where we don't have AI, that'd be it. We wouldn't.
So I will counter that argument with every other element, every other example of Star Wars that Darth Vader shows up in and it's voiced by someone beside James Earl Jones. It's not believable.
I don't know, man. We got to figure something out then. Like, at a certain point, you got to, like, the real world has to have some kind of impact. Like, we can't, like, I don't know. Was Carrie Fisher alive when they did that Rogue One thing? I think she was at the time, right? Like, that's so weird. It's so weird that these are real people that are aging, that we are just plucking, like, the best version of them and putting them in, like, CGI. And now with the voices is, like, eternalized. I don't know. It freaks me out.
Well, all right. So I'll give you a different angle on that. So you have, as an actor, especially a female actor, you have a finite lifespan that the industry will tolerate your aging to, right? So if you get to a point, let's say you're 50, okay? The number of roles that you run into when you're 50 are severely limited. If someone could extend their acting career and their opportunity to make money in the business by allowing digital manipulation of their features, don't you think that's at least a worthwhile endeavor for it?
Yeah, I guess, but like, do we just want to completely give in and like ageism and not try to fix it? Like, or we just want to submit to like the industry-wide like issue? I don't know. It just seems like we're compromising just to not have to like tackle the real problem head on.
Well, and I agree that it's a problem that needs to be tackled. But in the meantime, you're robbing people of opportunities if you take that tool away.
Yeah, but you're robbing them of opportunities by like being ageist too. So it's like
I agree, but the problem is a role may require somebody of a certain age to be convincing.
Wouldn't you be taking away opportunities from potentially another actress that is right for the part if we're going to instead use AI or robot Carrie Fisher instead of recasting someone that might be good at it?
It's possible, but if you were doing a Star Wars film that was after Rogue One and you needed Princess Leia in there. Now granted it's a little different because she's passed away. But if you needed someone that's age appropriate who was that actor, wouldn't it be easier and more convincing to age reduce that actor so they could do that role?
No.
Well, why not? Because then you'd wind up getting like somebody who looks nothing like Han Solo showing up in a Han Solo movie, okay?
That's true. That movie had other problems. I think that was, I don't know. This is not the Solo podcast, but I don't know. For me personally, I think it should be a recasting. I don't think it should be using AI. People cling, especially when it comes to Star Wars and properties like it, people cling to that past so hard. The past, what did Kylo Ren say? Kill it if you have to. Like, I think, I don't know, we're getting like, it's like the metatextual level of this, but I think like we can't just like keep digging up these people and putting them into computers and like Indiana Jones.
But you can. That's the point.
That's the beauty of it. We can. We never have to move on.
Nobody has to die now.
No one's ever really gone. I don't know, man. I guess we'll see when Indiana Jones 5 comes out and they just make a whole movie with CGI Harrison Ford and call it a day.
Okay. So
hey, man, support your local artist, all right, before the robots come for us all.
So that's really what you're getting at here. The risk that you're seeing here is that it could severely negatively impact actual artists with what.
Yeah, it's like the old auto factories, right? Once they figured out how to automate all that stuff, all those people got fired. If we can automate writing a script for a movie, the people that are in the movie, their voices, the effects, if we can automate all that stuff, we don't even need people anymore. And at a certain point,
so that's a twisted idea of what history is. When they automated factories, people, instead of doing menial, repetitive tasks, were trained to do better tasks. What killed auto factories were unions that kept trying to get more and more money for people. Okay, so let's just put history aside for a second there and not distort it that much.
It would still be the same outcome, though. With if we found a way to automate all this stuff where people couldn't tell the difference, we wouldn't need people to do it anymore. And I think,
but instead of being a makeup artist, you become a digital effects artist.
What if they don't want to do that? What if they like makeup? They shouldn't be forced to change because of...
So then you work in stage, okay?
They go work at Walmart.
They're not digitally enhancing anybody on the stage in a play, okay?
Not yet. We have holograms.
You're killing me.
I'm just saying, it's something to think about. There's a real it's really important that we keep the human element in these things because that's where we get sparks of creativity that you couldn't get from a robot. There's things that they don't understand. There's ways to perform, ways to say things, ways to create that AI will never know.
Until we get to the self-aware AI, and then you have to worry about other things.
Yeah, then they're coming here and they're going to get me first. They're going to turn me into AI sausage.
You picked over most of your soapbox here. Was there anything else that you wanted to sum up there?
No, that's pretty much it. Watch out. Just be weary. Anything AI, I think you should be weary. Make sure you're making sure where this stuff is coming from. Don't just look at it like it's like science magic. It's not. All these things have to come from somewhere, real tangible things.
I agree. And to be honest with you, the point of support your local artist, I absolutely agree with. That's why one of the things that I really enjoy when we go to these comic book shows and these pop culture shows is interacting with some of these artists, looking at what they're doing, watching what they're doing live, communicating with them, talking to them, what inspires them. I find that to be one of the most rewarding things of going to these shows and actually seeing the brilliance that's out there in a lot of the young artists today.
Absolutely. I don't really have any artistic talent, so I have a lot of admiration for people.
You have a lot of pent-up frustration.
Yeah, why couldn't it be me? I want to use a robot. No, but people that can just pick up a pen and just make something brilliant. It's incredible, and I just think that we need to make sure that sticks around. Also, when you're going to these shows, make sure that whoever you're buying from isn't using Lensa to just make this art and sell it to you, because that is for sure going to happen, because people will try to swindle you. So just think about it.
All right. I think that was all we had today, unless you were...
No, that was it.
You still worked up? You get all off your chest?
Hey, man, I think we fixed it.
Okay.
As with every show, we've solved all the problems.
You know what? We didn't end with doom and gloom.
That's true. We led with it, and then we worked our way back.
There you go. A little reverse psychology there. All right, so that was it for the show today. Before we do go, I do want to once again ask that you subscribe to the podcast. Audio versions of this podcast can be found listed as Insights into Tomorrow. Audio and video versions of all the network's podcasts can be found listed as Insights into Things. We are available on Pandora, Castro, Stitcher, Amazon, anywhere you get a podcast. I would also ask you to write in, give us your feedback. You can email us at comments@insightsintothings.com. We do stream on Twitch 5 days a week at twitch.tv/insightsintothings. If you are an Amazon Prime subscriber, you do get a free monthly Twitch Prime subscription. We'd appreciate if you threw that our way. You can find us on Instagram at Insights Into Things, or you can find links to all that and more on our website at www.insightsintothings.com. That's it. Another one in the book.
Stay safe out there, everybody.
Bye.
Insightful podcasts by informative hosts. Insights into Things, a podcast network. Welcome to Insights into Tomorrow, where we take a deeper look into how the issues of today will impact the world of tomorrow. From politics and world news to media and technology, we discuss how today's headlines are becoming tomorrow's reality.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to episode 16 of Insights into Tomorrow, Microsoft's gaming monopoly. I'm your host today, Sam Whalen, and my co-host, Joseph Whalen. How you doing today?
Doing good, Sam. How you doing today?
Fantastic. We've taking a long hiatus from the show. The holiday break became the almost Q1 of 2022 breaks. But we're back. We're back, and we're talking about the Microsoft acquisition of Activision and Blizzard. We're going to break it all down for you on today's episode. But really quick, just a quick summary at the top of the show. So on January the 18th, we're a little bit late on this, but yesterday's news are tomorrow's insights. January the 18th, 2022, Microsoft, you guys may know them from Xbox and from computers, announced that they were acquiring Activision Blizzard in an all-cash transaction valued at $68.7 billion, or $95 per share. Now, this is arguably the biggest piece of news in the history of the games industry, and on today's show, we're going to take a look at what this means, why the acquisition is so important, and honestly, why you should care, because you might, look at this news and say, well, how does this affect me? It might not, but we'll get into it regardless. In addition, we'll hit some key elements, some key elements that should be remembered in this conversation going forward. But before we get into all that, I want to remind you some show plugs. You can subscribe to this podcast and all the podcasts offered from Insights into Things. We're on Apple Podcast, Spotify, Google Podcast, Stitcher, iHeartRadio, TuneIn, Amazon, and Pandora. I know Spotify just introduced a 5-star rating system. So if you go in there and rate the podcast, it does help our numbers quite a bit. In terms of contact information, we can be emailed at comments at insightsintothings.com. Twitter, we are at insights_things. Facebook, you can just search Insights Into Things Podcast. Instagram, at Insights Into Things. And finally, all these links, as well as more information, are on our website, www.insightsintothings.com. But that's all the housekeeping for today. Let's get right into the program. All right, so starting off with what exactly happened here. Now we have the press release from Microsoft that I've pulled a couple excerpts from just because nobody wants to hear boring corporate speak. But I've kind of boiled it down here. So, quote, Microsoft will acquire Activision Blizzard for $95 per share, which we hit at the top of the show, a $68.7 billion purchase, inclusive of Activision's Blizzard's net cash. Now, when this transaction closes, Microsoft will become the world's third largest gaming company by revenue, and they are behind Tencent at number one. Tencent, if you don't know, is a mobile game company. They're out of China. They make a ton of money through mobile games. And, of course, Sony at number two, Sony being the main competitor of Microsoft. Now, the planned acquisition includes iconic franchises from the Activision, Blizzard, and King Studios, King being the makers of Candy Crush. But games like Warcraft, whether that be World of Warcraft or... Is there another Warcraft game?
Yeah, there's a whole series of different Warcraft games that are out.
Yeah. Diablo, Overwatch, Call of Duty, which Call of Duty is a big one that we'll come back to. And like I said, Candy Crush. In addition to the global esports activities through MLG, or Major League Gaming, which is one of the biggest esports, I don't know, what would you call them, producers?
Yeah, organizers, yeah.
Yeah. The company has studios around the world with nearly 10,000 employees. Now, if we can see, there's a graphic you can look up. We have it on this back monitor here. But some other studios included are Treyarch, Raven, High Moon, Beenox, Infinity Ward, Toys for Bob, which makes remakes mostly. But it's more than just, these big games here. These are your big things, your Overwatches, your Call of Duties, which we'll hit on more later on in the show. But it's important to remember just how many studios are being acquired now under the Microsoft banner that you may not even think of. But some important points, actually, before we get into that, Joe, what do you think about this acquisition when you see these big studios? Do any of these games jump out to you?
Well, obviously some of them do. I mean, we've got Call of Duty, we've got Diablo, we've got World of Warcraft. That's a little long in the tooth right now, but it's a huge franchise. One thing is important to emphasize is the deal is still pending regulator approval.
Yep.
So it isn't a done deal just yet. So I think it's important to point that out. I think it's definitely a huge deal as far as dollar value and the impact of the industry. I don't think it's game breaking just yet. I think we kind of have, assuming it goes through, you've got probably about 3 years or more before it starts having a huge impact because of existing contracts and rights management that's going on.
Yeah, definitely. And I think there's a special task force. Not task force is a bit dramatic, but there's a FTC group being assembled specifically to look into this to make sure that it's all square before this acquisition goes through. So it is still pending. but it's most likely going to happen. So we thought we'd cover it today. But some more important points for you. Like I said, Microsoft now becomes, or will become, if this goes through, will become the third largest gaming company by revenue. Just to put that into perspective, I was wrong. Sony's number one with gaming revenue at $25 billion. Tencent coming in at number 2 with $13.9 billion. Nintendo was number 3 with $12.1 billion, but Microsoft has knocked them out with $11.6 billion, which, those numbers don't make sense none of them looking at them. But Microsoft will be taking that third spot for revenue. I imagine those numbers will probably go up for them now that they have acquired all these big franchises. Speaking of those franchises, especially Call of Duty. Call of Duty is one of the biggest things they're getting out of this. Activision isn't publishing a whole lot now, but it's primarily a Call of Duty machine. But we'll get back to Call of Duty. No, I'm sure that wasn't important, whatever that was.
Nope, not at all.
We'll get back to Call of Duty later on because it is something that I think deserves its own segment just because of how much money they're going to be making off it. But another important note is that King, the development studio, the Candy Crush people, gives Microsoft a big foot in the mobile gaming market, which they didn't really have before. They have their xCloud, which they're allowing you to play Xbox games on your phones, but in terms of games specifically developed for mobile, Microsoft didn't really have something like that, except for, there was Spartan Assault, there was a couple Halo games that were...
They're not even worth mentioning.
Yeah. Yeah, which you can also play on console now anyway. But it's where Tencent dominates, so we're going to see if, Microsoft acquiring this, are they going to try to go after Tencent in that mobile gaming market? But yeah, this is the broad umbrella look at it. This is the kind of the big overview. We'll get into some of the details in just a bit. But were there any thoughts you wanted to add, just big picture about this acquisition?
Yeah, I mean, consolidation in the game industry really isn't new, and that's what a lot of people are concerned about with this. For the past 4 or 5 years, we've seen gaming studios gobble each other up, left and right. Epic acquired Tonic in 2021. EA went on its own buying spree, picking up BioWare and all the other known studios in the last, 5 to 6 years. What's significant with Microsoft is that they're not just a game studio.
Mm-hmm.
They're a platform and a hardware manufacturer. So that's what's got a lot of people concerned, is that they can lock up a lot of exclusives with this.
Yeah, exactly.
But even the exclusives aren't that concerning because Sony's had exclusives, for decades now, their entire intellectual property. When Sega liquidated their Dreamcast and their gaming systems, they basically sold off their intellectual property to Microsoft. They divided it between Microsoft and Sony, and each got a couple of pieces of that property. But like I said before, the deal's full impact won't be felt for a few years because of a number of existing licensing agreements. And, a lot can change in 3 or 4 years in the gaming industry.
That's true. Yeah, you're going to see these studios shift. A lot of these studios have big games waiting to come out. We have Overwatch 2. Overwatch 1 coming out in 2016, we've seen a ton of gameplay of Overwatch 2, but it's kind of one of those ones that Blizzard has in their back pocket that they're kind of just waiting to drop. Probably a guaranteed hit because, the Overwatch, I'm part of the Overwatch fan base. It's a big fan base, but we're hoping to see that soon with this acquisition as well. But let's we'll take a short break. We'll come back and get into the nitty gritty details.
Insights into Teens, a podcast series exploring the issues and challenges of today's youth. Talking to real teens about real teen problems. Explore issues from braces to puberty, social anxiety to financial responsibility. Each week, we talk about the topics concerning today's youth. We look at how the issues affect teens, how to cope with these issues, and how parents, friends, and loved ones can help teens handle these challenges. Check out our video episodes on youtube.com/insightsintothings. Catch our audio versions on podcast.insightsintoteens.com or on the web at insightsintothings.com.
Welcome back, everyone, to episode 16 of Insights into Tomorrow, where today we're talking about the Microsoft acquisition of Activision and Blizzard. So getting into the details here, Activision Blizzard has been making some questionable management decisions in the last few years, and this is something I wanted to put right at the top, just so we can kind of get it out of the way, because there is some controversy there that I think is worth talking about. mainly from Bobby Kotick, the Activision Blizzard Incorporated Chief Executive Officer or CEO. This is from Bloomberg, from Devon Pendleton and Scott Carpenter. Activision CEO is looking at a $375 million payout in the Microsoft sale. So Bobby Kotick will be getting his payout from this, and we'll get into sort of his behavior and why that is controversial, I think. Last year, Activision Blizzard Inc. Chief Executive Kotick, he received a 50% pay cut. This year, he's up for a $375.3 million windfall before taxes. Now, Kotick's time as CEO has been marked by a leader whose recent tenure has been I just repeated myself in the notes here, but his tenure has been marked by employee complaints over sexism, a hostile work culture, and mismanagement of assault claims. That's kind of the big thing here, why he's kind of had a negative light on him pretty much his entire time at Activision as CEO. As recently as November, he was the target of employee walkouts and petitions demanding his removal over reports he failed to make the company's board aware of allegations of rape and other serious misconduct. Now, since being CEO in 2017, Kotick owns almost 4 million shares of Activision. This is the most of any officer or director, according to their filings. The second largest holder is board chairman Brian Kelly, who owns 1.4 million through trusts and foundations, which his stake is at a value of 137 million based on this deal. So that's where a lot of this money is coming from. Now, were you aware of Bobby Kotick at all, just from any kind of press you might have heard about him?
I don't know how you could not have been with all the negative press that he had.
Yeah.
When the deal itself cut, it was interesting. The companies have been kind of playing the fate of Kotick a little loose, a little close to the vest. They only said that he's going to remain CEO through the 2023 fiscal year for Microsoft, which ends June 30th, 2023. What is interesting, he's quoted himself saying, is he'll be available if needed.
Right.
And I don't think he's going to get too many callbacks.
No.
But even if he doesn't, in addition to the stock buyout that he gets, he has an employment contract that entitles him to a severance package worth $293 million should he lose his job as a result of a corporate takeover. So this guy's walking away with well over $500 million as a result of this.
Yeah, and that's one of the things you kind of hate to see come out of this, right? When we get into that discussion of corporate consolidation, is that, the bad guys that float to the top often get away, arguably better off than they were before.
Yeah.
If they're going at all, even. Microsoft, like you had said, were very wishy-washy about it, because that was one of the things, you think, oh, great acquisition. Okay, what happens with Bobby Kotick? Are we getting this guy out of here?
Right.
Because it's something that's pretty much universally agreed upon, is that he is not a great manager, and these sexual assault allegations and employee walkouts, the hits just kept coming. And it was, it's an interesting decision for Microsoft to say, okay, we're going to keep the guy around, but is that because we don't want to have to pay out $250 million?
Right, exactly.
But Kotick's compensation was controversial even before California's Department of Fair Employment and Housing sued the video game publisher in July, detailing a retaliatory, quote, frat boy culture. Earlier, the company announced it was slashing Kotick's 2021 salary and bonus in half in response to criticism. His pay package was excessively lavish compared with his peers. Kotick was also found in Jeffrey Epstein's Black Book, in which he used his company email address, and that's not a great look.
That doesn't help you or the company at that point.
No, I mean it's because I don't know why you would use your company email address. The hubris.
I don't know why you'd be involved with him in the first place.
True, yeah. But that's just one of the issues with Activision Blizzard. There are other problems as well in terms of union busting. This comes from Ethan Gack. I hope I'm pronouncing your name right, Ethan, from Kotaku. Call of Duty maker reveals plan to squash union effort. Activision Blizzard calls for studio-wide vote after refusing to voluntarily recognize Raven QA union. Raven is one of the studios under Activision Blizzard acquired in this acquisition. But this comes from the Kotaku article, quote, 34 staff from Raven's QA department revealed recently that they were organizing with the Communications Workers of America to unionize, which would have been an unprecedented step for developers at a major gaming company. They called on Activision Blizzard to voluntarily recognize the union, which had supermajority support within the QA department. Now, this is where we get into company policy from Blizzard. Their policy essentially boils down to when a company refuses to voluntarily recognize the union, the organizers behind it must win a majority in an election ratified by the National Labor Review Board. Now, this would be a huge hurdle for the folks over at Raven. That would have been a hurdle that would have been easy for Game Workers Alliance to overcome within just the QA department, because you have a very small section of employees, would have been very easy to get a majority. By requiring all employees at Raven to have a say, Activision Blizzard is effectively arguing that either the entire studio, not just the QA department, but the whole studio of Raven, unionize, or no one does. And that's kind of where you get into these wordsmith sort of, how we're going to use technicalities to kind of break up these unions. How do you feel about that?
Well, I think that's one of those things where, one, you're not gonna win against the union at this point in time. All these, I mean, if Amazon itself is fighting against the unionization of their facilities and losing, Blizzard's not going to win. And second, if you're trying to force the entire company to unionize rather than just a department, you're shooting yourself in the foot right there. Because all you're going to do is piss off all your employees. Then they're all going to unionize, and then you're really screwed in the end.
Yeah, but Blizzard had another response to this. This comes from Nicole Carpenter over at Polygon. The situation developed even more back in November. Quote, this is from a company statement. In November, we began the process to convert our temporary employees to full-time employment status. This comes from Raven Software Studio head Brian Raffel in an email to staff. He goes on to say, now I'm excited to share that our QA colleagues will embed directly within various teams across the studio, including animation, art, design, audio production, and engineering. In the email, Raffel said the move to our embed, our QA team, has been in the works for several months. Now, this splitting up of the QA team that was trying to unionize comes just 6 weeks after they were coming off a 6-week work strike. This makes unionization even more difficult. So these folks go on strike for the union, they come back, the QA department is split up among all different parts of Raven, making it even more difficult to effectively unionize. Do you think, according to Raffle here from Raven, they say this was in the works for several months. Do you buy that, or is it just a little too much of a coincidence for you?
There's probably a grain of truth in there, because these guys, as monumental as some of the mistakes are that they're making, they're not stupid.
Right.
And when they started getting whispers that the QA department was going to unionize, the first way to do that is to liquidate your QA department and dissolve it into everyone else who's not going to unionize. Mm-hmm. So I'm sure there was probably plans for it. I think the strike forced their hand and required them to basically pull the trigger on that decision.
Yeah.
I don't think they had much of a choice there.
Yeah, and this, as we're kind of alluding to here, the timing of these events is certainly interesting. Is the speculation is that this acquisition of Microsoft purchasing Blizzard, with the GIP hype moments of having all these franchises come to Microsoft, is that meant to overshadow the bad PR that Activision Blizzard has been getting for like 5 years now? Pretty much everything. There was even the thing with Blizzard, I don't know if I have it in the notes here, but where the controversy with China, where they were censoring the Hearthstone player when they was protesting China. And that was like huge news for like weeks. And it was all negative PR for Blizzard. And, it's kind of interesting. Sometimes you have to wonder, the CEO or the higher ups over at Microsoft, was there a thought of, is this too many bad apples? Is this too much of a bad PR move?
And I think there's little doubt that Microsoft is buying damaged goods.
Yeah.
As far as the reputation of the company goes. The products they put out are solid. Microsoft's already looking to do damage control on the bad image. I had found a Wall Street Journal article where Sabina Menschel, who's the president of global investigative firm Nardello and Company, says there's definitely more diligence being done, particularly diligence being done around bad behavior on the part of Microsoft doing their due diligence. She says not only sexual harassment or misconduct, but bullying and other types of behavior, companies are a lot less tolerant. Microsoft being that. Microsoft knows that they're going to get a lot of press and attention, and they realize that their own reputation is on the line here. So the last thing a company like Microsoft wants is to inject itself with a cancerously bad culture that'll eat away at the rest of the company. Or, certainly more company profits than anything else. So Microsoft's not stupid in this acquisition. They kind of knew what they were getting, which is why I'm pretty sure they're so aloof when it comes to what the management of Blizzard's going to wind up looking like after all this.
Yeah, you want to be optimistic, right? You want to say they're being acquired. Maybe we'll get some management shakeups. We'll improve the culture. But especially when it comes to the gaming industry, the culture of crunch when you have to get a game out and you're working, double to triple the hours that are healthy, and you're getting harassed at work. It's something that is all too common, especially in the gaming industry. So you want to hope that things will get better, but only time will tell. Especially with something as big as this, it's going to take years to see if there are any changes, what they might be.
Well, and honestly, historically, Microsoft doesn't have the best reputation with its game developers. It had a really rocky relationship with Bungie back when Bungie was developing Halo for them.
Yep.
So that was kind of a caustic environment there. Not nearly as bad as what Activision and Blizzard had, but it is. It's a high stress environment. I've worked in development environments doing application development. Game development is on a whole different level. You've got deadlines that are right off the bat, unrealistic deadlines that are being set by salespeople, not set by engineers, and you're driven to the point of collapse by the time the end of the project rolls around.
Yeah, we're still seeing the effects of COVID with all this as well. A lot of these studios had to completely shut down and send everybody home with all their equipment, which, we're seeing that with games. I mean, probably the biggest one is Halo Infinite, Microsoft's arguably biggest title in years, got delayed a whole year, to make the game ready and to
probably needed to be delayed another couple of months too before launch. But
well, yeah, they're still staggering that content.
They delayed it for a year and then released 70% of the game.
Yeah,
and 30% of it was bugged.
Yeah, I don't know. When it comes to things like that, it's as a bit of an aside, I would rather it just take longer, just so you don't.
Absolutely,
have to,
I'm the same way. I play in a game that's owned by EA now, Star Wars: The Old Republic. They had a major content drop that was supposed to happen right after the first of the year, and they had to push it out another month. And it's like, it's okay. I'm all right waiting for that because I've lived through content drops that weren't ready, and it made the game just completely unplayable for a month or two while they went back to the drawing board and fixed it.
Yeah.
I'd rather stay with the old content and live with it, but still be able to play the game until it's ready to go.
And that's not even, the quality of the game and what you're dropping, the kind of content you're dropping is important. But giving it more time also allows the people making this content to not necessarily have to crunch and to have more time to work on it at a healthy pace. And I think that's a lot of the reason we're seeing the delays as well. So hopefully we'll see some more positive management decisions, but unfortunately only time will tell on that. But another big aspect of this is Games Pass. Now, for those of you that might not know, Xbox Games Pass is basically the Netflix of gaming. It's the thing that everybody calls it. And I'm sure they might already have that as like their official slogan, but if they don't, they should. But basically you pay a set fee every month. I think if you get the Games Pass Ultimate, which includes your Xbox Live Gold, which allows you to play online, what's it, $15 a month, I think?
Something like that, yeah.
Yeah. But around that price, and you can basically download the library of games, which is like 100-some games, available to play. Now, you also get first-party Xbox Studio games, day and date, Xbox games with gold, EA Play as well, getting a lot of EA titles in there. And there's also Games Pass for PC, so you don't even have to have an Xbox to access a lot of these things because you can get it all through Games Pass with PC, which is a recent addition, but definitely a huge get, which also ties into this acquisition because a lot of these games from Blizzard are primarily on PC.
Yeah.
But some numbers for you about Microsoft Games Pass. This comes from Tom Warren over at The Verge. Quote, Microsoft Game Pass service now has 25 million subscribers, which is up from 18 million Microsoft reported in January of last year. So in just a year, you're adding 7 million more subscribers. And that's in a year where you acquire Bethesda, you get the EA deal through, so you can get EA Play, you get Games Pass on PC. That's all in a year, and it makes sense why they got 7 million more people on board.
Sure.
And that's not even accounting the Xbox first-party studios, those games that came out, like Halo, and I'm trying to think of some other ones. There was Rainbow Six, but I don't think that's another big game on Games Pass. It's not an Xbox exclusive, but
right.
So you had a couple games drops as well to kind of justify those higher numbers. Xbox Games Pass is shifting how gaming companies look at revenue models. It's kind of changing the whole industry. It's changing it from being you pay $60 to $70 for a game the day it comes out. You have a physical disc, you play it, and that's it. Now we're kind of shifting to a more ever-changing thing where you have a library of digital games that you can then download, which some people aren't for because they'd rather have that physical media. Personally, I don't mind, except for when it comes to storage, because I know you have there's two different models of the newest Xbox out now.
Right.
There's one that has a disk drive and one that doesn't. You have the non-disk drive one. Do you ever run into storage issues with, having to download everything like that?
I don't. And I have the internal storage. I have the external NVMe card storage. Plus, I offload a good chunk of the games to the slower USB drive on there. So I've got plenty of storage. There's only the newest, latest, greatest games need to be played on the fastest storage. So they've provided enough options that it's manageable, and I'm not too worried about that. And I download all the games anyway. I mean, I couldn't tell you the last time I went to a GameStop or someplace else to buy a physical piece of media for the game.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm the same way. I have because I download everything. The second it comes to Game Pass, I'm downloading it to play just because I love video games. And, I think this is a great, this isn't an ad for Games Pass, but I think it's the best value in gaming, because if you're someone that doesn't necessarily want to commit to that $60 purchase, you can get Games Pass and have over 100 games available to play like that.
Yeah.
And, you run into issues.
Not like that. You do have to download.
Yeah, that's what I was about to say. Yeah, there is the issue, if you don't have the best internet connection, or if you don't have the money to shell out for an external hard drive or things like that. There are some barriers to entry there. But you can still only download one game at a time, and, the Xbox can handle that if you're able to download it eventually. But like I was saying, this Games Pass is shifting how game companies are looking at the revenue models going forward. Sony is looking to compete with its PS Now service. It is similar to Games Pass, but not nearly as effective in the marketplace. And a big reason for that is because with PS Now, I don't think you can download the games. I think you have to stream them.
You're streaming them, live.
Which, even with a good internet connection, you can tell.
Yeah. Well, the latency, there's no way you can get around with the technology we have today. You can't get around latency. And latency, especially if you're playing like a first-person shooter or something like that, latency is going to kill you every time. There's no way you can get around the physics of you're trying to send a bit of data from your network all the way across the internet to some server somewhere else, and might not even be your region. You physically, even if you are using fiber optics all the way, you're limited by the speed of light. And there is, people don't realize it, but there's this limit to the speed of light when you're trying to go across the country, or when you're trying to bounce a signal off a satellite.
And talking about those online only services, Xbox does have xCloud, which allows you to stream games from your console to either your phone or a tablet or something like that. And they have made significant improvements to that in terms of dealing with latency. But still, if you're playing, like you said, a first-person shooter or a fighting game or a racing game, something that is online multiplayer, you're going to notice it regardless.
Yeah, single-player games, you're usually pretty okay with it, but don't try to do anything competitive in player versus player.
Yeah. But Sony is looking to beef up their PSN Now service. This comes from Jonas Mackey over at Game Reactor. Quote, the creator of PlayStation 4 and 5, Mark Cerny, has filed a patent via USPTO for, quote, backward compatibility through use of spoof clock, I don't know what that is, and fine-grained frequency control. So basically, Sony's got some patents on the book for backwards compatibility. So it leads people to speculate that they are going to try to incorporate some more, PS3 games and PS4 games into PS Now to try to make it compete with Games Pass, while also maybe throwing in your PS Plus, which is the equivalent of Xbox games or Xbox Gold, basically the online component, kind of rolling it all into one package, just like you have here with Games Pass. Do you think that would be as effective as Microsoft's Game Pass?
It has the potential. I think the problem you run into is that game services is an area where PlayStation is playing catch up. Microsoft is leaps and bounds. They're 10 years ahead of PlayStation when it comes to this service and this ability. PlayStation really abandoned their backwards compatibility as a serious concern years ago. As they were moving past the PS2, PS3, they didn't really worry about supporting backwards compatibility. That was an area that Microsoft really cashed in on, because they knew all these people out there had this huge library of games, and they were going to be angry if they couldn't play them, moving forward. So Microsoft has been very good about that. And Microsoft, just to talk real quickly about the technology that they're talking about here, the spoof clock. So the problem with the newer game systems is they run fast, right? They're newer processors, they're faster clocks on the processors, and you need all that for the computation. The problem is when you try to run an older system on a clock that fast, it either doesn't work at all, or it works at a rate that you can't play that game anymore. So what they do is they try to clock down the processor on there so you can play it at the same speed as the old consoles. Well, Microsoft got around that by using virtual machines, which Microsoft brought in from their corporate world. So when you fire up, an old Xbox 360 game, it fires up a virtual machine and it runs in that virtual machine completely self-contained in there and fully functional. So they're not doing these gimmicky type things like PlayStation's trying to do.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think that is kind of a thing, right? That Xbox, when they announced that they were going to have 360 games coming to Xbox One at the time, people lost their minds because, obviously for the reasons you're saying, people didn't want to lose all those games.
You can go back and play original Xbox games now. They're making them compatible.
Yeah, as a lifelong Xbox and PlayStation fan, it's really, really cool to have access to those old games. Although I think Xbox announced recently that the last batch of what's going to be backwards compatible has been announced. So we are seeing that halt, but it's still a ton of games.
Yeah.
And, even one game would have made it, over PlayStation in this instance. But let's get into another big aspect of this, which we kind of teased at the beginning of the show, Call of Duty.
Let's take a break before we get into that.
All right.
For over 7 years, the Second Sith Empire has been the premier community guild in the online game Star Wars: The Old Republic. With hundreds of friendly and helpful active members, a weekly schedule of nightly events, annual guild meet and greets, and an active community both on the web and on Discord. The Second Sith Empire is more than your typical gaming group. We're family. Join us on the Starforge server for nightly events such as operations, flashpoints, world boss hunts, Star Wars trivia, guild lottery, and much more. Visit us on the web today at www.thesecondsithempire.com.
And we're back with Insights into Tomorrow. Today we're talking about Microsoft's gaming monopoly. So like I said before, I'm a little rambunctious. I thought I'd just plow right through it. But, we got bills to pay, got to keep the lights on, so we had to run some ads. But we're back, and we're going to get into talking about Call of Duty. It's one of the biggest, worthy enough that they decided to put it as part of their banner here for the purchase. But it is Activision's probably their biggest game that they're currently publishing. Once again, Call of Duty Vanguard, which is the most recent addition in the franchise, was the best-selling game of 2021. This comes from the NPD, or the National Purchase Diary panel. That comes from its sales report for 2021, that Call of Duty Vanguard, number one again. Which is interesting because it was critically panned and fan panned. I don't know what you would call that demographic, but nobody liked the game. But it was still the number one best-selling game, and that kind of speaks to why Call of Duty is such a valuable asset for now Microsoft to have in their pocket. Because, and I could speak of this as a Call of Duty fan that kind of hopped off the bandwagon after Cold War, the last entry. Call of Duty fans are dedicated.
Yeah.
And
fanatical, I would say.
Yeah. And they're going to buy it regardless of what it is. People will pre-order the next Call of Duty before it's even announced what it is.
Yeah.
So when you acquire something like this, that's guaranteed money in your pocket. And in a second, we'll get into Microsoft now has a lot of these titles where the fan bases are extremely rabid. But this comes from Eddie Makuch over at GameSpot.com. That's a shame.
Just work through the name.
Yeah, Eddie, if you're listening, I apologize. Change your name, though. Quote, Vanguard was December's best-selling game of December and the full year, and the series has now been the best-selling game franchise for dollar sales for 13 years in a row. How do you feel about that? Because I could not believe that statistic when I saw it.
Being a fan of Call of Duty for 13 years, I could totally understand it. That's the one game a year. I don't play games nearly as much as I used to, but the one game a year that I always look forward to is Call of Duty. And Call of Duty is not released by just one development group either. They come out each year. It's a different group that comes out with them. And it's funny looking at the dynamic and almost the personality that you get from game to game. But it totally makes sense to me that you're going to have a group of people that are that dedicated to it, because the big fan base for Call of Duty isn't the, oh, let's just play through the scenario and be done with it, campaign and be done with it. It's that online cutthroat, super competitive, prestiging 20 times, getting all the bells and whistles and all the toys on my weapons and all the colors. That's what it is. And it's a reward-based system that they run on that keeps people addicted. It's almost like drug addiction, where there's always something for you when you keep playing. It's not like you run the content and the game's over. There's such replayability with it, with the online PvP play.
Yeah, and that's not even factoring in Call of Duty Warzone, right? Which dropped 3-4 years ago, but kind of became another battle royale in that battle royale wheelhouse that is just a cash cow for the folks over at Activision, because it's difficult for any game, especially a battle royale, to break out and kind of make its name. But you have the big three. I would say at this point you have Fortnite, Apex Legends, which is also owned by EA, and now Warzone. So it's just interesting to think about how much money just Warzone alone is bringing in, which they've already said they're going to continue that, because of course they are. Why would they stop?
Why wouldn't you? It's a golden goose.
Yeah. But something else I wanted to mention about the Call of Duty thing is that now part of this acquisition, Microsoft now owns Major League Gaming, and I don't know for sure, but there's got to be a Call of Duty tournament with MLG, right?
Oh, I'm sure there is. Yeah.
So now Microsoft has all that stuff in house.
I'm not nearly that good enough to know where it is or how to play it, but.
Yeah, so now Microsoft has all those. They almost have, it's like, the old Paramount decision with movies back in the 30s. They have the distribution, distribution, manufacturing, and what's the other one? Production, maybe. I don't know. There's three things that you need.
They produced them, they distributed them.
Yeah, they have all these. Oh, exhibition, that's what it is. For movies when you go see it in theater. But now they own the Xbox, I guess would be the movie theater at this point.
And that's really where that concern came from, was that you're not just looking at an EA buying up other development houses. You're looking at the people that bring this to your house, that you play on their hardware. They're now going to be a major player in producing the games themselves and locking up those games to a closed system. And that's what scares a lot of people.
Yep. For a little bit of context, here's the top 5 games of 2021. You have Call of Duty Vanguard, Call of Duty Black Ops Cold War, which was the one before Vanguard, Madden NFL 22, Pokemon Brilliant Diamond Shining Pearl, and Battlefield 2042. Now, there's some variation in the numbers there because I don't think this accounts for digital sales, but regardless, 4 out of these 5 games Microsoft now technically owns.
Right.
And these are, semi-annual titles. Madden comes out every year and is another cash cow. That's, you talk about rabid fan bases. Madden's one of the biggest ones out there, and FIFA. Just the FIFA Ultimate Team alone is $1 billion industry. Yeah. And it's insane that now Microsoft now has Call of Duty, the sports games, and just that alone could make any company rich for years. But they've got everything else to back it up. I don't know.
And ironically, the place that I think Microsoft is going to make the most money out of this in the short term is going to be mobile. Mm-hmm. Microsoft had no footprint in the mobile market itself now. And now they're going to be probably second place in mobile games at this point in time, just from this acquisition. That's huge. Just the microtransactions associated with the mobile games, huge cash cow for them.
Yep, because you have King with Candy Crush, and I'm sure King makes other mobile games. I'm not too familiar with them. But you also have Diablo. Diablo Immortal is a huge mobile game that no one was particularly happy about when it got announced. But it might already be out, or it's coming out, and that's...
When you can have games that are terrible games by all accounts and they still make a fortune, you're doing something right.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure when Diablo Immortal got announced, it was booed at E3. But yeah, that's another big mobile title coming out. We're going to see, I wouldn't be surprised if we got a variation on, Warcraft, the original Warcraft, like the RTS, real-time strategy games, ported to mobile, and StarCraft. I think all these things could...
They're perfect for it.
Yeah, exactly. I think, I would not be surprised at all. There's also Call of Duty Mobile, which is, I think, it's still around, so it's pretty successful. But, you're exactly right. I think we're going to see, Xbox kind of maybe try to dominate this market, assuming it can compete with Tencent. That's also counting xCloud, which you can play games mobily, which I think is really cool technology, especially if you're someone that travels a lot.
I've not had a good experience with
it. Oh, really?
And it's more because of the controls.
Oh, yeah.
You know, it's really tough to play a console game on a tablet or a phone without having a proper controller.
Yeah, that's kind of been why I don't use it often as well, because I have to hook up the controller to my phone, and it's like, oh, you've kind of lost me at that step. But you know, if they're going to double down on this mobile market, I could see them making, you know, an easier to use interface, or make games specifically for mobile that you don't have to worry about translating that controller
As
interface.
long as Microsoft doesn't try to make phones again, we should all be okay.
I had that Microsoft phone, by the way. I wanted that thing, and it was terrible. So yeah, I think they learned their lesson there. But we're going to take another quick break, and then we're going to come back and talk more monopolies.
Insights into Entertainment, a podcast series taking a deeper look into entertainment and media. Our husband and wife team of pop culture fanatics are exploring all things from music and movies to television and fandom. We'll look at the interesting and obscure entertainment news of the week. We'll talk about theme park and pop culture news. We'll give you the latest and greatest on pop culture conventions. We'll give you a deep dive into Disney, Star Wars, and much more. Check out our video episodes at youtube.com/insightsintothings. Our audio episodes at podcast.insightsintoentertainment.com, or check us out on the web at insightsintothings.com.
We're back with Insights into Tomorrow, episode 16, where we are talking about Microsoft acquiring Blizzard. So we've kind of been leading up to this entire show, the discussion of Monopoly. What does this mean for... What does this mean, Jenny? What does this mean for Microsoft monopolizing the games industry? Should PlayStation gamers be worried that they simply won't be able to play some of their favorite franchises going forward? Do you have any thoughts on that?
Oh, they should not be worried at all. Sony just acquired Bungie, and that huge catalog of games that Bungie doesn't have.
Destiny 2, baby!
Yeah, I'm kind of puzzled at the Sony response to this. It was almost like hey, we need to look like we're still in the game here, so let's buy something.
Well, it wasn't a response, because these deals take months. Sony, it's a response in general to Microsoft's, acquiring Bethesda, now this, but the acquisition game, the land grab in general, I don't think it's a direct response to this, but it is something that Sony is trying to flesh out their online presence, because, you think Sony, you think single player, narrative focused, action, adventure games. You have Uncharted, well, not anymore, but, Last of Us, God of War, all these things, Horizon, Spider-Man, yeah, all these things that are single player driven. Sony really doesn't have a foot in that multiplayer landscape like Microsoft does with things like, Halo Infinite's multiplayer, which is free to play.
Not exclusives, no. They're banking on cross-platform licensing like Call of Duty and stuff like that.
Yeah, but hopefully having Bungie, they can kind of flesh out that landscape, not just with Destiny 2, but I think they announced another IP from Bungie, kind of focusing in the multiplayer world as well. But Call of Duty has been confirmed to be multi-platform for at least the next 3 years. And I wouldn't be surprised if... Do you think we'll see an Xbox exclusive Call of Duty?
Absolutely.
Yeah?
Microsoft would be stupid if they didn't.
Yeah, that's kind of what I was thinking too. Do you think they would try to split it up and have it be single player only on Xbox, multiplayer Warzone everywhere else, or Warzone everywhere else, multiplayer single player only on Xbox?
I think you're going to see the whole thing just be on Xbox. Microsoft has very few bankable franchises that they can say are exclusives that they didn't themselves create already. You've got Halo. You've got... What else do you have? I mean...
Gears of War, which, unless they make another game, is not super...
That's kind of getting long in the tooth.
Yeah, well, we're on number 6. Well, 5 came out, but the next one would be number 6.
But Sony made their place in the gaming market with their exclusives. Mm-hmm. And they sucked up all the exclusives, is the problem. When Microsoft went to start doing exclusives, there was none left.
Yeah. Well, no, I mean, that too, and like the focus of Microsoft has never really been on making, you don't have those like... It reminds me of like the 90s and 2000s where you had mascot games like Crash Bandicoot and Spyro. Sony kind of has that now with Spider-Man, Horizon Zero Dawn. You see these characters, you recognize them from PlayStation games. Microsoft pretty much only has Master Chief.
Right.
I mean, you can count Marcus Phoenix and now Kate, I forget her last name from Gears of War. Those are iconic characters, but they're not nearly as beloved and as current as a lot of your PlayStation single party players or characters.
So seeing Call of Duty go exclusive to Microsoft, I think, is a no-brainer.
Are we gonna get a Call of Duty Halo crossover?
God, I hope not.
That'd be
I mean,
insane.
it's possible given the direction that they've gone with some of the Call of Duty stories.
Yeah.
I wouldn't put it past them if they think they can make money on it. I think us arguing whether or not Microsoft acquiring Blizzard Activision is a monopolistic move is difficult when they're solidly claiming the third place slot.
Yeah.
It's really hard to say you're a monopoly when you're third place.
Yeah, it's just I think the biggest thing that frightens people and why they cry monopoly is because the independent game studio landscape is dwindling quickly, and you wonder if there's going to come a day where everything is either a Sony Studios or an Xbox Studios game, and if we're just going to lose that independent scene altogether.
Well, you will, but it's one of those things that's self-sustaining because I can go into business for myself. I can take out a $100,000 loan, start a studio, run it for 3 years, come up with something that's marketable, and then get a 100-time return on my investment and get bought out. So just as an entrepreneurial injector, those independent organizations are still going to continue going on there, if for no other reason than to be targeted for buyouts.
Yeah, the more I think about it, it is a lot like movies where you had, early movies were not owned by anybody, but then you had big studios like Warner Brothers and others. And then eventually that studio system was torn down. And that's why you get more independent films like in the 60s and 70s. Are we going to see this with gaming where, these studios buy up everybody? We get these, a decade or two of all these exclusive console exclusive games. And then do we have a kind of consumer pushback against that where we'll go back to more independent publishers? Or do you think we'll settle into this studio, grabathon?
The market never really allows the polarizing effect of one or two companies to run things. The corporate industries tends to migrate in that direction. I mean, even if you look at like retail, for instance, so everybody vilified Walmart because they came into every town and they killed all the small mom and pop shops. And then what happened after that? Then Amazon showed up, and Amazon's now killing Walmart. Mm-hmm. So now all the small mom and pop shops are like, well, you got to support your local businesses. So now there's a big push for all the local businesses, all your little bookstores and everything else. So the market is going to regulate itself more than the government is. The government's going to try and regulate it for purposes of, tax revenue and so forth. But the market doesn't sustain monopolies very well.
Yeah. Dialing it back a bit, by owning all these yearly releases, the ones we hit on earlier, the Maddens, the Call of Duties, the FIFAs, does Microsoft stifle competition? Because if you're someone that is a casual gamer, right, and you only buy one game a year, and that game is Call of Duty, and you own a PlayStation, is this something that Microsoft, whether it's not a real monopoly, not a total monopoly, are there some issues with it?
Well, the competition does not survive off of those guys that buy one game a year, right? The competition is spurred on by market growth. It's spurred on by market activity. And what you find now, the reason so many of these acquisitions are happening is because you have so many independent companies that put out that one gem. And everybody loves that for 6 months, and it makes a fortune. Well, and then you see someone like Microsoft go gobble them up. Mm-hmm. It's not going to stop those guys from producing that. You're still going to have all these small studios and individual efforts that are going to be putting out those brainstorms that you don't get that level of innovation from a corporation like a Microsoft or a Sony. You just don't get that kind of innovative design and out-of-the-box thinking. This sort of stuff has been happening since the 1980s and through the 90s, where you get a couple of guys that start, like, you've probably heard of Sid Meier's, right? Mm-hmm. Civilization, Pirates. He started, it was a two-man company he started. And they got huge. Then they were popular. And then when When they got bought out, they created Microprose. And when Microprose wound up getting bought out, he went and started another studio. And when that got bought out for Axis, he went and started. So you're not going to stop people like that who can't, I don't want to say can't operate in a corporate culture, but they don't thrive in a corporate culture. They thrive in that small incubator type of environment. And they're going to keep going. They're going to build what they want. They'll sell it off. They'll build the next great thing. They'll sell it off. They'll build the next great thing. And there's hundreds of people like that are out there in multiple industries, not just the game industry.
Yeah, it's true. I mean, it was something I was worried about because I think that just like with movies, again, bringing it back again, you have to have the independent element, right? Because if everything is studio mandated, it stifles creativity at the very least. So I do agree with you that I think we'll see that independent scene will still be there, and it's just a matter of when they make it big and get bought by Sony or Microsoft.
Everybody wants, the old saying in the movies, everyone wants their 15 minutes of fame. Well, everybody wants their big break. Everyone wants their buyout here. So everyone's still going to keep building the stuff independently.
Yeah, there was an example I thought of while you were making that comparison. Drinkbox Studios, they made a game called Guacamelee and Guacamelee 2, side-scrolling platforming action game, really creative, really fun. Then they got bought by Microsoft, and they recently had a game come out called Nobody Saves the World, which was day and date on Games Pass. But playing that game, you worry a little bit that you're going to lose some of the independent charm, but they didn't. And so, as long as Microsoft, if they're going to, Microsoft and Sony, if they're going to buy these studios, if they can kind of remain hands-off and still let these guys work, but just have it be, maybe a console exclusive if it needs to be at the end of the day.
Well, Bungie's a great example. Bungie was a fantastic small independent group when Microsoft went to them with Halo. They did a fantastic job with Halo, knocked it out of the park. Microsoft bought them, ran them for a little bit, stifled their innovation, and then they wound up breaking it off again as an independent group. Now they're getting bought by Sony, so, some people don't learn their lessons, I guess.
Well, it's also important to note that they were owned by Activision for like 2 years, I forget how long, but they were owned until 2019 by Activision, which was also a terrible relationship that they were treated terribly with, and the fans hated it, and Bungie hated it, and I'm pretty sure Activision hated it. It was a bad time all around.
Yeah.
But Bungie can't catch a break.
BioWare, same thing. BioWare had a huge fan base of rabid fans because of the philosophy that the owners had, the quality of the product that they put out. They get acquired by EA. EA basically waters the entire thing down, slaps their little formula for development on there, and it's just a clone of what EA is now.
Yeah. EA. We could probably do a whole other episode on EA, but they have similar corporate issues. But yeah, again, going back to Microsoft and the monopoly, Microsoft, of course, we talked about it on a previous episode. They faced criticism back in the 90s for its antitrust practices. Are they heading down a similar path? From McKenna Kelly over at The Verge, quote, and this gets into some of the details about the FTC. The Justice Department and Federal Trade Commission launched a joint effort to modernize antitrust enforcement, seeking comment on how the agencies can apply current law in cases against tech companies like Meta, which is formerly Facebook, and Google. The announcement came at a joint press conference from FTC Chair Lena Khan and Justice Department Antitrust Chief Jonathan Cantor, who described the move as a wide-ranging enforcement modernization effort. So we did an episode a while back about tech companies and their monopolies, and I think this is just another nail in the coffin of the FTC kind of getting wise to it and kind of changing legislation to better combat these deals. What do you think about that?
Well, and I think the problem you run into here is it's a change of administration. It's a new FTC that has to kind of make a splash here that it's anti-monopolistic, so they need an example, right? So the advantage that Microsoft has, though, is they're not in the center of the regulatory sniper rifle at this point in time. You've got two big companies out there that have really got everybody else's attention. So I think it's more a matter of timing. I think if Microsoft plays this smart, they don't rush this. They wait for Khan to get caught up in either a Meta witch hunt or a Google witch hunt and go after them. And I think the FTC's, the Biden administration is looking for a win, right? And if the big guys out there to get that win on aren't Microsoft, they're Meta and Google. So if they lock horns with one of them first, Microsoft will be able to get through without any real challenges, I think.
Yeah, definitely. And Meta's already kind of taken a couple hits recently.
They're not doing themselves any favors.
No, it seems like every week they've had like the worst month ever.
Well, the fact that they even changed the name, I mean, that was just such a blatant attempt to put lipstick on a pig there and hope the government didn't recognize you're the same evil company.
Yeah, what they have their first quarter where they lost users.
Yeah,
their revenue is down. Like they're just falling apart.
Zuckerberg lost $20 billion on paper in one day.
Yeah, so you're right. If they're looking for someone to make an example out of, it seems like Meta might be the better target.
Well, and that's the thing. Not even from I hate to bring politics into this, but it's not even just from a monopolistic standpoint. Meta has a reputation from a perspective of influencing politics and in a negative way for Democrats. And when you're facing a Democratic administration who needs a win, you've made yourself a very easy target at that point.
Yeah, that's a great point. I mean, it makes them certainly like you said, a much bigger target. While the announcement spans markets, it specifically, this goes back to the FTC, the task force they're putting together. It specifically questions how regulators should approach merger approval in digital markets, potentially setting new legal standards around data aggregation, interoperability. That's a fun word to say. I was going to say interpolarity, but that doesn't make any sense. And market consolidation that can affect competition. So we're seeing a bit of a really unprecedented time for when it comes to these kind of laws, because they have to change them for the digital market. It makes you wonder where these things will go in, say, 20 years.
The problem that you have is the wheels of government are notoriously slow. They do not keep up with technology. They do not keep, even from a medical standpoint, government regulation does not keep up with advances in technology, and it never will. Because the bureaucracy itself doesn't allow it. What would take a development company, 6 months to put out a new piece of technology, it would take the government 4 years to catch up to that between legislation and debates and subcommittees and all that stuff. So for the government itself to be reactionary in situations like this is very dangerous from a regulatory standpoint. What the government needs to do is stop looking at this from a per company standpoint and look at it from an impact to the market, an impact to the country and the citizens and everything else. Because only then can you react in a way that is slow but effective. And I think what you run into is the reaction that you get now is these guys are bad, so we have to do something about them. Mm-hmm. And legislation's never going to keep up with that.
Yeah, and it's interesting, too, because we talk about how slow government moves, but these tech companies move lightning fast in terms of, whether it be making acquisitions like this or by expanding their spheres of influence. So it's almost like it's oil and water in terms of how these two entities operate. And, how does that impact legislation, and how does that impact the amount of power that these tech companies are able to consolidate and aggregate? But as we're coming to the end of the show, do you think this merger is going to go through?
I think without a doubt it's going to go through, yes.
And do you think that this will be a footnote in the FTC's policy going forward when it comes to these kind of mergers?
I don't think it's really going to get much scrutiny from the FTC. It's not a questionable deal. We already talked about them becoming third. If they were number one after this deal, I could see it getting scrutiny. You can't accuse someone of being monopolistic when you're number 3 in the market. It just doesn't make sense.
Yeah.
If the merger, stepping out of the game industry for a moment, if the merger between T-Mobile and Sprint could go through because they were third place and that was part of the justification for that, then you already have a precedent set for it. So there's very little chance that it's going to get blocked.
Yeah, no, I absolutely agree. I think it will go through. And, you were kind of at that stage where all this news broke, and it was a crazy month of hearing the headlines and what this means. But we're kind of at a point where now we kind of just hurry up and wait, we see, because these things take years to figure out. What's the real question is, what are things going to look like in 5 to 10 years for Microsoft and for Blizzard?
And that's where you have to look, because even after this deal is signed, nothing's going to happen for 3 to 4 years. 5 years from now, I think you're going to find Xbox is going to be far more dominant in the gaming scene. PlayStation has traditionally always beat out Xbox as far as console sales and game sales. And I think
if Microsoft doesn't come out on top, it's going to be a lot closer than it was. But the other thing you have to keep in mind is a lot of the reason why Microsoft isn't first is Microsoft tends to shoot themselves in the foot from a technology standpoint, from a marketing standpoint. Just the fact that they can't consistently name their consoles really confuses the hell out of people.
It's a branding issue, right?
That it really is. Every time they come out with a new console, they try to reinvent themselves, and it backfires every single time.
Yeah.
So Microsoft has their own flurry of mistakes that they continuously make over and over again that really impede their ability to be dominant. Buying their way to dominance is a new strategy, but I don't know if it's necessarily going to work because you got the same people making the same mistakes.
Yeah. I mean, we talk about that strategy of buying, and it almost creates the image of Microsoft setting up all these dominoes that they're just waiting to push down. Because we have the Bethesda acquisition, Elder Scrolls 6, a big game from Bethesda, Starfield. I believe Starfield was confirmed to be an Xbox exclusive. So again, we go back to that 5 to 10 year benchmark. Is Microsoft going to have a decade where they're just releasing, hit title after hit title, which people kind of think that they were going to do now with Halo, but that was kind of all they did.
And that's the thing. You can, just because you have an exclusive doesn't mean people are going to want to play it.
Yeah.
And that's the problem you run into.
Yeah. And you get the opposite of that with Sony, where people are going to play those games because there's a level of quality that is pretty much unmatched.
Yes. And Microsoft, if nothing else, has an infamous reputation of putting out poor quality code, whether it's operating systems, Microsoft Office, video game, doesn't matter. I mean, this was another folly of their marketing department. They marked the Red Ring of Death issue from the Xbox 360 by selling T-shirts with the Red Ring of Death. Now, if you haven't been in the gaming industry for a while, the Red Ring of Death was when the Xbox 360 came out. They had a hardware issue, a fundamental hardware issue that was causing the little Xbox power ring to turn red, and the game system basically became useless.
Yep.
And they stumbled on replacing that. It turned out it was bad solder. So they were using cold solder that was too fragile. So the solder points, just from the motion of the fans and moving the thing around, would cause the solder points to break. So they went back to the manufacturing process and they injected more, I think it was more lead or something, into the copper itself to soften the copper up. Well, and then what happened was, as you played the game over a period of time, the game system would heat up to the point that it would melt the solder, and you'd get the problem again. So they really, for the first 2 years of the 360, they really flubbed the whole thing until they fixed their manufacturing issues. The fact that they're going to mark the release of the 360 by using the Red Ring of Death on a logo, is just idiotic. Like, why would you do that?
Yeah, it's like trying to claim something, right, and to make it better. But I think the memories, the wound is still too exposed,
exactly,
to be doing things like that. I mean, now we're seeing that they don't have nearly as poor of a launch with the Xbox Series X and S. There is the chip shortage, which is affecting everything. But the problem that you run into is, so you want to buy an Xbox Series S. Well, do you need to buy an Xbox One S? Because that's what a lot of people end up doing and not getting what they wanted. Yep.
So it's almost like Microsoft is deliberately confusing their marketing now and having people buy stuff that they don't want.
Yeah, it's definitely a branding issue overall.
How difficult is it? Xbox One, Xbox Two, Xbox. Hey, you know what? Sony did that. Nobody confuses their consoles, do they?
It's true. Well, that you also get into the whole discussion of what kind of company Microsoft wants to be, because with the Xbox One, they wanted it to be a multimedia device.
Right.
And Sony they didn't care about that. I mean, they kind of tried it with the PS3, but it was still called the PlayStation 3.
Exactly.
Ultimately, it's there to play video games, which I think Xbox is definitely going back to that with the Xbox Series X, because you lost the bypass for your cable. That's no longer a feature.
Right.
And so I think they're definitely returning to their, I guess, quote unquote roots.
They're building a game system.
Yeah. And
congratulations, guys.
I mean, the Series X is on par with something you can get on PC, right? In terms of specs, not like high end.
From a hardware standpoint, yeah.
Yeah. So they're going back to the drawing board and the basics, hopefully. And we'll see the ramifications of the COVID-19 pandemic and that chip shortage for years in terms of actually being able to get your hands on these consoles. But I think that, Microsoft is almost stepping past that with things like xCloud. They continue to dump money into that.
Yeah.
I could totally see in a decade maybe, the next Xbox isn't it isn't a box. It's like a Fire Stick that you just stick into your TV.
Yeah, that's hard to do. Google tried to do that, and Google Stadia
They're just early.
didn't take off with it.
Yeah, Amazon's doing it too with Luna.
Yeah.
I think the technology just isn't there yet, right? But when it gets there,
the audience isn't ready for that yet.
That too. Yeah. I don't think it's a very hard sell to be like, well, there's no box. Well, what do I do with this?
Here's $500 and a stick.
Yeah, it's a little bit of buyer's remorse there.
Yeah. Well, and the problem that, not to go off topic too far here, but the problem that Google had was you would buy games through Google Stadia, but you never owned the rights to the games.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah.
So you'd pay full price for the game, and it was their game. You were really just borrowing it for $50 or $60.
That was where Stadia lost me.
Yeah.
But we will monitor this going forward. We'll see when this acquisition goes through, what's going to happen with it. But that's going to wrap up today's episode of Insights into Things. Of course, I'll hit the show plugs for you again. You can always subscribe to everything on every platform, everywhere. Apple Podcasts, Spotify, Google Podcasts, Stitcher, iHeartRadio, TuneIn, Amazon, Pandora. But we also, want to hear what your thoughts are. What did you think about this acquisition? How do you feel about it? Even if you're not a gamer, in terms of a tech acquisition, how do you feel about it? You can email us at comments@insightsintothings. We're on Twitter at insights_things. We stream on Twitch. Twitch.tv/insightsintothings. And if you have Amazon Prime, that means you do have Twitch Prime, and you can give us that free Prime sub. It really helps us out. We're on Facebook at facebook.com/insightsintothingspodcast, Instagram at insightsintothings, and finally, all this information and so much more at insightsintothings.com. That's going to wrap it up for today. Thank you so much for listening, and have a wonderful rest of your day.
Insightful podcasts by informative hosts. Insights into Things, a podcast network. Welcome to Insights into Teens, a podcast series exploring the issues and challenges of today's youth. Your hosts are Joseph and Madison Whalen, a father and daughter team making their way through the challenges of the teenage years.
Welcome to Insights into Teens. This is episode 168, Compassion Through Understanding. I'm your host, Joseph Whalen, and my caring and understanding co-host, Madison Whalen.
Okay, I can accept that.
I'm okay with that one?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you fit both of those?
I think so. Hi, everybody.
Okay, good. So how are you doing today, Maddie?
I'm doing pretty good.
Anything exciting this week?
Ending the marking periods tomorrow.
Oh, cha-ching, that's money time.
When the report card.
Right, when your quarterly bribe comes out.
It's not a bribe.
Hey, I'm not above bribing my kids to do good in school. It's worked so far.
Fair enough.
So today we are talking about compassion through understanding. Compassion is the cornerstone of human interaction. Being compassionate makes us better people. But to be compassionate, we need to be able to better understand and relate to people's emotions and feelings. On today's episode of Insights into Teens, that's exactly what we'll be talking about. But before we do that, I have to beg, borrow, and plead to have our listeners subscribe to the podcast.
You can find audio versions of this podcast listed as Insights into Teens. Audio and video versions can be listed as Insights into Things, pretty much anywhere you can get a podcast these days. I would also invite you to write in, give us your feedback. You can email us at comments@insightsintothings.com. You can hit us on Twitter at twitter.com/insights_things, or links to all that and more can be found on our website at www.insightsintothings.com. Are we ready?
Yep.
Here we go. So once again, we're going to the well. I think we'll get a couple more out of kidshealth.org for the research on this one because they were such a great source. They tell us that emotions influence every decision and action we take in life. The complexity of emotions varies depending on the person, circumstances, and environment. The ability to accurately read the emotions of others is a key component to our ability to empathize with others and what triggers compassion in us. In order to understand emotions, it's important to be able to predict people's feelings, then be able to accurately read those feelings. So how do you predict feelings? So imagine yourself in this situation. A friend asks you to a party. You learn that all the girls in your group were invited except for Paula. How do you think Paula will feel when she finds out? Would she be A, angry, B, sad, C, hurt, D, excluded, E, confused, F, nervous, G, embarrassed, or H, would she just be indifferent? Now, you probably came up with your answer by putting yourself in Paula's shoes and imagining how you'd feel. Most people in this situation will feel some or all emotions A through D, angry, sad, hurt, and excluded. It's not as likely that someone who is left out will feel confused, nervous, embarrassed, or indifferent. Being able to predict how people might feel is a part of emotional intelligence, or EQ for short. It's a skill we can all develop with practice, and one we've talked about over the past few episodes on the podcast.
When we understand how other people are likely to feel, it can guide our interactions with them. For example, in the party example above, what if Paula asks, "Are you going to Reagan's party?" Knowing that she wasn't invited probably influences how you respond. You might say, or avoid saying, any of the following. A. Yes, I'm going. Are you? B. Yes, I'm going. I feel awkward telling you. Is it true that she didn't invite you? C. Yes, everyone's going. D. Of course I'm going. It's going to be the best party of the whole year. E. Yes, I'm sorry you weren't invited. I don't think Reagan meant to hurt your feelings. I heard her parents only allowed her to ask a few people. If you didn't know Paula was invited, you might answer with A, C, or D. Because you don't know the full story, though... Wait, did I say that if you didn't know?
Because you know the full... You did say you didn't, yeah.
Okay, just wanted to be sure.
Just read it the way it's written. It's easier that way.
Because you know the full story, though, you're more likely to consider Paula's feelings and answer with B or E. Answers C and D are the kinds of things you say when you know for sure the other person has been invited.
So the other thing you can do is read body language. Sometimes you get more information about a situation from what a person doesn't say. Part of emotional intelligence is reading the signals people send and not taking them into account. And taking them in. Now you got me all confused.
Sorry.
Part of emotional intelligence is reading the signals people send and taking them into account. Let's say Paula approaches you looking upset and she asks, "Are you going to Reagan's party on Saturday?" Her emotional signals, her body language and facial expression clue you in that Paula knows she wasn't invited. In that situation, you might still answer with option A, but you're probably more likely to choose B or E.
But what if Paula approaches you looking cheerful and says, "Hey, I heard Reagan's having a party this weekend. Are you going?" Based on her body language, you might include, "Oh, she doesn't know and she's expecting an invite." If you have good EQ, you probably feel conflicted about telling Paula you're going to the party when you know she's the only one who's not invited. Even though it's up to Paula to manage her emotions, you probably feel empathy for her. You know that how you respond can help her feel supported or make her feel worse, so you choose your words accordingly.
So how do you think, and we'll go back to our famous scale of 1 to 10, how do you think your ability to read other people's emotions are on that scale of 1 to 10?
I'd say maybe an 8.
You're pretty good at it.
Sure.
Now, is that through intuition? Is that through facial expression and body language? Like, how do you think what clues do you pick up on?
Well, like, if any of my friends, if I think any of my friends don't feel great, they normally show it in their expressions, or they show it by not really, like, cracking jokes, or, like, their voice is different, because especially with you and Mommy, I can kind of catch the tones of your voice when I can tell you guys are upset. And that's kind of why sometimes I ask Mommy, hey, is something up, even when, like, nothing's really up, because I kind of know the tone of voice she uses, and I can tell, like, when she's fine, when she gives me a voice that I know basically signals that she is okay.
And of course, when she gives you the mom voice, she's mad at you.
Yep.
Right? Do I have a dad voice when I'm mad?
You don't bring it out often, but I've heard it. Really what happens is you get a lot less accentuated, your voice, your, like, facial expression is, like, much more solid and, less expressive, your voice, like, tends to deepen, or you just scream.
I just scream. So if I'm not screaming and I just look like a clown, then I'm in a good mood then. That's what it sounds like.
Kind of. See, good mood.
So how do you think you are at expressing your feelings without saying your feelings? Do you think you express your feelings through body language, vocal inflection? Do you think you're good at it? Do you think you conceal it? What's your opinion? That would be the wrong camera. Yes, thank you.
It's fine. You'll fix it in post, probably.
Nah, I'm just gonna leave it.
Hey, it's for the comedy, I guess.
Bloopers, baby. We're gonna have a bloopers reel someday.
Yep, someday. At certain points, I definitely think I can make it obvious that I'm not feeling great without saying anything, and then other times, I actively try to conceal it.
Yeah, and I think a lot of times you're very blatant about it. How was your day today? It was good, I guess. Oh, you guess. All right, that means we need to talk about it. Hang on, let me settle in for this roller coaster.
Okay, fair enough. I can be pretty blatant in, like, when I kind of say it. Like, I don't exactly have to say the day was bad, but most of the time I kind of just say, like, I guess, or it was fine, sorta.
Yeah, it's fairly easy to read it on you. Do you think that Mommy and Daddy do a good job of reading it? And not only do we do a good job of reading it, do we do a good job reacting to it? Because reading it and reacting to it are two very different things.
Well, I definitely think you and Mommy read it pretty well. Because, again, you basically said that it can be pretty obvious when I'm not feeling great, and even Mommy has, her moments when I'm not feeling great, and, like, she asks me what's wrong. I definitely think we're to a point when, it's much easier, like, I already, like, tell you guys how I feel, but even when, like, I don't want to say anything, you guys can tell, at times. And I feel you and Mommy pretty much do the point, but, I think whenever I do say it's like, oh, the day's been fine, I guess, that's, I guess a big,
Yeah, we like certainty. We don't like guessing. So your friends, when your friends, and I don't necessarily mean with you, but if you have a friend who's having issues or you feel that they're having issues, do your other friends pick up on it, or do you kind of have to clue them into it being, a bit more empathetic and kind of coach them into how they respond?
I've never really had to coach somebody, I think. And most of the time, I kind of just have one-on-ones with some of my friends if I don't think they're feeling great, because I don't really hang around in big groups. If I don't think someone's feeling great, I'll kind of, sit down and talk with them. And most of the time, it's not really with any other of our friends.
Okay, that makes sense. Well, I think we kind of have a firm grasp on how we're going to be reading people's emotions here. We're going to take a quick break, and we're going to come back and talk about making sense of people's reactions. We'll be right back.
Insights into Teens, a podcast series exploring the issues and challenges of today's youth. Talking to real teens about real teen problems. Explore issues from braces to puberty, social anxiety to financial responsibility. Each week, we talk about the topics concerning today's youth. We look at how the issues affect teens, how to cope with these issues, and how parents, friends, and loved ones can help teens handle these challenges. Check out our video episodes on youtube.com/insightsintothings. Catch our audio versions on podcast.insightsintoteens.com or on the web at insightsintothings.com.
Welcome back to Insights into Teens. Today we're talking about compassion through understanding. And now we're going to talk about making sense of reactions. The skill of understanding others helps us predict what people might feel in a certain situation, but it also allows us to make sense of how people react. For example, in homeroom at 8 a.m., your friend is smiling, friendly, and full of energy. Later that afternoon, he looks upset, almost like he might cry. Which explanation is your best guess for what might have happened between these two times? A. He had a fight with his girlfriend at lunch and now they're not talking. B. He passed the 4th period algebra exam. C. He just found out he didn't make the final cut for varsity basketball. D. The chemistry teacher assigned a lot of homework. Or E. He probably just had a bad day.
You likely ruled out option B instantly. Emotional intelligence tells you that your friend's reaction looks more like failing an exam than passing. If your friend had a bad day or a lot of homework, options D or E, he might seem stressed out, tired, or worn out, but he probably wouldn't be on the verge of tears. Ruling out those options lets you zero in on what's most likely to be upsetting your friend, either options A or C. People who are skilled at understanding others, I lost my spot. People who are skilled at understanding others imagine another person's feelings. Like, I think he'll feel awful if I say that to him. They're able to relate to how that person reacts to things. Oh, I completely get what she got angry like that over. No wonder. Understanding how others feel, act, and react helps us build better relationships. Boy, I stumbled through that one, didn't I? Jeez.
Yep, you did. It's all good.
All you on this one. Take us out strong here.
Thank you. So how exactly do you build this skill? It's not always easy to predict or understand how someone else feels. Some people are better at it than others, but just about everyone can improve with practice. Wow, that's the big thing with all this, I guess.
Keep practicing.
Understanding others is all about watching and listening. It starts with watching, not while they sleep.
That's creepy.
If you see someone trip and fall, you probably wince, ouch, as if that happened to you. We have a natural tendency to sense what others feel just by watching them. Scientists think there's a biological reason for this. They believe that brain cells called, quote, mirror neurons activate in the same way whether we do something ourselves or watch another person do it.
I guess I probably should have read this script over. It's kind of rough the way it's written. Huh? Anyway, try these ways to develop your observation skills. Look at people's expressions and body language. Next time you're at the mall, in the coffee shop, or on the subway or bus, try this. Look around and try to identify how people might be feeling based on their body language, their facial expressions, and what they're doing. The girl with the textbooks on her knee might have an exam coming up. Does she seem confident or overstressed? What about the guy with his eyes closed? Is he feeling peaceful, tired, or upset? Read books, watch movies that have realistic portrayals of human emotions. Pay attention to how different characters feel and act. Try to understand why the characters feel the way they do. Based on those emotions, predict what a character will do next. Or see if you could explain why a character did what he or she did.
The skill also improves with listening. People who are good at understanding others are usually good listeners. Research shows that the better someone listens, the more connected that person feels with the person who is talking. This produces a feeling of bonding and closeness. Most of us rate ourselves as good listeners. After all, listening seems like such a simple, basic thing to do. But often we're so busy thinking of what we want to say that we don't listen as much as we'd like. Here are some ways to build good listening skills. The first being to practice listening well in everyday conversations. Really pay attention to what the other person is saying. Train yourself to think of listening as more important than talking.
Tune into your feelings. Tune into feelings as well as story. When a friend tells you about something, try to imagine how he or she might have felt. Make statements that show you're trying to understand your friend's experience, like, oh, that must have felt amazing, or that must be upsetting for you. You'll absolutely notice that you feel closer, more in sync with the person. You might find you can predict what your friend will say next. Take time to listen to someone in depth. Interview a friend or family member about a special time in their life. For example, ask your parents about their wedding day, or get your grandparents to tell you about having their first grandchild. Try to imagine what the experience was really like for them. Ask them to tell you more about how they felt and why. So have you ever done that? Have you ever actually sat down and interviewed anyone and tried to get kind of a deeper story from them on things?
I mean, the biggest example I can get is with you guys, because I've asked you at various points kind of about your past, like how you guys first met, what was your wedding like, what was giving birth to me like, how were your...
I can't answer that one. That's totally mommy. That's a mommy question.
How were your lives before you guys met each other? How were your childhoods? How was my childhood? What kind of child was I like?
And how did that work out for you? Did you feel like you were getting the information you want? Did you get any emotion from it, or was it just a fact-finding mission?
I mean, I did definitely get a lot of emotion for it, like with Mommy talking about your guys' first date and, the emotions she was feeling at that time, or you talking about your life as a child and your, and how, like, and your feelings towards all your family members.
That bad, huh?
I mean, I'm sorry, but your dad doesn't seem like the best guy.
Yeah, he was. Anyway, we'll move on. So how are you at listening? Do you think you're a good listener?
Yeah.
Give an example.
So my one friend, and I at lunch, we kind of use that time with each other if we need to vent. And there have been times when, they've had to come to me and said, like, they've had a really rough day, and I, kind of, like, let them know, hey, I'm here, you can talk to me about it. And we've gotten into some pretty deep conversations, not even just about why they were stressed, but also, about the issues they were facing at home and just in general.
Okay, I think that's a good example. Now, when you have these kinds of conversations, do you try to look at it from their perspective and put yourself in their shoes and try to summon up the emotions that they would have been feeling under those circumstances to try to make it more meaningful and more realistic?
Yeah, sometimes when I hear some of the experiences, I think about what would happen if I was in that scenario, to kind of have a better understanding of their emotions that they go through.
Do you think you're very good at conveying emotions when you're telling people something, especially if it's something that you're either passionate about or maybe something that you're upset about? Do you think that your emotions come through in those conversations?
Yeah, because I've noticed that with, like, things that I have, like, an aggressive passion for, like my own personal beliefs, I tend to be very clear where my feelings kind of lie on that, and, like, it's aggressive to the point where you might think I'm angry, which I can be when thinking about that, but, it's for, like, a good purpose. Or when I'm just passionate about art or this really creative thing I thought about, I really like to tell people, and I'm very enthusiastic about it.
Okay, and I ask. I know the research itself talks mostly about listening, and I think listening is extremely important in these types of situations, especially in understanding someone else's situation. But I think talking and understanding how to express your feelings is as important as being able to read other people's, because if you struggle to express your own feelings and your own thoughts and get your own points across to other people, it's going to be very difficult for you to read other people as well.
Yeah, the thing is, I've had moments when I've had a difficult time conveying my emotions, and it's happened a lot throughout the past year where it's like sometimes I don't really know what I'm feeling. All I know is that I really don't feel good. I don't really know what caused it. I don't really know how to stop it. I just really don't know what to do or what anyone else can really do to help me.
Yeah, and I think that's really the root of the whole emotional intelligence theme that we've been trying to go over these last 8 episodes or so. It's being able to understand emotions, and one of the first ways to understand them is to be able to label them. If you're feeling something that you've never felt before, it takes some reflection. It takes some time for you to analyze it and realize what it is and give it a name. And naming an emotion is really the first step to understanding it. And once you can understand that emotion, then you can recognize it in others. And recognizing those emotions in others allows you to, or it even compels you to be compassionate towards that person. Do you think you're a compassionate person?
Yeah, I would say I can be I'd say I'm decently compassionate, because the thing is, whenever one of my friends or anybody really kind of comes to me and has like their own issues, I try not to say too much, but I also show them that yes, I am listening, because sometimes I can understand the fact that sometimes people just need an outlet to let things out, and they don't always need like an answer. They just need to kind of let it all flow out, and maybe that would make them better understand it. And if they are looking for a solution, I at least try to give them a bit of comfort and offer, again, after putting myself in the situation, offer what I would do.
It's funny you say it that way, because I think that's the problem I often find myself in. I'm a solutions person. My job, my entire life has been about diagnosing a problem and providing a solution to it. And one of the things that I struggle with is when someone comes to me with a problem and they're not looking for a solution. They're looking for a sounding board. They're looking to get something off their chest, or to just vent, or just to talk about something. And I've learned over the years to kind of turn off that, recognize that, first of all, that they're looking for that, and then turn off that problem-solving portion of me, and then just ask questions. Dig a little bit deeper. Help them to unravel it. Like when you come to me, you may tell me that you have a particular problem. My first instinct isn't to offer solutions. It's to ask more probing questions. And it's to help you explore those feelings and explore those emotions. And then as you delve deeper in there, almost with kind of a guided tour of your emotions as I ask these questions, you come up with the solutions, or the person I'm talking to comes up with those solutions. So a lot of times understanding helps to lead someone down that path, that instead of just giving them an answer to it.
Yeah, that's the thing. I feel a lot of people really just need a way to vent. They don't always need to find a solution to something, because sometimes there may not be a good solution or any solution to a problem. And that's definitely something that I found with myself, is the fact that, like, I kind of like an analogy that you have for me is being a teapot on a stove. If you keep it clogged up and the steam keeps keeps getting hotter and hotter, eventually it's going to explode. So you need to let it out in smaller doses. And I find that I really, after like a day at school and like stuff happens, I really just need some time to vent, because I can't say anything in public, because, you know, that's not exactly whatever you call it. You can't really do that.
Right. Well, and that's the thing. Like, so the answer might not be here's a solution to your problem. The answer might be, okay, I got hit with a lot of homework today. I got hit with 12 exams. I got a quiz at the end of the week. I got a project I got to do. I'm overwhelmed. Okay, you're right. You're overwhelmed. Get it off your chest. Get it out. Now what are you going to do about it? And now that you've released that pressure, now you can go back and deal with it. And sometimes that is the answer. The answer is, there isn't an answer. I have to deal with it. Yeah. And I just have to get this frustration out, because it's what's dragging me down, and I can't do anything while I got this anchor tied to me. Exactly. So let me get rid of that anchor. Okay, I feel better. Now let's go take care of that stuff. So that's where I'm saying, a lot of the times it's your own answer. You know, you just need an outlet. And sometimes you kind of need someone to poke a stick in your cage to get you to release that, because you don't want to bother people. You want to hold it in. You want to deal with it yourself. And sometimes that's overwhelming. So, you know, I have a tendency of poking a stick in your cage, letting the air out of that balloon there and getting it back down to size again. And then once you do that and you get that off your chest and you release all that tension and frustration, you work very efficiently on things. So that's your solution. It's not a solution to the problem. It's a path forward. Yeah. And that's really what we're going for here. So we're going to take our second break. And when we come back, we're going to talk about turning all this understanding into compassion and what we can do with it. We'll be right back.
Insights into Entertainment, a podcast series taking a deeper look into entertainment and media. Our husband and wife team of pop culture fanatics are exploring all things from music and movies to television and fandom. look at the interesting and obscure entertainment news of the week. We'll talk about theme park and pop culture news. We'll give you the latest and greatest on pop culture conventions. We'll give you a deep dive into Disney, Star Wars, and much more. Check out our video episodes at youtube.com/insightsintothings. Our audio episodes at podcast.insightsintoentertainment.com, or check us out on the web at insightsintothings.com.
Welcome back to Insights into Teens. Today we're talking about compassion through understanding. And now we're going to understand how to turn compassion no.
Yeah, sure.
And now we're going to talk about
That's a
turning
two-way street,
understanding into compassion. Okay, that's much better. See, I'm tripping up too.
There you go.
After building your skills and understanding others, how do you use that knowledge? If you're like most people, you use it to help and support the people you care about. This is compassion, and compassion helps us form relationships. So try these 3 ways to be more compassionate. The first being to ask others what they need. If a friend is going through a difficult time, ask what you can do to help. If your friend says, "I don't know," think about what you'd want in the same situation, then offer to do something similar. Also try to show a sincere interest in others. Be curious about the people you know, not in a nosy or fake way, but in a way that shows you want to understand them a little better. For example, ask about the kinds of things they like to do, or about their feelings, ideas, and opinions.
And finally, act with kindness. When you hear gossip, ridicule, or unkind teasing, make it your first reaction to imagine how it would feel to be on the receiving end. That can help you tune in to the other person's feelings and refuse to join in. Even small acts of compassion can build positive social connectors. Try saying hi to someone who's sitting alone at lunch and see how it makes you feel. Scientists now know that strong social connections influence our health, happiness, and how long we live. And I think if there's anything that can be said about this topic, it's that there's an overall lack of compassion in society today. Society needs a big, giant dose of compassion shot in the arm there to get things going. And you see compassion. It's not that there's a absence of it, but it's the exception to the rule more than anything. And there are plenty of compassionate people out there, but sometimes we only see those in either extreme situations, and a lot of that has to do with media and the fact that negative things tend to sell ratings more than good things do. But just in everyday general life, a lot of people have a tendency of going through life with blinders on. I have my job and my place, and I have to get that done and get my projects done, and I don't take notice of other things around me. And sometimes it's a matter of just taking a few moments and recognizing other people. And it doesn't even need to be people in need. It could be someone who maybe helped you out, or someone who may need a little help or just a little pick-me-up. It could be someone that you interact with very infrequently, but when you do, you have a pleasant experience. Let them know. One of the advantages that I have at work is when we have a ticket system. So when people put tickets in, we resolve the tickets, fixed problems, whatever, then I'll send surveys out. And from time to time, people will respond to the surveys with comments. And usually these comments are almost always positive. And when I get positive comments like that, I'll reach back out to the person and follow up with them. I'll thank them for their feedback, and I'll encourage them to provide more. And that interaction itself, the appreciation of them showing appreciation, is a compassionate feeling that they don't expect to see,
but it's something that brightens their day. And I think if we had a little bit more of that in our lives, I think society in general would benefit from it. What do you think?
Yeah, I can definitely agree with you there because, I mean, I've seen it because I will actively try to avoid the news because it always just seems like absolute bad news, and it's very rare there's ever any good news. And if there's ever any good news for me, then it sometimes just means bad news for somebody else, and it's not always about the idea of compassion. And obviously, like you said, there are compassionate people out there. However, they're not really shown, and even at this point, it's almost seen as being fake, because it's like, oh, I just want to be seen as a nice person, even though I didn't actually do a good thing. And I definitely think that's a problem, like, with things like social media at this point, where it's like true compassion can't really be shown, and it's rare to come across something like that doesn't seem like it's obviously fake, or something that, like, people will claim to be is fake. So I definitely think that there needs to be more compassion going around, because I definitely think that could, benefit everybody.
Yeah. And I mentioned to you earlier in the week, so I don't, obviously the podcast isn't what I do professionally. This is a hobby that we do on the side. And I don't push my podcasts at work. I don't advertise them. I don't pass it around. I don't give flyers out or anything like that. A couple people that I talk to on a regular basis know that I do them. So I went to walk through the cafeteria the other day to heat my lunch up, because I usually eat my lunch at my desk. And on the way back to my desk, there is a woman who's in the lunchroom every day at the same time when I'm getting my lunch, and, pleasant conversation. We don't really engage in a lot of conversation usually, but obviously we're civil with each other. And she was on the phone with someone at the time. And I'm walking by, and she put the phone on hold and put the phone down and pulled me aside and complimented me on the podcast and said she really enjoyed the podcast. Now, I don't know where she heard about the podcast, because I don't advertise it, like I said, but that was something that I took heart to, knowing that somebody else appreciates, because it's a hobby, but we put a lot of work into the podcast.
Yeah.
And knowing that somebody else appreciates that kind of, it gives you that shot in the arm. It gives you that dose of compassion to know that somebody else appreciates that type of thing. And I was very excited to come home and tell you about it, because, it's not often that we get feedback on the podcast. And usually when we do, it's almost always positive. But hearing it firsthand like that really, really means a lot. There was a woman probably in our second season or so that I had engaged with in chat on one of the live chats sessions that we did. And she was an older woman, and she explained how she found it very helpful emotionally. The one particular episode, and off the top of my head, I don't remember which episode it was, but the way that we conducted it and the research that we did and the conversation that we had back and forth, it empowered her to take more control of those particular emotions that she had. And hearing that and knowing that we don't reach a huge audience, but the audience that we do reach is somewhat impactful and in a positive way, kind of makes me feel good about what we do. And I'm hoping that passion and that compassion that we put into the show helps to make the world a little bit better. We're not changing things. We're not solving world hunger or anything like that here, but that little bit of extra effort. And I think if everyone did that, and I'm not saying everyone go out and start a podcast, because that's too much competition.
Yeah.
But if everyone took that time, compliment someone on the fact that they look nice today, or thank them for holding the door open for you, or whatever it is, those little things, those little bits of compassion add up, just like those little frustrations add up. but you don't explode from the compassions. So it's okay to have more and more compassion out there. And I think understanding other people's emotions and being able to read other people allows us to react compassionately. Notice when somebody kind of needs a pat on the back, and don't be afraid to do that. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, I agree, because you never really know what somebody else is going through, and just saying one compliment could mean a lot to them.
Absolutely. And we all have confrontation in our lives every day almost. And the one thing that you have to keep in mind is maybe that guy who honked his horn at you on the street or made a rude gesture to you, maybe he's having a bad day. Maybe something bad happened to him. Maybe something frustrating happened to him. Don't take those things to heart. Don't let those things be the ones that influence you negatively. Take compassion on that person. Give them the benefit of the doubt that, maybe he's having a bad day. Give him a wave, give him, a head nod or a little apology or, it's okay. You'll get through the day type thing. Give him a little bit of encouragement and give him a little bit of understanding. I think that's all we had for the podcast today. We're going to take a quick break, come back and get your final thoughts and finish up the business.
All right. Okay, so like everything we've talked about in the past 8 episodes now, this is another skill that some people are going to be good at, other people are going to need more practice. But again, it's another skill that that you can practice and get better at. And again, like we said, compassion is really important and for the most part is completely beneficial. And I definitely feel like we need a lot more compassion, even if it's in simple ways. It doesn't have to be like big and extreme to where you'd be on the news. It can be something simple, because even the simple things can mean a lot to people.
Okay, well said. Before we do go, I want to once again invite our listening audience to subscribe to Insights into Teens on Apple, Spotify, Google, Stitcher, or subscribe to Insights into Things, which is video and audio. You can also email us at comments@insightsintothings.com. You can find us on Facebook at facebook.com/insightsintothingspodcast, or you can find us on our official website at www.insightsintothings.com. And you.
And don't forget to check out our other 2 podcasts, Insights and Entertainment, hosted by you and Mommy, which, you still really need to do something about that, and Insights into Tomorrow, our monthly Not Really Anymore podcast, hosted by you and my brother Sam, which you haven't done in a while.
All right, Marketing 101 there, folks.
Hey, you know it.
That's it. Another one in the books.
Bye, everyone.
Bye.
Insightful podcasts by informative hosts. Insights into Things, a podcast network. Welcome to Insights into Tomorrow, where we take a deeper look into how the issues of today will impact the world of tomorrow. From politics and world news to media and technology, we discuss how today's headlines are becoming tomorrow's reality.
Welcome to Insight into Tomorrow. This is episode 17, Women's Rights Are Human Rights. I'm your host, Joseph Whalen, and my special guest host this week from our Insights into Entertainment podcast, Michelle Whalen. How you doing today, Michelle?
Full of many, many emotions.
I can imagine. We had actually planned on doing this podcast for a little while now. We've been working on putting it together and stuff.
Right.
Understanding that there was going to be an impending decision. And today was the scheduled day that we were going to do this.
Right. Not knowing
that yesterday was going to be the day that the other shoe dropped.
Right.
So we're going to continue to go through the material that we did plan, and we reserved the last segment to have an open discussion on the groundbreaking, rule-shattering, country-damaging decision, I think, that came yesterday. So there's been a disturbing trend in recent years in the United States. There's been an assault on women's, an assault has been waged on basic human rights. Victims of this assault have been chosen by color of their skin and their gender and various other things. All are victims that have been targeted for generations and have fought for their equal human rights. In this episode of Insights into Tomorrow, we're going to take a deeper look at the assault specifically on women's rights. We'll take a look at the history of women's rights through the years. We'll examine the current state of women's rights, and we'll explore the threats against those rights. Before we leave, we'll take a special look at the current issue of abortion and the not-so-impending Supreme Court decision that threatens to overturn, which it did overturn, Roe versus Wade. But before we do that, I'd like to take a moment to invite our listening and viewing audiences to subscribe to the podcast. You can find audio versions of this podcast listed as Insights into Tomorrow. You can find video and audio of all the network's podcasts listed as Insights into Things, and you can pick those up anywhere you can get a podcast these days. We're pretty much everywhere. I would also invite you to write in, give us your comments, give us your feedback, tell us how we're doing. Email us at comments@insightsintothings.com, where you can find links to all of our social media on our official website at www.insightsintothings.com. Are we ready?
As ready as we'll ever be.
Let's get into it.
So, all women are entitled to human rights. These include the right to live free from violence and discrimination, to enjoy the highest attainable standard of physical and mental health, to be educated, and to own property, to vote, and to earn an equal wage. Across the globe, many women and girls still face discrimination on the basis of sex and gender. Gender inequality underpins many problems which disappropriately affect women and girls, such as domestic and sexual violence, lower pay, lack of access to education, and inadequate healthcare. For many years, women's rights movements have fought hard to address these inequalities, campaigning to change laws or taking to the streets to demand their rights are respected. And new movements have flourished in the digital age, such as the Me Too campaign, which highlights the prevalence of gender-based violence and sexual harassment.
So there has been a fairly long history of women's fight for their rights, in the United States at least, because when the country was formed, there was no explicit provisions in the Constitution for women's rights to anything.
Mm-hmm.
The Constitution protected, quote, consent of the government, consent of the governed, which at the time meant white landholding men
Mm-hmm.
only.
Right.
The Bill of Rights did not protect everyone either. Women were considered second-class citizens. They were essentially property of their husbands.
So women started to organize as early as the Seneca Falls Convention in July of 1848. It planted the seeds for the women's suffrage movement. It pushed for equal rights for all people of all races and sexes. The end result was the signing of the Declaration of Sentiments by 100 men and women, a document based on the Declaration of Independence.
So we move into the women's suffrage movement. This is really probably the foundation for the first fight for women's rights. Wyoming passed the first law granting women the right to vote in 1869 and was the first state to grant women the right to vote in all elections in 1890. But it took until 1920 for the 19th Amendment to the Constitution to allow women the right to vote across the country.
So now let's talk a little bit about abortion and contraception. So there were widespread anti-contraception laws on the books as late as 1819 before they were challenged, starting with Margaret Sanger in New York. Abortion laws criminalized the act of ending a pregnancy apart from saving a woman's life were in place and well into the 60s before any challenges were raised. These obviously culminated into the 1973 Roe v. Wade Supreme Court ruling that being drawn into question, unfortunately, as of yesterday.
Yeah. So then we move on to women's equal employment and equal pay. The first minimum wage laws applied to women didn't come into effect until 1912. This was later superseded by the 1938 Fair Labor Standards Act, imposing a federal minimum age regardless of gender. It wasn't until 1963 with the Equal Pay Act that any attention was given to equitable wages, well, wages too probably, but wages for the same work performed by men. It took until 1974 for Congress to include gender protection in fair housing and education as part of the Civil Rights Act. Now, it's worth noting that even though these laws were on the books, they're on the books today. They're not observed. There's still discrimination today, despite the fact that we have these laws on the books.
Right, exactly. And finally, leadership in government. So the first woman to serve in Congress was Jeanette Pickering Rankin, who didn't take her seat until 1917. But it would take nearly 100 years for a woman to take on the leadership role of Speaker of the House when Nancy Pelosi assumed that role for the first time in 2007. And we didn't see our first Supreme Court justice until 1981 with Sandra Day O'Connor. And Madeleine Albright was our first Secretary of State in 1997. And obviously, our first female Vice President, Kamala Harris, in 2020.
So, the disturbing trend that I see in this history here is there's spurts of progress. There's long periods where there's no progress. Then you get a few exceptional people that just get mad as hell and they're not going to take it anymore, and they do something about it.
Yep.
And the establishment throws a couple of crumbs out there and gives a little bit of rights to people. And then there's a long period of time until it happens again. How do you think this compares to other fights, civil rights, for instance? How do you think this compares to civil rights for African Americans and minorities?
It's almost the same, really, when you think about it. Unless you are a rich white male, you're fighting every day, and maybe once in a while something comes along that you get something, and and then unfortunately something else in the news is going to pop up where everybody's mindset is on something else, and that fight still hasn't been won.
Yeah.
And until something happens with that fight again, everybody kind of forgets about it because, again, our attention span, is, we have short attention span theater, of our minds, look at, not to get on a totally different tangent, but all of the school shootings, it's been how many weeks and none of that is in the news. There, you have the gun reforms that they're trying to pass. But again, now that you have everything going on with Roe v. Wade, that's the main focus. But yet there's other things that still need to be focused. Black Lives Matter still needs to be a focus because you had everything that went on with George Floyd and all the other African Americans who with the police issues and things like that, and none of that was solved, but because something else came along, oh, well, now our attention, but no, you have to go back and do all the other things.
It's funny you mention that. What do you think is the cause of that? Is that a media issue? Is that a society issue? Is it a politics issue where politicians don't want to deal with the issue, so they distract with something else? Or is it media just trying to get ratings that's dictating what our issues are today?
I don't know. I think it's a little bit of. I think everybody's a little bit to blame with all of that, because obviously media is one aspect, and when you kind of think back of, okay, well, why did it take so long? So Wyoming, it was the 1800s when, Wyoming, but it wasn't until the 1900s that it was actually, and you have to think back then, how long did it take for news to travel? How long, same thing with Juneteenth, it was signed into law that blacks were no longer slaves, but how many years did it take for the news to actually travel? Right. There was no quick way to do it, where now we have that instant gratification. We can, as soon as news broke yesterday of the Supreme Court's decision, everybody in the world knew about it. So I think a lot of it is because we're so hungry for information right now, what's the next thing? What's the next thing? What do I need to do? And also, we're all so tired. We're all so tired of having to stand up for everybody. And there's just so much injustice. It's like, well, where do I put my energy?
Where's my next fight? Yeah.
And it's like, I have no more spoons to give. My jar is empty because I've given, so much, because there's so much that's needed, from all of us. I think that's, where it comes to, because there's obviously thousands and thousands of organizations and different things that are in need, but it's, how much can the average person give before you have nothing left to give?
Sure. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, it's definitely been a problem. Let's take a little break. We'll come back and we're going to talk a little bit more detail about where we are right now with these specific women's rights. We'll be right back. For over 7 years, the Second Sith Empire has been the premier community guild in the online game Star Wars: The Old Republic. With hundreds of friendly and helpful active members, a weekly schedule of nightly events, annual guild meet and greets, and an active community both on the web and on Discord. The Second Sith Empire is more than your typical gaming group. We're family. Join us on the Starforge server for nightly events such as operations, flashpoints, world boss hunts, Star Wars trivia, guild lottery, and much more. Visit us on the web today at www.thesecondsithempire.com.
So let's talk about the current state of women's rights. And we'll talk first about women's suffrage. At the moment, it's safe to say that fight has been won, I guess, kind of, sort of, in the general statement, yes.
If nothing else, we can say that women are equally discriminated against with everyone else when it comes to your right to vote these days.
Yes.
Okay, there's no special discrimination
right,
against women on this one.
Okay, we can go with that. Abortion and contraception. Well, this had been won, but it looks like it might be a split decision with the much anticipated ruling from the majority right-wing Supreme Court that was held yesterday. And we'll have more on this later on in the show.
So we take a look at employment and pay. So legally on paper, this was a win back in 1963 with the Equal Pay Act. Do you feel like this was a win?
No.
And I think most women would be of the same opinion. In practice, there's a long fight ahead of this one. Progress continues to be made, but not nearly enough to level the playing field between men and women, equal pay, equal work. It's a mess. And the fact that people are still getting away with it is frankly disturbing, that you can get away with it.
Yep.
Leadership in government. There was a surprising amount of progress early on this, but it's been painfully slow in coming into the modern time. Since, the 80s, 2000, we've seen some progress here. Many parts of the country are progressive enough to make the progress that's needed. There are other parts, and less progressive, less evolved parts of the country, where politics is still an old boys network. But from a national standpoint, we're seeing, we have a female vice president now, which is huge. How do you think, let's talk women's suffrage, your ability to vote. Do you feel you have the ability to go out there and vote when you want, for who you want, how you want?
Absolutely. And that's something I've never felt I wasn't able to do. I've never felt that I wasn't allowed. Even in high school, senior year was when I turned 18, and I had a history teacher who was very passionate about the women's movement and made sure she had her little pamphlets in her desk drawer, and who's turning 18 this month, fill out your form so you can vote. And she said, it doesn't matter if it's a presidential election, if it's a governor election, even your little local election, you will vote every time because there are women that died doing this. It is your heritage. It is your responsibility to pass this on and make sure you vote.
How do you think how can I say this without getting hate mail? How do you think the outcome of the 2020 election
or the 2016 election, we can even go.
You could, but specifically the 2020 election, in which there was an artificial stigma built up about the legitimacy of the election and voting and voter fraud. And it drew the entire country into that. And now we're seeing certain states that support a certain party are now imposing laws that, if not discriminating against people from voting,
will make it harder,
making it much more difficult.
Absolutely. And that's...
Do you feel threatened by that?
Fortunately, I don't, because at this point we are in a very blue state, and I've never felt threatened going to our polling places. We don't have far to travel. We usually never have more than 5 minutes to wait, if we even have a wait whenever we've gone. And I know that's not the case for states right next to ours, where people will wait in line hours to cast their vote, or have to travel, an hour to get to their polling place. And I would probably feel intimidated if I had to go through all those measures, and almost jump through hoops to fulfill my civic duty.
Right.
And nobody should have to feel that way to do that.
Absolutely. Abortion and contraception. So for now, we're going to put abortion aside because we already have a discussion on the last segment. Contraception.
Mm-hmm.
Do you feel that you can acquire the contraception that you want and that the health care that you need as far as women's health is readily available to you? Do you think that's a threat? Do you think progress needs to be made on that front?
So, again, being a white female, a middle-class white female in a blue state, I don't feel discriminated at all against any healthcare. I know that's not the case for others of my gender in other parts of our country. That now that is something that there are rumors about being taken away, now you see all over social media people saying, if you're on some sort of IUD, if you're on any sort of implant, get it replaced now. Anything that, has a couple of years, because we don't know what's coming down the pike. The fact that some male can make a decision what I do with my body absolutely blows my mind. And that, whether or not I'm a married woman or a single woman should have nothing to do with it either. And that if I want to have a child, it should be by choice.
Right.
I should not be forced. I am still of age where I could have a child. I am not at a point where I would want to begin that process all over again. And I need to have that body autonomy. That's my right to decide that, and nobody else should decide it. I don't make a decision for anybody if they want to be on Viagra or not, or if they want to get, reconstructive surgery or some. I don't make that decision for anybody else. So nobody should be making a decision
Sure.
for what I do to myself.
And I agree 110%. As long as you don't expect the government to pay for it, then
Right.
it's your say what you do.
Mm-hmm.
I'm totally down with that.
Mm-hmm.
Employment and pay. Where do we stand with this? Do you think there's sufficient progress? Do you think you're compensated fairly for what you do? And do you think that there is a threat to that looming?
I don't know. It's one of those things because, of course, at most places of employment, one of the rules is you don't talk about how much you make. So, you don't find out how much somebody else is making. So that's a really hard, I know, or I shouldn't say I assume within the company that I work in, there are people that work in the North Jersey facility that make much more money than the people in the South Jersey facility.
And that's not unusual because of geographics.
Right, absolutely. But again, it shouldn't matter where I'm physically located because I'm doing just as much work as
Well, there's certain
somebody
factors like cost of living and stuff like that.
absolutely.
That you have to factor in salary.
Totally. I totally.
Compensation wise, on a 1-to-1 ratio, are you being fairly compensated?
I really don't know, because it's one of the things that probably bad on me is I kind of stopped paying attention, because there's always these websites you can go to and say, you know, how much does a person that does this job make? And the thing is, what I do for a living is kind of specific to my job, you know, so it's kind of hard to say if I went someplace else where I could kind of try and figure it out. And I think I know I'm probably underpaid. Just one, because I'm, you know,
Is it because you're a woman, or because you're a one of a kind person doing what you do?
I don't know. It might be a combination of both. We recently at my company had somebody who left the company who was a woman. I never asked her or found out how much she made. I knew she probably made more than I did, even though I've been with the company much longer than she had been. And we recently hired somebody who I knew was a grade level or a position higher than her. And I have a feeling probably started out making more than she did.
Okay.
So that's another, you know.
So clearly we're not where we need to be.
No.
Leadership in government. So my question to you here is, clearly we're seeing progress certainly on the federal level.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of states are making progress with
Yeah.
women in leadership positions. You personally, do you think the door is open for you if you wanted to get into, say, local politics? Do you think you'd have any obstacles with that? Do you think you'd be discriminated against because of your gender?
I don't know. I think in a lot of cases it's still a boys' club when you come to, you know, your local. You know, but I'm sure there are some areas of the country where it's not like that. I've never been interested in wanting to run for a government position, so it was never something that I thought about, but I could see where I wouldn't, you know, again, where we live, where we are. I'm sure if it was something where I started volunteering or doing things, I could, you know, eventually see something.
You know, what's interesting is of the 4 fundamental rights that we talked about, 3 of these you attributed to some level of political influence on how it impacts you.
Mm-hmm.
That's disturbing. That women's rights are a matter of politics.
And they shouldn't be.
No, they shouldn't. And I think that is a highlight of where we are today. And it astounds me, and we're not going to pull any punches here. You're obviously a Democratic supporter.
I am? How did you know?
What astounds me is your experience, I would say, is pretty typical for most women, Democratic women or Republican women. But there are so many staunch Republican women that support a party that has, for over a century, had policies that were contrary to women's interests.
Mm-hmm.
And what is it about people like that who would support someone who wants to hold you down? Like, is it I almost attribute it to like a beaten wife syndrome type thing.
Yeah.
Where they just accept their place as a lesser citizen in society.
And you have to kind of think that, you know, there are still women that are you know, young girls, women that are raised today to, your only job in life is to raise the family
Right.
and support your husband. And that's it. And I'm not knocking anyone that's what they want to do in their life. If that's
what you aspire to do, knock your socks off.
Right.
But don't hold other people back.
Exactly. But don't tell me that I can't do more.
Absolutely.
Or tell my daughter that she can't be more.
Yeah, that's my hang up about this whole thing. As much as I hate seeing how you are treated, it irks me to think that she's going to face some of these same prejudices, and it really pisses me off.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and I want to do everything I can to make sure that she's got every opportunity.
And I'm so proud of what she stands for and what she believes in. And yes, a lot of it has to do with us, but there's a lot that, is her own, and I'm so glad that we raised her and are still raising her to be so open-minded to things. And she, in so many cases, is more open-minded than we will ever be. And that gives me hope that, she's also surrounded, she surrounds herself with people that feel that way too.
Yeah.
And that generation will hopefully make a difference and bring about so much that more than we could ever hope for.
I'm also very fortunate that she's patient enough to help
educate,
carry me along in that journey.
Yes.
I've learned a lot.
Mm-hmm.
I've learned a lot from her that I never thought I would learn.
Mm-hmm.
Let's take another break, and when we come back, we're going to take a look at what some of the obstacles and threats are to these rights. We'll be right back.
Insights into Teens, a podcast series exploring the issues and challenges of today's youth. Talking to real teens about real teen problems. Explore issues from braces to puberty, social anxiety to financial responsibility. Each week, we talk about the topics concerning today's youth. We look at how the issues affect teens, how to cope with these issues, and how parents, friends, and loved ones can help teens handle these challenges. Check out our video episodes on youtube.com/insightsintothings. Catch our audio versions on podcast.insightsintoteens.com or on the web at insightsintothings.com.
So, threats and obstacles to women's rights in America. And, we'll attack these rights as we've been doing in order. So the first one we're going to talk about is women's suffrage. So in the wake of the toxic 2020 elections, there's been a wholesale attack on voting rights. These attacks aren't targeted specifically at women and are designed to make it harder for people in general to vote. Not too much in general, but there's specific segments of the population that are targeted at. So some of the obstacles. 17 states have enacted 28 new laws that restrict access to voting by targeting citizens with disabilities. The fact that they're not including accessibility, common accessibility options to get into voting places that make it difficult for people with disabilities to vote.
Mm-hmm.
They're attacking absentee voting. After the 2020 election, when when absentee voting was done because we were in the middle of a pandemic.
Right.
A pandemic that the sitting president ignored for the first 4 months and downplayed it and pretended it didn't exist and created the crisis in the first place.
Right.
They're attacking provisional ballots. They're requiring voter ID, which there's nothing. Take a drink here. I'm joking to death. This is how much I hate these rules. There's nothing in the Constitution that says voter ID is required to cast your vote. Nowhere. So I don't know where they're coming up with that one. They're targeting voter registration. They're making it harder to register. They're requiring different requirements to now register. They're instituting registration purging. So normally with registration purging, if you don't vote in so many elections, they purge you from the voter registration roll. Well, that number of elections is usually like 4, 5, something like that, presidential elections. Now they're saying if you don't vote in the last one, you're not registered anymore.
Oh, see,
You need to register again to vote. They're restricting student voting, making it difficult for students, because before they would make it accessible to students to vote during student hours and stuff like that at colleges. They're restricting that. And they're limiting polling places to make it harder to vote. So people who are, again, disabled, infirmed, aged, people that don't drive, they're making them travel hours to get to a voting place to cast a vote, knowing that they won't vote because they're the people that they don't want voting because they're going to vote for the opposition.
Right.
So that's some of what we're looking at here. Not specifically against women, but affecting everybody.
Right. And you figure it's the lower income, more likely the people of color.
Yep.
That's the areas that they're really targeting.
Absolutely. So what's your next one?
Abortion. Somehow, after nearly 50 years, this is still a matter of debate. Instead of being an ideological discussion, anything to do with abortions has turned into a political discussion, which generally means that all logic is out the window with it. There is a real threat to women's reproductive rights with the recent leaked draft of the opinion by the Supreme Court that now wasn't just a leak, because now it has come to fruition that they have now overturned Roe v. Wade.
More on that later.
Later on.
Deep cleansing breaths.
Deep cleansing breaths. Okay. Let's go back to employment and pay. So on average, women earn 82 cents for every dollar that a man earns. And in comparing salaries over 350 jobs, women actually earn less in nearly all jobs. Women earn less than their same race and ethnicity, their counterparts at entry-level positions, of education attained as well. So the pandemic is estimated to have set the women's labor force back more than 30 years.
So there's that progress that we're losing.
That astonishes me that during the pandemic that even, happened. Finally, leadership in government, again, we now finally have a woman vice president. How many years did that take? And then you even look back, how far was when the first vice president, female vice president, was in the 80s, late 80s, and then
Geraldine Ferraro.
Geraldine Ferraro.
Nomination.
Never elected. And then you even had Sarah Palin, the second, never elected.
Right.
So it took 3 women, but how many years, obviously, to get to that position? Another interesting thing, for the first time in our history as a government, there will be 2 female signatures posted on currency in our country, because we will have the treasurer has Secretary of the Treasurer, and what's the other signature that's on the bill? I can't think of what it is, but that was something that came out in the news because of a newly appointed position. top 2 women in money.
Right. See, and I'll tell you,
So
while that's nice that we've gotten to that point, what annoys me is every time the press takes this is the first time a woman did this, and this is the 1st time a woman.
right.
It annoys me that we're saying that.
Right. It's annoying that we have to say anything like that. And when you look at, obviously there are other countries in the world that will never have women in government. But then there are other countries that have had women in leadership and had women in politics so much longer, and they kind of look at us and go, how backwards are you?
And these women were incredibly strong, competent women who overshadowed their previous male counterparts by a long shot,
right,
in most cases.
So it just baffles me, with as progressive as we say we are as a country, we're so backwards than so much more.
Well, and the thing that annoys me when we say it's the first woman to do this, that fact doesn't annoy me. But what annoys me is that attention that we draw to it being the first woman to do that is the same attention that the detractors use. Oh, well, you have a first woman in the Treasury, and look at what the economy's like, as if it's their fault,
right?
And they use that fact that they're a woman, right, as justification for how things are and the state of, and it annoys me that they do that.
Right, and the other thing too is how many women had to do so many other things to get that person, to lift that woman up.
Absolutely.
To do that. That's the thing. Standing
on the shoulders of giants.
Absolutely.
And women like Kamala Harris was extremely complimentary and appreciative of all the women that came before her that gave her the opportunity that she has today.
Yeah, absolutely.
So lot of obstacles out there that we need to
we've come far, but we haven't come far enough.
Right. And it's almost like the old boys network, their attitude's almost like, all right, well, we threw you a bone, now shut up and go away for a while, okay? You're fine. Like, they're terrified of having an equal playing field, and they think trickling little bits out here and there will keep the masses occupied and quiet them down when they get a little riled up, which is unfortunate. That's why you know, the one thing that I think might come out of this Supreme Court ruling is that a lot of rich white guys might not have a career in politics moving forward anymore. Let's
hope and pray.
We'll talk about
prayers
that.
And thoughts.
We're going to take our last break, and we'll talk about that when we come back.
Insights into Entertainment, a podcast series taking a deeper look into entertainment and media. Our husband and wife team of pop culture fanatics are exploring all things from music and movies to television and fandom. We'll look at the interesting and obscure entertainment news of the week. We'll talk about theme park and pop culture news. We'll give you the latest and greatest on pop culture conventions. We'll give you a deep dive into Disney, Star Wars, and much more. Check out our video episodes at youtube.com/insightsintothings. Our audio episodes at podcast.insightsintoentertainment.com, or check us out on the web at insightsintothings.com.
So, women's rights are human rights.
Damn Skippy.
And as of yesterday, I think we've seen a significant encroachment upon women's rights.
You think?
So, this is our open discussion on Roe versus Wade and abortion in general. You have the floor, dear.
I don't even know where to
rip into it. How about we start with just the hypocrisy of the Supreme Court's decision, because the day before they had a very contradictory decision.
Absolutely. They said that you could carry a gun, that it's okay to carry around a gun now. You don't need to conceal it anymore.
Right. So New York had some very common sense gun safety laws
For over 100 years.
designed to save lives.
Right.
Which the Supreme Court decided that was a constitutional violation.
Right.
Where if you read the Constitution and the Second Amendment, nowhere in there does it say anything about carrying concealed weapons by citizens.
Right.
It speaks entirely about pertaining to a well-regulated militia.
Right.
Which for some reason everyone seems to want to ignore that. So
Right.
So
because it's all up for interpretation. Yep. That's what it is.
So the Supreme Court decides that we're going to do away with common sense gun law because it's against people's constitutional rights.
Mm-hmm.
But now you can't get an abortion.
Nope.
So we're preserving life on one side with overturning Roe versus Wade, but we really don't give a damn about it because you can carry guns and shoot anybody you want.
Right. So one of the memes, our government is bold enough to force you to have a kid, but is too weak to ensure that they make it to recess alive.
Yeah.
If that is not...
That's profound.
With between the past 2 days of the Supreme Court, that how...
Yeah. It highlights the ludicrous level of hypocrisy coming out of today's Supreme Court.
Right. The fact that church and state is supposed to be separate, but yet the church has more say over my body, and I'm not a member of a church.
Right.
My religion, I am Jewish, if you didn't know. My religion states abortion is okay. Because my life is more important than what is in my body, what is in my womb. Yeah. And until what is growing in my womb can live and take 3 breaths on its own, it doesn't have a choice over me.
Well, you could also interpret the 2 rulings from the Supreme Court of you can have an abortion as long as you don't mind getting shot in the process.
Right. Right. And unfortunately, there has been violence that has happened at clinics that aren't even performing abortions, because that's the other thing, is that everybody goes after Planned Parenthood. Oh, they're doing all these abortions and da-da-da-da. That's not even their main purpose. That they are giving health care to women, and somebody going there just for a routine checkup is risking their life from these crazy psychopaths who are trying to save the unborn child, but yet are taking their gun to go kill people.
Well, and to play devil's advocate for a minute there, you have people who are pro-abortion who are also attacking anti-abortion clinics as well. So you've got violence on both sides. You've got crimes being committed on both sides. But if nothing else, that should simply highlight the level of passion involved here, that the decision that the Supreme Court made to overturn a previous Supreme Court decision, which, honestly, that's where I have my biggest problem, is the Supreme Court has basically made itself useless.
Right.
They decided that no matter what we decide, it doesn't matter because the guys 5 years from now can overturn it.
Right, and that's where now... Okay, so everybody's, kind of, you have the people that are like, oh, well, it's still at the state level and da-da-da-da-da, and now you can still travel to get to states even though they were passing laws saying that you couldn't, and that there were certain laws where, if the doctor performed one, they were going to be jailed, and the woman who received it was going to be jailed, and all this other. But this isn't where it's going to stop.
Right.
That's the thing that most people aren't looking at, is now that you've taken this away, now all these other rights of, gay and lesbian couples, you're seeing that there are people out there that are, get a hold of a lawyer, make sure everything is written and that you have legal documentation. If you have children, make sure there is legal documentation. Make sure you have copies of your birth certificates and everything, that both parents are listed. If you got married in a state that is in danger of overturning your marriage decision, I have various clergy friends that are now offering free to remarry you in a state that is protecting you. And the contraception, that's another thing that now, oh, thank God for Clarence Thomas, for everything. But you know what law he's not going to overturn is Loving, because that affects him, because he's married to a lovely white woman but all the recent things he's picking in, oh, well, I can't do that one, but I can do this one.
And this is the problem that I have, is that our current Supreme Court has turned into an activist court.
Mm-hmm.
And their job is to rule on the constitutionality of laws and situations.
Right.
It's not to make new laws. It's not to overturn laws. The Supreme Court should never be able to overturn a Supreme Court decision.
Right.
Because the Supreme Court is the Supreme Court.
Right.
It's the law of the land.
Right.
If they can overturn their own decisions, where do you go from there?
Right, exactly. And that's the thing, is now what else is on the books that you can overturn?
Right. The only way a Supreme Court decision should be overturned is with a constitutional amendment.
Mm-hmm.
That's the only thing that should overturn.
Right.
So a couple of things that come out of this. One, you're going to see an assault on other freedoms that the right-wing nut jobs in the Supreme Court don't agree with. That's the number one concern. Number two, you're going to push decisions like this down to the state.
Mm-hmm.
So you're going to have 50 different laws in 50 different states governing all these different things.
We're basically becoming 50 different countries at this point.
Yep. The other problem that I have is now, because you're going to see the Supreme Court overturning Supreme Court precedent, the only way to defend against that is a constitutional amendment.
Mm-hmm.
And to think of our politics today and who's, how that razor sharp edge that we're on right now between Republican and Democrat, to think that these idiots would contemplate doing amendments to the Constitution terrifies me.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I mean, we thought we were ripping the Constitution apart with the 2020 election. These people are just itching to rewrite it in their favor.
Mm-hmm.
And that's what scares me more than anything else. Yes, the whole abortion thing is probably never should have gotten to the Supreme Court, because really it's not, and at least it shouldn't have gotten there in the form that it did, because abortion is not a constitutionally protected right. Your health is, your personal well-being is, and that's how it should have been presented to the Supreme Court, and then you couldn't overturn it at that point.
Right.
But things that go to the Supreme Court now don't matter.
Right.
Because after a couple of years and you get a couple of justices retire, whoever happens to be president at the time, they're going to switch it their way.
Mm-hmm.
There's a real threat that Joe Biden might pack the Supreme Court now because of the situation that's going on.
Mm-hmm.
So then, okay, so 5 years down the line, when we have a new president out there, what's going to happen there? Are we going to wind up with 50 Supreme Court justices? Because every time a new president comes in, they want to make sure that the court's tilted in their favor.
Mm-hmm.
Like it's, this decision breaks the country.
Mm-hmm. In so many ways.
Yeah. Do you feel threatened by this?
Absolutely. And fortunately, again, I'm an older woman. Ugh, as much as that hurts me. Who I know if, again, something were to happen, I have the means, I have the ability to get the help that I would need. No matter what, because again, we live in a state where it is still legal and will probably always remain legal. I worry about women, girls, trans men, even, who live in areas where they don't have it accessible and can't get the help that they need.
Yeah.
That's what makes me angry. And I want to go fight.
What do you think needs to happen to set this right? What does the government, the president, the Supreme Court, citizens, what do we have to do to fix this and have it stay fixed? Because we thought it was fixed.
Right. And that's the thing, is there are certain states where it is fixed. No matter what the law of the land is, it's, it was voted in. And that's, I think, what is so frustrating, is that why does it even need to be that way? Why do people have to vote on it? If I want to go and buy a pack of cigarettes, I can go and buy a pack of cigarettes. What does it matter if I want to, do that? And I've never been a smoker, and I would never want to smoke, but yet you can go and that's what's just so.
Your point there being it's your body, you can do what you want to do.
Right. And granted, I got into a discussion, a little bit of a debate with a friend of mine that from high school where, again, my body, my choice, and she's anti-vax and, but very liberal in certain respects and conservative, and she's kind of like all over the board. Like, she would never get a vaccine because she just doesn't trust the government. And when I said, but I don't have to do certain things, or I can do certain things, and she said, well, you wore a mask when you were told to, and I was like, I wore a mask because I was protecting myself. And guess what? I still wear a mask now, even though the majority of the people don't. And yes, I am fully vaccinated and boosted and whatever, but I'm still wearing a mask because I don't want to get sick.
Yeah.
But if, I think back to when I was in college, and if I had gotten pregnant in college, I wasn't ready to be a mother then, so, and then there are women that, have other medical issues. My best friend had to have a late-term abortion because if she had carried her baby to term, she could have died.
Right.
So, it shouldn't be something that's a law that you're forced to do or not to do. It's your body, it's your choice.
And the hypocrisy, again, that we always seem to go back to the hypocrisy of this. So the Supreme Court ruled in a case where members of the armed forces sued the Army or whatever branch of the government, branch of the military they were in, when they were told that they had to get vaccinated.
Mm-hmm.
And the Supreme Court ruled they didn't have to. They had a right to choose.
Right.
If you have a right to choose whether or not you take a vaccine, how do you not have a right to choose whether or not you carry a child to term?
Right.
Isn't carrying that child to full term far more impactful than getting a vaccine?
Right.
Where you would think you would have that option?
And the hypocrisy of it, too, is if men had the ability to carry. Now, granted, trans men can. I don't want to exclude them. But if these white cis men were at risk of their body harming them, because think about it, when and you've mentioned it numerous times, especially watching me go through childbirth and what happened I ended up having to have an emergency C-section because our daughter was in distress, and you got to see firsthand what my body went through. You've said time and time again, there's no way in hell you would have been able to do that.
Right.
And I bet you if you polled, the majority of men, would you be willing to go through childbirth? Would you be willing to do all these things? No. No, they wouldn't. But yet, you'll put your partner or your wife or your mistress, you'll engage in an act and not have any thought process behind that.
Yeah. The other interesting hypocrisy here is they're forcing women to carry children to full term. Are they forcing the sperm donor to be a father, to be there, to have any level of responsibility?
And that's the thing, is that at the moment of conception, that's when you should be paying child support.
Right. Absolutely.
And you don't get to walk away now.
Yep.
That is now, there were a couple of memes like, Happy Father's Day, you're now going to be a dad because of that one night stand, because you decided, you didn't want to put a condom on.
Right. We're up against the clock here, but I did want to raise one more point. We had talked about it off the air, and I think it's worthwhile mentioning because I think it's a great example. Tell us about the adoption one.
Yeah, let me bring that one up. So this was an interesting,
because I thought this was very poignant.
Yes, this was recently posted and is something for the Supreme Court to consider. Can a 13-year-old girl adopt a baby if she wants to? No, obviously not. Are you nuts? What about a 15-year-old girl? Can she adopt a baby if she feels like it? Nope, absolutely not. All right, how about an 18-year-old girl? Surely she could adopt a baby, right? No, still can't. Well, what if she was 20, no longer a teenager? A 20-year-old can definitely adopt a baby if she feels like it, right? Actually, no. Well, weird. Why not? There are over 400,000 children in foster care, so why can't she adopt at least one of them? She just can't. And you know why? Because you have to qualify to adopt a child. There are rigorous background checks, home visits, proof of financial and mental stability, etc. It's a whole thing, right? But if she is 14 and gets impregnated by an abusive ex-boyfriend who shoved her out of his moving car and left her for dead, she must now carry to term, give birth, just figure it out somehow? Yes, that is correct. But she's only 14. She will figure it out. But she should also have been more careful and made better choices. So, to punish her for her poor choices, we force her into motherhood, which we've established she's totally unqualified for. And now, we are suddenly comfortable with a young, traumatized girl caring for a vulnerable, little screaming human being that is wholly reliant on her for survival? Yes, absolutely. Such an unexpected blessing.
And I think that right there sums up the problem. We have standards for what it means to be a qualified parent.
Yep.
We enforce them in one instance in adoption. We ignore them completely in every other instance.
Mm-hmm.
Anything else to be said on the matter at this point?
Vote.
Yep.
Stay angry. Let your voice be heard.
That is the only silver lining I see here, is that they're forcing this onto the states, which means your elected leaders will now not be able to hide behind a Supreme Court decision.
Mhm.
They're going to have to go on record on the voting roll call on whether or not they support this. And unlike the Supreme Court justices, the 3 Supreme Court justices that Trump appointed, who all said on the record that they would not overturn Roe versus Wade, and they did,
Right.
you can hold these politicians accountable by voting them out of office.
Absolutely. The other thing, too, is I've seen people posting, I currently live in a red state. I need to move. I had another friend whose children are getting ready to go to college and have now changed which schools they're considering now.
If only we could impeach Supreme Court justices for perjuring themselves during their confirmation hearings.
And that's something, that's making the rounds. So
that's all we had today. Did you have anything else before we go?
resist.
Resist. There you go. Before we do go, I did want to once again invite our listening and viewing audience to subscribe to the podcast. You can find audio versions of this podcast listed as Insights into Tomorrow. Video and audio of all the network's podcasts can be found listed as Insights into Things. We're available on Apple, Spotify, Google, Stitcher, anywhere you can get a podcast. We would also ask you to write in, give us your feedback, tell us how we're doing, give us your topics you'd like us to discuss. You can email us at comments@insightsintothings.com.
You can find us on Twitter at twitter.com/insights_things.
We do stream 5 days a week on Twitch at twitch.tv/insightsintothings.
You can find us on Facebook at facebook.com/insightsintothingspodcast.
You can find high resolutions of all of our video on YouTube at youtube.com/insightsintothings.
You can find us on Instagram at instagram.com/insightsintothings.
Where you can find links to all this and more on our official website at www.insightsintothings.com. That's it. Another one in the books.
Have a good week, everyone.
Bye.
Bye.
Insightful podcasts by informative hosts. Insights into Things, a podcast network. Welcome to Insights into Entertainment, a podcast series taking a deeper look into entertainment and media. Your hosts, Joseph and Michelle Whalen, a husband and wife team of pop culture fanatics, are exploring all things from music and movies to television and fandom.
Welcome to Insights into Entertainment. This is episode 145. Help me, Obi-Wan Kenobi. I'm your host, Joseph Whalen, and my special guest host today is Sam Whalen, host of our Insights into Tomorrow podcast.
Hello there.
How you doing, Sam?
Good. How are you doing?
Good. Thank you for joining us today. So this discussion kind of came about. You know, we've been itching to have this discussion for quite some time now. We've finished the Obi-Wan series now, so we can finally have the whole conversation. So today we're going to discuss the current state of Star Wars. Believe it or not, we're actually coming up on the 10th anniversary of Disney taking over Lucasfilm. We'll take a look at how the franchise has progressed since Disney took ownership and what their stewardship looks like. Then we'll take a deep dive into the properties that have come out recently and the trend towards streaming. We'll give our thoughts and opinions on Obi-Wan, and then we'll take a look at what the current forecasted future of the franchise looks like and where we think it's going. But before we do that, though, I would invite our listening and viewing audience to subscribe to the podcast. You can find audio versions of this podcast listed as Insights into Entertainment. Both video and audio can be found of all of the network's podcasts listed as Insights into Things, and we can be found anywhere you get a podcast, Google, Spotify, and so forth. We'd also invite you to write in, give us your feedback, tell us how we're doing, give us your suggestions. You can email us at comments@insightsintothings.com or check out our official website at www.insightsintothings.com for all of our social media links. Ready to get into it?
Yeah, before we get into it, full spoilers for everything. So if you haven't seen the new sequel movies, you haven't seen Obi-Wan, we're going full spoilers, just so you know.
All right, good warning there. Here we go. So Disney's trying to get their money's worth from the franchise. So we all know that back in 2012 or thereabouts, Disney basically bought Lucasfilm for about a little over $4 billion. They wanted to quickly capitalize on this by putting out their own trilogy, which kind of worked out for them, I guess. We'll get into that later. So they put out the first film in 2015 with Force Awakens. That brought in $2 billion. At the time, it was the highest grossing film in Disney history, which was kind of impressive. Then we got that complete mess of a movie, Last Jedi, in 2017.
People are hard on that. It's not that bad, guys. Come on.
Then they finished murdering the franchise in 2019 with Rise of Skywalker.
That one's pretty bad. I don't enjoy that movie.
Hey, the one thing about Rise of Skywalker is you didn't have Luke Skywalker milking any unusually unattractive animals.
That's what the people wanted.
Yeah, that's exactly what we wanted. Do you think their investment was worth it at this point?
I mean, they made their money, right? So,
well, yeah, breaking even is not really a sound investment.
True. I don't know. I think for Disney, they clearly want to be a media. Some may say monopoly, others may say conglomerate. I just looked it up. They acquired Marvel in 2009. So 3 years after that, they buy Star Wars. I mean, they've made it part of the Disney brand for better or worse. I think for them, if they want to appeal to every possible demographic, owning Star Wars is going to help that. Maybe if you're not a comic book fan, a lot of people are Star Wars fans, and that's a huge audience you're grabbing right there. So
yeah, and I think no matter what you do, and they've kind of proven, though, at least when it was under Lucasfilm, when it was under George Lucas, the way that they handled their licensing, they basically showed that even though it was very expensive, and it still was very expensive to license Disney to produce anything for it, or Star Wars rather, you can't help but make money doing it.
Yeah, the fan base is very dedicated.
Right. It's just a moneymaker no matter what. What might differ is your profit margins.
Mm.
You're not going to be raking in 70, 80, 90, 100% profit margins. You might be raking in a guaranteed 30%. But you know what? A 30% return, guaranteed return on an investment is a pretty good return on investment.
Yeah, and they definitely know their market. They know that most Star Wars fans, it's going to be pretty much impossible to turn them off from the franchise. Maybe not, every property. Certainly, most people aren't reading every book and every comic. I'm not.
Right.
But anything that's a TV show or a movie, most Star Wars fans are probably going to go check that out.
And I agree. And I think, we'll talk a little bit more about where they made some mistakes in a minute or so here. But I think Disney is smart enough to know what property they have and how to milk it, how to get their money's worth out of it. They've been doing it for almost, over 100 years now.
Yeah. And do we want to go movie by movie? Because Force Awakens is a great example of that, kicking it off.
Oh, absolutely. Go right into it.
You get J.J. Abrams. He did it with Star Trek. He took Star Trek and kind of made it more for mass appeal, for better or worse. If you're a Star Trek fan, some people had problems with that. But he basically did the same thing for Star Wars. I mean, it's a New Hope again, but it's updated with modern visuals. It's a very, it's hard to not like that movie. I love that movie, and I know it has its issues. But I think it did a great job capturing what Star Wars was and what it could have been.
And I agree. I think Force Awakens was a good movie to kick off the new franchise because it reintroduces people who are familiar with it, and it's comfortable for those people. And it's a great way of easing other people into it. The critical difference between what he did with Star Trek and what he did with Star Wars is Star Trek he had a loophole. Star Trek was a alternate time.
Oh yeah.
So with Star Trek, you can say, oh, okay, this is an interesting story, but that's really not what happened because here's the official timeline. And that's where he gets the out. So with this, you don't get that. The problem I think that we really ran into at Force Awakens was you took a universe that you know, and you didn't relaunch it. You moved it 30 years in the future, and it's a completely different universe. And you have no idea how you got there.
Yep.
And Disney tried to fill in some of that backstory with the novels and the video games that people aren't going to consume. So people walked out of the movie theater scratching their head thinking, what the hell's the First Order? Who's this new Snoke guy? Like, it did a very bad job of introducing things because there was almost an assumption that you knew what was going on.
Yep, and I think that comes with it being what's the phrase, soft reboot, where you just make the same movie again, but in the same universe.
Right.
Because everybody will just say, they won't think about it too hard. It's just the Empire again. It's just the Rebels again. But it's like, if we're thinking about the context of the universe, it's like the Rebels won. Why are they still Rebels, you know? But the other thing is, and we're going to hit it probably a million times in this discussion, is the lack of planning. I think because, you know, the way Abrams does things is he has mystery boxes where he introduces things and he may or may not answer those questions later. But when there's no plan and he doesn't know if he's coming back for more movies, those questions definitely never get answered, or they get answered in ways that was never intended to be answered, which you get in The Last Jedi. So I think from the very beginning, the lack of planning is kind of the thing that, you know, was doomed from the start, maybe.
There was kind of a clash of styles with some of the classic stuff too. The biggest reveal in the history of Star Wars was End of Empire Strikes Back, where Darth Vader is Luke's father. Well, they did a similar reveal in Force Awakens in the first 10 minutes of the movie, where Kylo Ren is the son of Han and Luke. Han and Luke, that would have been interesting.
He's adopted.
The son of Han and Leia. And he wears this mask like Darth Vader, which comes off in the first 15 minutes of them. And it's like every reveal that there could have been was like out of the bag. Like the first scene is what you get. So it kind of was a clash of styles too.
Yeah, I don't know. I like that because to me they're trying to make Kylo more of a character. You know, Darth Vader, you don't get his character until Jedi, where you find out he kind of gets redeemed in that movie. Whereas with Kylo, they skip all the reveals right away so we can see him as more of a person. And, you know, he throws temper tantrums and stuff. But I think the big reveal for Force Awakens is Han dying, right? I mean, that's in the similar vein.
I would agree. And the way that he died, I think, was acceptable. Okay. You know, like a lot of people will flash back to the expanded universe novels, and the first original character that was ever killed off in the expanded universe was Chewbacca. And he was killed off in the first series of the New Jedi Order books. And they killed him by dropping a moon on him while he was saving one of Han's kids. Which was you couldn't come up with a better way to have a death scene than that in a book. And then Han gets stabbed and falls off a bridge with his son. So it was kind of anticlimactic how they wind up killing him.
Yeah, I don't know. It's I guess if we're keeping in trend of it being New Hope, I guess he's supposed to take the place of the Ben Kenobi death.
Right. And Ben Kenobi dying propelled Luke down this path of being a Jedi.
Yeah.
Where Han dying really lended nothing to the character development. As much as they wanted it to, it lended nothing to the character development of Kylo Ren.
Yeah.
Because they tried to revisit it in The Last Jedi, and it just didn't work.
And Rise of Skywalker.
Yeah.
When he comes back as a ghost.
And it doesn't work for him.
Yeah. I think it all goes back to that lack of planning. You know, you could have saved something like that for a later movie if you knew you were going to do it.
Right. If you knew you were making that trilogy, I could totally see that being, and it probably was, because when it originally happened, the understanding was that J.J. Abrams was going to make the trilogy. And then he had a scheduling conflict with Last Jedi, and we wind up having
Ryan Johnson
step in to do Last Jedi, and
I-
now, by all accounts, all of Ryan Johnson's other films were fantastic.
Mhm.
What happened with Last Jedi, I don't know.
I still think Last Jedi, in terms of direction, is like one of the best. Like in terms of cinematography and stuff, it's like that and a Rogue One. Like no other Star Wars movie looks like that in terms of how it's shot.
I have a well, okay, it's different. I'll give you that.
Mhm.
I'm not going to argue with that. The fact that they start the joke, the movie off with a
Oh,
your
yeah.
mom joke, is kind of
Yeah.
a slap in the face.
Well, the whole thing's a slap in the face, right?
Well, it is, and really, it's the entire movie took everything that was established in Force Awakens and threw it out the window.
Yep.
And it was like, oh, okay, you only got another movie left in this trilogy. What are you going to do?
Yeah, and there is merit in, you know, trying something new with Star Wars and you know, not just doing the same thing over and over again, even though it would have made you infinite money. But it's not great when you make it a pillar movie of the franchise. Maybe give Ryan Johnson a Star Wars story first.
Yep.
And have
I
him
would
work it
agree.
out.
Yep.
But I think if you're going to have this, especially coming off Force Awakens, which was very much just New Hope again, and played it very safe with pretty much everything, to have it be such a drastic change, I think was a difficult call.
Well, and I, as much as I harp and I rail against Ryan Johnson's abuse of the franchise, it's not his fault. It's the fault of Kathleen Kennedy and the other executives
Yeah.
who saw this before it went out the door and allowed it to go out the door.
Yeah, I wonder what the behind the scenes were like on that, like how that got that far.
Like,
in.
it was embarrassing to see something like that. Luke Skywalker, Jedi Master, is milking a cow. Okay,
Yeah, it's tough.
it was just, and the whole premise of the movie being a rehash of really someone my age. It was a rehash of the O.J. Simpson chase. It was a slow white Bronco chase where
Oh, yeah.
you know, you just. No one in the history of Star Wars ever ran out of gas. I'm sorry. Like, that whole premise itself was just weak.
Yeah, and it's things like that where, like, when you're going to release a main movie in the franchise, people are going to ask questions. They're going to be much more critical of it. So, like, give them a side story, you know, give them a TV show. Well, they weren't doing TV shows at the time, but do a side story, you know. It's maybe they were taking a risk because they know he's a good filmmaker. Maybe they thought he could pull it off. But I think, and I'm sure he didn't write and direct, not entirely. I'd have to see who the other writers are, because the writing is a big part of that as well.
Right, I agree.
But I just think
But it was a reputation. I mean, he got the movie based on his reputation. And his reputation was for making some non-standard films.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I mean, he was a revolutionary director in what he's done. And
I've only seen Looper. That's the only other film I've seen.
I don't know what they expected out of him other than something that was unconventional. And
Right.
it was unconventional.
Yeah.
But unconventional is not Star Wars.
Yeah, and it's difficult not to compare it to the MCU because it's like the same company now, and eventually they clearly were trying to go for something like that.
Right.
Where it's like all the MCU movies are directed by different people, but when you get an Avengers movie or a Civil War where it's like everybody shows up,
There's a timeline they have to abide by.
exactly. There's a Kevin Feige at the top
Right.
who's saying, "Hey, we gotta." Even in the individual movies, Kevin Feige's coming in and he's saying,
Right.
"Hey, we got to stick with this."
There's an overall master who's directing the plot. Like, you have to go from point A to point B. How you do that is up to you in the movie, but at the end of the movie, you have to be at point B, is what the rule is.
Yeah, and there are some negative aspects to that because you see MCU directors fired all the time for creative differences, aka they're not sticking to the cookie cutter what
Right.
Disney wants formula. But the benefit of that is that you get a cohesive narrative.
And when you're doing it over the course of 10 or more movies, you need that or it's complete chaos. Look at what happened to the Marvel properties before Disney took over. You know, look at the Spider-Man movies. Look at the Fantastic Four movies.
Yep.
It was a mess. They were all over the place. There was consistency issues. There were continuity issues. There was nobody who was helming the entire thing, and that's the one thing that Disney has at least done with the Marvel side of things.
Yeah, and I'm hoping, and we'll get to Dave Filoni later. He's the guy in charge of, you know, Clone Wars and Rebels and things like that. I think he's the closest we have to a Kevin Feige in this universe with how he's worked on Mandalorian and elements of Boba Fett and the Ahsoka show coming up. We'll get to all that later. But I think it's something that I think is hopeful for the franchise going forward.
Absolutely. let's finally, bash a little bit on Rise of Skywalker and finish up this this diatribe before we move on.
I that's my least favorite movie in all of them, even the prequels. I just can't stand it. It's like terrible.
I think J.J. Abrams kind of got stuck with a raw deal. He had a vision when he started Force Awakens that was thrown out with Last Jedi, and he had to spend half of Rise of Skywalker fixing all the stuff that Rian Johnson broke in Last Jedi.
It felt like 2 movies.
Yeah, it did. Because he had to basically retcon Last Jedi.
Which is just so sloppy. And again, we go back to the lack of planning. That's ridiculous. When you're spending billions of dollars on these movies and you have to spend half of, just from a production and a narrative standpoint, having to redo or undo, a half or a third of your trilogy is ridiculous. How does that happen?
Yeah, you're absolutely right. And I think it's because he had a vision of where he wanted it to go, lost the control in the middle there and had to try to regain it. And you had to resurrect Palpatine.
Somehow, Palpatine has returned.
No, mind you, if anyone follows the expanded universe, Palpatine comes back a couple of times.
Mm-hmm.
And every time that he comes back in the expanded universe, it's a stretch. Okay?
It's ridiculous, yeah.
It is. And for him to come back here, and not only did they bring him back, they had foreshadowed him coming back when they had Ian McDermott, who plays Palpatine, show up at Star Wars Celebration months before the movie came out. Because the trailer, they put in the Emperor laughing.
Yeah.
And then and it was there was no surprise whatsoever. You knew exactly what was going to happen.
The question was, it'll be really cool how they show it, and then they did it.
Right. and then it wasn't cool when they showed it.
They're still trying to explain it. We've gotten some hints of cloning and siphoning Baby Yoda blood, I guess, for midichlorians, but we still don't have a concrete explanation as to how he came back.
Well, and the kicker is, had they gone down the original route of the expanded universe and which is the direction they're going now, mind you, went the path of the Thrawn trilogy, which legitimately should have been the sequel trilogy to what we originally know of as Star Wars. You would have gotten Thrawn. You would have gotten Jorah Sabath. You would have been introduced to the cloning of a Sith user and of a Force user and the complications. You would have gotten all that stuff, and it would have logically led to this point.
Yeah.
And when they acquired the property, they just decided to throw everything out that was Lucas's stuff, and they didn't want it anymore.
Yeah.
And that was their dumbest mistake.
We might talk more on that throwing out later, but yeah, that whole the months after the acquisition where they're just destroying projects left and right is rough. But going back to the EU stuff, it's like the Marvel comics. You have a blueprint, and it's not a perfect blueprint. Comics are very weird. But you have a story that at least most people, not most people, but people have read, and it worked. So you can at least pull elements from that. It's something. It's a path you could take, and it's 3 books. So it could have been another trilogy right there.
Right, and it's something that people are familiar with too. So they've got something to latch onto. Marvel's more difficult because you have relaunches of storylines multiple times in the comic industry, and what Marvel tends to do is they pull different pieces, different elements from each of those relaunches and puts them into a cohesive story. So no matter what era you read the comics, you'll recognize parts of it. And it's that recognition, not nostalgia so much, it's that recognition of, oh, I know who that guy is. He was this guy over here. I wonder where he's going to wind up in this story. It's that little click in the brain that makes the Marvel stuff work so well.
And how they will subvert those expectations as well, where they'll take if everyone, not everyone, but when everyone figured out Thanos was the bad guy, people went and looked up the original Infinity War. Right. But it's not like that. It's much different.
But you've had fails along those lines too, like the Mandarin.
Oh yeah.
So that didn't go over quite as well as they wanted to do.
Yeah, they had to go back and retcon that multiple times.
They had to clean that up a couple of times. So.
But yeah, it's always with that, you've got the blueprint, and then they change it up where they need to, and they keep what they want, but they use the comics as at least a jumping off point. Whereas with Star Wars, there seemed to be no planning at all.
Right. Well, and to complicate things, and this, we'll go into the next segment here about Disney learning from their mistakes. Is while they're making these, Disney's also in the process of releasing these one-off movies. And their premise at the time, and they even stated this, was they would have a canon Star Wars saga, a Skywalker saga movie every, 3 years, and then they'd have a one-off movie in between there. And the idea was to keep interest in Star Wars. Well, everyone who's a Star Wars fan knows that you get a trilogy, there's 3 years between each episode, and then there's like 15 years before anything else happens. And that's kind of the pace that we've lived at. Well, you wind up getting the first example of this in Rogue One, A Star Wars Story, which, in my opinion, is one of the best movies in the entire Star Wars franchise.
Yeah, Rogue One's pretty good. It really doubles down on all that nostalgia and like fan service stuff, but it's fun, and I like that movie. And it's not a main trilogy, so it's okay for it to be like that flawed.
It's a movie that didn't need to be made. It didn't change the overall narrative. It didn't change the overall story. Everything else remains. It's a fringe movie that happens to be made, that has beautiful artistry to it, beautiful writing. It ties perfectly into what we know is Star Wars. And you get a badass version of Vader out of it, too.
Yes, yeah, that's true. That probably knocks it up like 3 points for you.
Yeah. And then, 2 years later, we get Solo, another Star Wars movie that didn't need to be made, which was terrible.
I mean, it has good parts, but like overall, it's not great.
It's one that didn't need to be made, and it goes against the idea. It's basically what they did with Darth Vader and Boba Fett and all the characters that had these brief moments in Star Wars history that were badass characters because you didn't know anything about them.
Yep.
And you didn't need to know anything about them.
That's what makes them cool.
Right.
Is that you can say whatever you want in your head about them.
Right. So no matter what, you're going to look at Darth Vader and he's a whiny little kid now.
Yeah.
You're going to look at Boba Fett if you watch the Clone Wars and he's a whiny little kid now that misses his dad. Like, you've ruined these characters by doing this stuff. And Lucas tried to ruin Han Solo already in the digital edition of Star Wars by making Greedo shoot first.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, so we're not even going to get into that debate. I will say on that, though, that Han shooting first defined Han's character.
Yeah, he was like a bad guy, basically.
Right.
He was a murderer.
He was that guy on the fringe that was going to play dirty if he had to get the job done.
Which is the whole point of his arc in New Hope, is that he comes back for Luke, he helps.
It's a redemption story for Han.
Which you don't get in Solo also, because they give him an arc in that movie where at the end of Solo, he's a good guy. Where he shouldn't be. He should
be a bad guy.
Which doesn't make any sense to me, because he gets betrayed in that movie by his love interest, Kira.
Right.
You'd think that would harden him. And his mentor. Yeah, everybody basically. You'd think that would harden him and make him bad, but because it's a movie, you can't have an ending with your character being a bad guy.
Right.
I guess. I don't know. You could have, but they didn't want to.
Yeah, so that was where you left some head scratching there. And the other problem that happened with Solo was, again, if you were a fan of the expanded universe, there was a natural story progression of the relationship between Han and Chewie. Han gets his blaster as another storyline. So you have all these different things that define the Han Solo character over the course of years, and they cram it into this movie where it happens in the course of a couple of days.
It's like the ending of Revenge of the Sith, where in the last 10 minutes, everything has to get set up for New Hope really fast.
Right, exactly. And it just kills the whole premise of what this character has done. So this character has no backstory whatsoever that didn't occur in the last 3 days.
Yeah, it's like the opposite of, we'll get into Kenobi at some point. This is probably going to run long, but
yeah, it is.
Kenobi should have been, in my opinion, a movie. The Solo movie should have been a TV show.
Yes.
Where it was like serialized, it was almost like designed to be a TV show, especially if you're going to do the forced, here's how Han got his socks, here's how Han got his watch. Like
Exactly.
Like the old, I never saw it, but I've seen clips of it, the old Indiana Jones show, where it's an old Indiana Jones telling stories about his youth. It could have just been that. Him talking to Kylo or something, I don't know.
Yeah, that would have went well. Right before he gets stabbed.
Yeah. He's like, Wayne, I have to tell you all these things about my past.
Fortunately, after that came out, and it was
it flopped, right?
It was profitable at the box office, so I can't call it a financial failure.
Oh, I thought it was a financial failure.
No, but from a creative standpoint, it was a terrible failure. I mean, The writing was weak.
Well, that was one of the ones where they had director issues because it was Ron Howard
They
and
swapped
then
out directors in the middle of it.
I think it was the Lego Movie guys, right? Miller and Lord.
Might have been. I forget who the original one was.
Yeah.
It also didn't help that they cast someone that looked nothing like Harrison Ford, sounded anything like Harrison Ford, walked like Harrison. Like, he had no resemblance to the character itself. They like almost deliberately picked somebody that didn't fit the part so bad as almost like a slap in the face to fans.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know where I come down on that because I'm okay with people performing it in their own way, but if you're doing a prequel story, they should at least like pretend like they're that person eventually, or where you can see those elements of where they will get to that point. Like Donald Glover was good as Lando.
Oh my God, he was the highlight of the entire movie.
But he was pretty clearly just doing a Billy D impersonation.
He was.
So,
but that's the problem. You're playing an existing character. Like, if you get cast to play George Washington in a movie, you damn well better look and sound like George Washington.
That's
okay?
fair, I guess.
Otherwise, it's called Hamilton.
True,
okay?
true. But I think we're getting a Lando show eventually, right?
We probably are. We'll talk about that, though. But anyway, so they learned their lesson here. They backed off from the movies. Disney Plus came out, and they moved into streaming. So what they encountered was some Disney fatigue. They encountered some Star Wars fatigue, which I think Disney was surprised at because they kind of went down that same path with Star Wars that they did with Marvel, and the fans ate up everything Marvel that came out, and they loved it. And I think it backfired on Star Wars. What do you think?
Yeah, I mean, it sure seems that way. I certainly feel the fatigue, but I think the reason that happens is because at a certain point, there's only so many stories you can tell in the Star Wars universe, right? Especially when you limit yourselves like they constantly do with all these movies and TV shows, where they very rarely try something different, something that breaks the mold. And I think that kind of limits the amount of things you can do. And I think that's where a lot of the fatigue come from, where like with Marvel, you'll get a Ragnarok, a Thor Ragnarok, you'll get a Guardians, movies that do things that are kind of weird and out there because they're allowed to be. But like, there's really nothing like that with Star Wars. Maybe we'll get the Taika Waititi's making a show, we'll get something like that maybe. But I think if you look at the broad selection of what we have to view of Star Wars, it's all pretty similar.
And I agree with you 100% there. I think with Marvel, you can get away with that because Marvel, let's face it, Marvel combines several different properties that no one ever thought they'd be able to combine.
And genres. Yeah,
well, when Guardians of the Galaxy came out and we were told that they're going to merge in with Avengers, I'm like, how are you going to do that?
Right.
Like, one's almost an adult version of Marvel merging in with the kid version. Like, none of that's going to work. And they wound up making it work. Mm-hmm. You brought in brilliant out-of-the-box thinkers like Taika Waititi, who I love everything that he does. Mm-hmm. He comes in and gives us a comedy that fits into everything that's like a flash from the 1970s with everything that he does. So you could get away with that, and I think Disney found out that the Star Wars fans are too rigid for that. They're too loyal to what the nostalgia of it is, and they're big on the nostalgia.
Yeah, and I think that's part of the problem, and I try to break myself of that because, like, with Marvel, it's like if you want a spy story, you can go watch Winter Soldier. If you want a Western, I blanked on one, but you know what I mean. There's a genre for a movie for everything, and I think if they did that with Star Wars, it'd be a lot more successful and a lot more, at least creatively interesting to watch because you can do those things with Star Wars. I mean, we see Mando and Book of Boba Fett. They love the Western trope. They get into that, but you can make it work in other genres. I've only watched a handful of episodes of Visions, the animated show where they did a bunch of short stories, but that was another example of where you could have done all these different genre type stories in Star Wars. Make a noir, make a war movie, which you got a little bit of a war movie in Solo for like 15 minutes, but the point is, you don't have to be creatively, out of ideas because you limit yourself based on your nostalgia. You can do all these other stories in Star Wars if you just do it right and make new characters and make new settings and, kind of blaze a new path that isn't so rigid and stuck to itself.
And ultimately, I think the problem boils down to the fact that Disney did not know the fan base of Star Wars. And I think they're just finally starting to learn that because you're starting to see things that are different. Mm-hmm. But they're not dramatically different, nor are they canonically impacting on the overall story, which is where Visions comes in. And Visions, every with the exception of I think 2 or 3 of the episodes of it. Every episode of it is different. It's a different style. It's a different story. It's a different impact. It's a different time period. And they do a really good job of that. And the fans accepted it. Because it's a little bit at a time. You can't just come in and throw a Thor Ragnarok in there, because the Star Wars fans just aren't going to accept that.
Yeah.
So you kind of have to lead them down that path.
And going back to what I was saying about doing different genre type stories in Star Wars, that's one of the reasons I like the Clone Wars show so much, the animated one, not the Genndy Tartakovsky one, because they did that in that show constantly. They would take, an arc, they'd take 3 or 4 episodes and make like a murder mystery, or they'd make like a Western, or they'd make a,
or a horror. They did a horror series with it.
Yeah, and it really showed that Star Wars doesn't have to be the same thing all the time. You can take these tropes, and that, I mean, really, the original trilogy, at least New Hope, was like that too. Lucas being inspired by Kurosawa and things like that. It was all, and Campbell's hero's journey thing, the circle. Like, it's all just taking big idea stories and putting them in a sci-fi fantasy setting. And you can do that more if you don't limit yourself as much.
I agree. And I think Disney is finally getting to the point where they're hitting their stride and they're learning how to do that.
Yeah.
So we're going to take a quick break. We'll be right back, and we're going to talk about the current state of Star Wars. We'll be right back. For over 7 years, the Second Sith Empire has been the premier community guild in the online game Star Wars: The Old Republic. With hundreds of friendly and helpful active members, a weekly schedule of nightly events, annual guild meet and greets, and an active community both on the web and on Discord. The Second Sith Empire is more than your typical gaming group. We're family. Join us on the Starforge server for nightly events such as operations, flashpoints, world boss hunts, Star Wars trivia, guild lottery, and much more. Visit us on the web today at www.thesecondsithempire.com. Help me, Obi-Wan Kenobi. That's our subject today. We're going to talk a little bit more about the current state of Star Wars. So the properties that we have available right now, and I'll run down the list real quick, that are currently active. We have Mandalorian, which is filming season 3. We have Bad Batch, which is in post-production for season 2. We have the Book of Everyone but the Book of Boba Fett, which has finished its limited run.
They're making more of that?
No.
Oh, okay, good.
It's finished its limited run.
I know, but it's the ongoing section. I thought I had missed some announcement or something.
Well, it's current. We also have Obi-Wan that finished its run, too. So that's what we have available to us to watch right now, plus all the other stuff that came out. Where do we stand with Mandalorian? What do you think of it now? We're going into our 3rd season here. Is it still worth watching?
Absolutely. I'd argue to say it might be the only thing worth watching. It's probably, and I was going to say this conclusion for the end of the show, but it's probably the only thing I'm going to be watching going here on out. I can't do it anymore. But I like The Mandalorian. I think season 1 and 2, while they have their flaws and they have their problems, I think by season 2 especially, they really figured it out. Some say they go a little heavy with the cameos from other shows and things like that, but I think at its core, Din Djarin, whatever his name is, the Mandalorian.
Din Djarin. I
think that character is great, and I think that it's really something positive that's come out of this new era of Star Wars. Grogu, I can take it or leave it. I'm not a big Grogu guy. I know people are, but it's fine. And I think that crew, that cast of characters that they've got in there, whoever's left, I know some people got booted for having bad beliefs in real life, but they've done a good job crafting that universe, and I think that show going forward, I think it could only go up, really.
And I agree. I think it's probably the highlight. It has reinvigorated people's interest in Star Wars. They've used it as a springboard to basically create multiple spin-offs from. I was disappointed at what everyone describes as season 2.5 of The Mandalorian, which was the tail end of Book of Boba Fett, where we thought
the whole storyline with Baby Yoda, Grogu was gone, and now he's back in the picture. And I think that's a mistake, because I think continued emphasis, even though everyone loves the cute little Baby Yoda, I think continued emphasis on that character is going to be a drain on any storyline that's out there.
I always knew Baby Yoda was going to come back. I did think we'd
He
get
had to, because he makes so much money for him.
exactly. If you want to look at it cynically, yes, you can. I'm sure you can look around this room and see Baby Yoda merch somewhere.
There's some behind you there.
Yeah, he makes way too much money, and he's way too marketable. They're never going to get rid of him. However, I thought we'd at least get. I wasn't expecting 2.5 in Book of Boba Fett. That kind of.
I wasn't either.
That was like wild. But I thought we'd maybe get like half a season of Mando without him, and then maybe he has like some other adventure with something else, and then he comes back. But no, he's back right away.
Yep, right off the bat. And I think that's a mistake, unfortunately.
Yeah, because it's gonna. What are you gonna do? You already did. You concluded that whole arc.
Yeah.
I guess it would be now. It's Mandalorian reclaiming his Mandalorianness, right?
That almost sounds obscene the way you say that.
Because like, didn't in that episode of Boba Fett, he gets kicked out.
He gets kicked out
by the other two living Mandalorians that are left.
Right. Well, and they're not the only living Mandalorians left. They're the living ones from the Death Watch.
But I'm hoping we get, because we already had what's her name, Bo-Katan, right? So
she's obviously going to be back.
So yeah, I'm hoping. I like the Mandalorian stuff in general, like the Mandalorian.
It's a great, and everyone loves Mandalorians. Like that's the thing. It's that they're like the Klingons of Star Wars. Everyone just loves how rich their heritage is.
Yeah, so I'm hoping we get more of that. I much prefer it as now, especially with the Mandalorian, because I like the characters. I prefer it much more when it's every episode is connected to the overall plot. I'm not big on like the whole serialized thing, which you kind of got more in. That was more season one, right?
Season one, yeah.
Yeah, but when they started moving to season 2, where things were more connected and it told one long story, I much prefer that, and I hope that they stick with that. And there's not as much, one-off episodes, unless they're, interesting.
Well, the only concern that I have in the direction that they're going is they're probably going to have to lend some support, some tertiary support to some of the other shows. So we already know they're feeding into the Ahsoka series, right? So they're doing the whole Grogu cloning, Admiral Thrawn type stuff. So they're already feeding into that. I don't know what else they'll be feeding into, but because it originated with Mandalorian, it's there almost like a
Iron Man.
Yeah, it's what the whole Disney Plus stuff is circulating around right now. So you're probably still going to have some drain on the resources for that.
I mean, yeah, that's how all these shows work. It's we're going to name the show after a character, but then we're going to introduce a bunch of other characters along the way and give them time so that they can have their own show so that we can keep stringing people along.
Right. And that's good business. What about Bad Batch? What's your thoughts? And who's the character, the young one there?
Wrecker? Omega?
Omega. I had to get you to say it.
Yeah, Omega. I liked Bad Batch a lot. It was way too long. I can't believe it was like a full season of Clone Wars where it was like 23 episodes. Yeah. That was ridiculous. However, if we can keep making, and they're doing that with
you're scraping the bottom of the barrel when you got the kid in there scamming card games.
Yeah,
you're putting that into an episode.
They should have taken the approach of the Clone Wars final season where it was short. I'm a big advocate of everything should be short, but I really like the Clone Wars animation. I've come to really like it, and especially with that final season of Clone Wars, they've really stepped up the budget, and it looks like incredible.
Yeah.
And I like keeping in that universe with the clones. I always think that those were some of the best stories coming out of Clone Wars, and I just like that style of show continuing. That being said, like I said, it was way too long. It had, a lot of episodes that you could have just not had in the show. And it had a similar thing like with Mando, where it became a cameo of the week show at a certain point. But unfortunately, I just think that's all the Star Wars shows at this point, so that we can get people to stay interested.
Right. You gotta sell shows, you gotta sell merchandise.
But I'm looking forward to the new season of it, and I just really like that not a genre, but those types of shows. And when we're getting more of that with what's it called, Tales of the Jedis, I think.
See, the one thing that I did like about it is the fact that Clone Wars always showed you Star Wars from a different perspective. It wasn't from the lead character perspective; it was from the guys down the bottom, right? Mm-hmm. Bad Batch does that. But it does that at a critical period of time. Seeing Order 66 from their perspective was awesome.
Yep.
Seeing how people react to Imperial troops now, you get a whole different perspective
on what that period of time is like.
It's one of the most interesting periods in Star Wars too, seeing that transition from the Republic to the Empire.
Absolutely. And you never get a chance to see that anywhere else. This is the first time you got to see that. You got to see, little bits of it here and there with, A New Hope, but like
Fallen Order.
You had no interaction. But again, video games. I want to stay away from the video games because it's a small segment of the population. This opens it up to more people, and this adds more character, more color, and more grit to that time period, and it's going to support everything moving forward, which is what I like about it.
Yeah, definitely.
Book of Boba, what are your thoughts on it?
It's such a disappointment. It really was. And it was one of those shows that put another coffin in the nail of me stop watching these shows, because it felt like such a waste of time. I think that it was structured poorly. I really don't know what they were doing with it. It seems like they didn't really either. It seemed like the whole thing was just a con to get to the Mandalorian stuff at the end. I really don't know what else to say about it. It just, you can definitely skip it because Boba Fett doesn't really do anything.
Yeah, and like the first 4 episodes are nothing but flashbacks of how he survives the Sarlacc, which once he shows up in Mandalorian, you kind of have to answer that question. How he forgot that he left his armor there when he got out, I don't understand that. There was a lot of inconsistencies in it, but you're right. It's a series that did not need to be created. Why Boba Fett, a bounty hunter, would want to be a crime lord on Tatooine, still don't understand the concept behind that. Why he aligned himself with a gang of teenagers who rode really flashy motorcycle bikes, I don't understand that either.
Like, and you say it's a show that doesn't need to exist, but it also didn't justify its own existence. That's the thing. You can have things that don't need to exist but are still fun to watch. But with Boba Fett, it didn't need to exist, and you didn't need to watch it.
No, you're right, and I think you hit the nail on the head. That the only reason it existed was to give you Mandalorian season 2.5, which we could have all waited for that to be, an episode or 2 in season 3.
Yeah, we've talked about this off the air before, but it should have been the reverse, where it's a season of Mandalorian with a Boba Fett episode.
Sure.
Not a season of a Boba Fett show with a Mandalorian episode. Because you easily could have, let's be real, you could have crammed this whole Book of Boba Fett show into an episode or 2 of a Mandalorian season. And, you could have, where's Boba at now? Because, he was a character in the show, basically.
Right.
And I wouldn't be surprised if we do get that in the new Mandalorian season, where we get more on Boba.
Well, and the ultimate problem that I had was everybody from Mandalorians getting their own series. It's like, even the bartender at that nowhere, town that they've had, Cobb Vanth's getting his own series. I'm surprised Cobb Vanth doesn't have his own series yet. It's like,
well, he's a robot now.
But it's like they're telegraphing it at this point in time. It's like back in the 1980s when you had all these spin-offs of these original shows. It's like it's too much. Like, if you want to come up with additional shows because you need to fill airtime on Disney Plus, come up with something original.
Well, it's funny you call it airtime, because that is what it feels like. It feels like it's like cable TV and they have to fill this airtime, when in reality they could put on there whatever they want.
Well, they're trying to get people to maintain their subscriptions to it, and they think content is king. You got to throw content out there, whether it's good or not, so that people can consume something.
And that's kind of why I've fallen off. I just can't do it anymore. It's just none of this it's all, and you don't want to limit yourself to a numbering system, but for the sake of this, I'm going to. Everything feels like a 6 or a 7 out of 10. None of this feels like it is much must-watch TV. Nothing's really doing anything different. It's all just very middle of the road, and it all just feels like it's stringing me along as a viewer. And Marvel is doing that too, by the way. I don't think I mentioned that on the air, but I've stopped watching the Marvel shows, and I'm probably going to stop watching the Star Wars shows, except for Mandalorian.
And I think you're right. And I think it's a race to mediocrity at this point. And I think it's our fault as a consumer, because the more, and it's always been this way. If you look at TV and radio, whatever, the more crap they put out there, the more we want to consume it.
Yep.
And now they can tie direct numbers to it because they've got subscriber numbers. We're paying for this crap now. It's not just that we're sitting there watching advertisements. We're paying them to put this stuff out there.
Yep. And that was kind of the conclusion I came to, is that I'm part of the problem. By watching all these shows and by paying for Disney Plus, I am contributing to the thing that I hate. So I've decided to try to remove myself from the equation.
So finally in this segment, let's have our discussion about Obi-Wan, the series. This is what triggered this whole idea of this podcast. Give me your thoughts, and then you and I can argue.
Well, I liked it. I do think it. I don't think it needed to be a show. I'll just say that. I think it could have been a 2.5 hour long movie. But they couldn't have gotten 6 weeks of programming out of it if they didn't do that. I think the first 2 episodes started off very strong. I think a lot of the Obi-Wan stuff, with a few exceptions, was pretty good. But I think when you get into everything else in the show, it all felt like extra fluff that didn't really need to be there. The character of Reva, I didn't really like at first. By the end, I kind of was a little bit higher on her when she started showing more emotion other than just being angry. And the twist of her hunting Vader was good. All the Vader stuff, I thought did a pretty good job. You get to see Vader be a crazy murderer, which everybody loves. You get a lot of good Vader moments in that. I think there's some parts that don't really help at all, like all the stuff with the Grand Inquisitor. That didn't need to be in there. A lot of the stuff with a lot of the other rebels he meets really didn't need to be in there unless they show up in that Rangers of the Republic show that's coming out, which is what it felt like. It felt like an ad for that show.
Oh, they're going to show up on Andor probably, too.
Oh, yeah, that too. Yeah. But, Little Leia was great. I thought that was a great twist that I didn't see coming. That was really well done and consistently paid off throughout the show. But yeah, I definitely think it could have just been a movie. And it would have had more impact if it was a movie.
And you know what? I don't disagree with anything what you said. I was happy that the whole damn thing didn't happen on Tatooine like everything else in the Star Wars universe seems to. I would suggest the next time they decide to have a lightsaber fight, you need to have more lighting than just the 2 lightsabers because you couldn't see shit during the fight. That was a problem. And the recreating the Ahsoka fight between Vader and Ahsoka from Clone Wars or from Rebels probably wasn't necessary because you already saw that fight once and it was almost an identical walk for walk through that fight. So that was kind of disappointing. How did you leave Reva alive?
She's redeemed. It's fine.
Is she? Really?
I thought she was going to off herself. I don't know. Like, I don't know what our censorship's like on the show, but I thought she was going to unalive herself.
I don't know how, as Obi-Wan, you could let somebody who's a Grand Inquisitor, who now knows about Luke and Leia, live.
Well, because she has to have her own show. It's the same reason he let Vader live, because he had to, because that's what the writing dictated.
Well, no, from a canonical timeline, you kind of had to let him live.
Well,
but how do you walk away from that? Like, you literally have a chance right there. Mm-hmm. You thought you killed him before, and you walked away, and he was still breathing, and you thought he was going to die. How do you walk away from him again after doing that?
I was telling a friend of mine, we were talking about it, and I was like, big Batman energy with this, where like he has him dead to rights, and he just lets him live, even though he knows that he's going to go on to kill thousands of people. And it's like, but like, didn't we know this going into the show, right? When they confirmed Vader was going to be in it, and they confirmed they were going to fight, we all knew how it was going to end. No, neither of them are going to die. Right. That's what happens when you milk every like moment of this timeline, but you already know the end in the beginning. These things are inevitable. I think if anything, they should have done. Remember in Force Awakens when Rey and Kylo fight and then an earthquake happened and they're split apart, something like that. Well,
and it's funny you mention that because I was having a conversation with a colleague at work, and we said, okay, so we know there's 2 battles. We know that Obi-Wan is going to at least win the last one. Because you have to, in order to fit the line from A New Hope of when last we met, you were the master. So we now know that he had to win that last fight. But everybody else, besides Vader, thought that Obi-Wan was dead. Even Tarkin says, "Oh, he's long dead, right?" Mm. So the way the battle should have ended was Vader lost, but somehow came up with a way to conceivably explain how Obi-Wan dies. And he basically lies and says, "Oh, he kicked my ass, but I killed him and he's gone now." Mm-hmm. Knowing that he's alive himself, but everyone else thinks he's dead. That's what should have happened. And the Kylo Ren thing with the earth splitting would have been a great way to do that.
Yeah.
I thought that's what they were going to do when they dropped him in the pit and threw the rocks on top of him.
Yep. They could have even done that because you get the Ian McDermott cameo, which is great. He's always great. Not necessary, but great.
No, it didn't do anything for the show.
But you could have had that moment where, because basically Palpatine just shows up and goes, "You mad? You look a little mad." But he could have said, like, that's where he could have had the moment you're talking about where he lies and says, "I got him. He's dead," Because then he's lying to the Emperor. He's lying
and that would have set it up perfectly.
Yep.
that would have made so much more sense.
Yep. But
Instead of no, Obi-Wan he left him with a broken mask and left.
Yep.
It makes no sense that you would just walk away.
I know, and that's what happens when you limit yourself and you make a prequel, because they love prequels. And like when you do these things and you tie yourself down to these conclusions that like you can't get out of, right? I mean, like, there's no way to get out of this.
No, you're right. You're right. You kind of have to talk your way around it.
But the question is this show must-see Star Wars? I would say it is because I like Obi-Wan.
And I would say it is because I like Darth Vader.
Yeah.
So just for the fight alone and seeing Darth Vader's power,
Yeah.
I would say it is.
Yeah, I really, he has a good fight with Reva too. That was fun. I wish we would have gotten a little bit more.
Yeah, the fight, the saberless fight with Reva was awesome.
Yeah. A little bit more Vader character stuff.
Well, my question to you is, are we going to get a Vader series out of this now?
God, I hope not.
Because Hayden Christian had suggested...
He's got nothing going on. Don't listen to Hayden
available.
Christensen. Yeah, I know.
He's available.
But like...
but that's the moneymaker. That's Grogu.
I know.
You could make a series of Darth Vader going to the bathroom and people would watch it and pay to watch it.
If they're going to do a Vader show, they should just do the Vader comics, because those like make him a real human being. Where like when Palpatine,
they do, but I don't want to get Dr. Aphra in.
Oh, I don't. I'm not talking about that. Like when Palpatine strands him on the planet, or like with nothing, and like he has to fight Tarkin and stuff like that. Like all those little one-off things.
I could see that. They did the Sith Lords book. That would make a great series that you could do.
Yeah, because the problem is like at least in the movies and TV, because that's the only thing I've seen. Because I've only read some of the comics, but like Vader is just like a crazy bad guy at this point. He's just like a mass murderer, and that's hard to make a main character of your show because he's just like murdering people all the time. Like, what are you gonna do with him? Like, in the comics, you get more of his depth, where like he has his own motivations and he's overcoming his own insecurities and things like that to become the Vader we see in New Hope.
You get much more depth, character development in the written.
But even in Obi-Wan, he's basically just a crazy murderer the whole time, except for a few moments where we see Anakin come through. But even then, he doubles down.
That was very well done, by the way, especially
the cutting between the voices.
As the voices are cutting back and forth, that was really well done.
And we talked about this before we came on, but there's a lot of great lines in that finale that I really, really liked. I like how he calls him Darth. Obi-Wan calls him Darth before he leaves. Like he says, only Master of Evil, Darth in New Hope. So it's like he's finally accepting that Anakin's dead. But even then, it's like, come on, just stab him, you know?
Yeah. Like, at least stab him and walk away and have him survive it. Because you already established the Grand Inquisitor survived it.
And Reva.
Right. So that would have been a great way to think he killed him again.
Yeah, I mean, he could even cut him in half. You could do pretty much anything.
You could cut him in because he's done that before and the guy survived too. So. And threw him down a pit.
See, that would have been even... Because I don't know, I'm not familiar. I haven't seen A New Hope in a while. Does Obi-Wan know Vader's alive and like is Anakin in New Hope? Like, does he know him?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, because I was going to say it would have been interesting if he killed Vader.
That's why Luke confronts him where after he tells him, Darth Vader betrayed and murdered your father. That's where they get the line from. You know, Anakin Skywalker's dead. I killed him. Oh, that's a great way to explain that to your son in 10 years. All right, thanks for that.
Yeah. Because I was going to say he could have he legitimately thought he killed Vader only to have him reappear later, but that probably wouldn't have worked. I don't know. I still think that show is worth watching. You know, there's definitely a lot of parts in it that didn't need to be in there, but I think especially if you're a fan of the prequels and if you're a Vader fan, you basically get the payoff of Obi-Wan. Because, like, he shows up in Rebels as, like, Old Man Ben and does some stuff, but, like, it's not like character development. He's kind of just there.
Right.
But if you want the conclusion to, especially coming off of Revenge of the Sith, because they really, pay into that a lot, I think it's worth watching just for that.
I agree. It's definitely worth... The cinematics, I think, are worth watching. The story's critical.
I do want to mention that. We are starting to see the limit of this LED wall that they shoot everything on, because everything looks flat. And you can see that in the Thor trailer too. There's some shots of that look flat. You can really see it in this Obi-Wan show when they're on that rock planet. You can tell that it's like where they are is real, but everything else around them is very flat. And that's kind of the downfall of, I forget what it's called.
The volume.
Yeah. That's kind of the downfall of that tech. And I get it. It's Star Wars. The prequels, we were pushing the limits of what tech could do, and we're kind of doing that again. But like, I think
what was funny was, I don't know if you watched the documentary, if you haven't seen stuff from it, they talk about the volume. And the purpose of the volume wasn't to create the dynamic backgrounds. It was to create the lighting from the backgrounds. And then they were going to digitally overwrite the backgrounds.
Okay.
Like a green screen.
Yeah.
But at least now you've got those realistic, that sun beating down or the fire coming up from the lava river from the finale of season 1. You have that effect, and you have something for the actors to react against. Even Carl Weathers says they're in this boat on this made up floor with everything going on, and the scene is passing by. He said he was getting motion sick. He wasn't moving, but was getting motion sick because of the real. So it was a tool for the actors and for the visual effects guys, but it looked so good for what they were doing. They left it in so many of the shots. The one thing to take note, though, is you've got a couple of, and we're not going to go into this last segment here because we're up against the clock now, but I just want to touch a couple things. You've got Andor coming out. Well, Andor's not using the volume.
Oh,
Andor
really?
is using all practical effects.
Good.
They're building their sets. They're building their props. They're doing everything like a traditional movie. And it was very similar to what they did with the TV series of Halo. And you can tell the difference.
Yep.
When you open a door, and it's a door. It's not a panel with green on it that they overprint digital stuff on it. It looks and acts like it's real.
Yeah, that's good because I'm definitely like I brought it up, but I'm feeling the limits of this volume technology, and I'm hoping they don't because it makes everything feel flat. But like end of the day, that's kind of just what it does.
And when you're doing outdoor panoramic shots like that, it doesn't always work.
Yeah.
Where it works is when you're enclosed somewhere and you don't need that depth. But when you're looking at a shot in a desert and you've got rocks in the foreground and rocks out in medium and rocks out, you lose that depth, that perception of depth.
So I'm hoping they either, they kind of work out on that, or I didn't realize Andor was being shot all practically. Double down on that. Practically is almost always better, in my opinion.
It is, but it costs a fortune.
True. So. Yeah. Just raise the price of Disney Plus.
There you go. So, yeah, we're at the 1 hour mark, and this last section was actually going to be the longest section. So I think we're going to hold off on that for another episode.
Part 2.
We can do a part 2 of Help Me Obi-Wan.
Does that mean I have to watch Andor?
Not if we do it quick. If we do it in the next week or two, you should be okay. So we'll come back and we'll talk about the future of Star Wars on another episode. Any closing thoughts before we go, though?
No, I pretty much said everything. I think after Obi-Wan, because I think if they didn't get above a 7 out of 10 with Obi-Wan, I don't think anything's going to. Yeah. So I think I'm going to bail. I've already bailed on Marvel shows. I think I'm going to bail on Star Wars shows, except for Mandalorian. I'll come back for Mandalorian.
It's going to make it hard to get you back on an entertainment podcast if you're not going to watch anything.
I know. Unless, I don't know, they always put these articles out to try to get people to watch of like, you'll never believe who showed up in Andor episode 2. So if someone spoils it for me and it's something I actually enjoy, maybe I'll go and watch it. But I just don't see the point. It all just feels like they're stringing me along, and I'm pulling the plug.
That. I don't see. For me, there's nothing else to watch right now. There's nothing else compelling for me to watch where I don't have the time to ingest this. And it's Star Wars. I feel compelled to ingest Star Wars.
It's understandable.
So, but that is it for our show today. Before we go, I once again want to invite our listening and viewing audience to subscribe to the podcast. You can find audio versions of this podcast listed as Insights into Entertainment. Audio and video versions of all of our podcasts can be found listed as Insights into Things. We're on TuneIn, iHeartRadio, Stitcher, anywhere you can get a podcast these days. I would also invite you to write in, give us your feedback. You can email us at comments@insightsintothings.com. You can find us on Twitter at insights_things. You can find, we stream 5 days a week on Twitch at twitch.tv/insightsintothings, where you can find links to all those and more on our official website, www.insightsintothings.com. That's it. Another one in the books. Bye.
Insightful podcasts. by informative hosts. Insights into Things, a podcast network. Welcome to Insights into Entertainment, a podcast series taking a deeper look into entertainment and media. Your hosts, Joseph and Michelle Whalen, a husband and wife team of pop culture fanatics, are exploring all things from music and movies to television and fandom.
Welcome to Insights into Entertainment. This is episode 147, Disney Dissected. I am your host, Joseph Whalen, and my patient and understanding co-host, Michelle Whalen.
Hi, everyone.
So what makes you patient and understanding for this episode, dear?
I don't know. I'm kind of confused.
It's because you were patient and understanding with me when I was down in Disney.
Oh, okay. I thought that's what it was, but I wasn't completely sure. I didn't divorce you while we were away, so
that is true. And welcome back to the show, by the way. You did take a couple of episodes off while Sam sort of stepped in for the topics he wanted to do.
Yep.
So this is your first time back in the studio recording for almost 2 months now, isn't it?
I can't even remember because I did an Insights into Tomorrow episode.
Right. You stepped in for him.
We kind of filled, swapped. And then we were trying to find other topics to talk about to give Sam some more time doing the entertainment stuff, and me, and it just never. There wasn't anything that,
nothing jumping out.
Yeah, nothing jumping out.
So. But he kind of took to the entertainment side, so he may come in and fill in for you more often. We'll see.
There you go.
Today we are talking about dissecting Disney. And this is really about our trip to Disney.
Right.
So as previously promised on this podcast, this week we bring you our review of the current state of Disney parks in Florida. Having spent a week down in somewhat sunny, often rainy, and oppressively hot Florida, we've had a chance to see if Disney has been able to bring the magic back. We'll take a look at the resort we stayed at, the amenities offered, and the service at the resort. And then we'll take a look at some of the technology that Disney's trying to throw at its guests to justify the drawbacks of a lack of service in some parts, but a cost as well, as they pretend to give you more services.
Right.
And finally, we'll talk about our experiences at 3 of the 4 parks, because we don't really go to Animal Kingdom because it kind of sucks. But
other people enjoy that park.
Other people do enjoy it. We don't.
We don't. It's not one of our favorites.
Not, and it's not an all-day park for us, even if we do go.
Right.
And we'll talk about where those parks stand compared to our previous visits. Before we do that, though, I do want to invite our listening and viewing audience to subscribe to the podcast. You can find audio versions of this podcast listed as Insights into Entertainment. You can also find audio and video versions of all the network's podcasts listed as Insights into Things, and we're available any place you can get a podcast these days. I would also invite you to write in, give us your feedback, tell us how we're doing. Give us your show suggestions, what you want us to talk about. You can email us at comments@insightsintothings.com. We're on Twitter at insights_things, or you can visit us on our official website at www.insightsintothings.com for all of our social media links. Are we ready?
Sure.
Let's go. So the resort. So this was our first time back since COVID hit. It's been over 2 years since we've been back. Tried to take it kind of light. We didn't go overboard on this time. We actually did sell our DVC in the interim since our last time down.
Correct.
So we weren't staying at a DVC resort. We stayed at All Star Movies.
Correct.
So what was your first impression of the resort itself?
Overall, I really didn't notice much of a difference. One of the things that they've been pushing even before COVID started was getting you to do online check-in in advance of your reservation so that you didn't have to go to the front desk for check-in. And again, like I said, that's been something that was going on before COVID even happened, because we would normally do that, where we would check in a couple of weeks beforehand, and then usually once we got down to the area, we would get a text message saying our room was ready, and we could just go to our room because we already had Magic Band, so there was no need to go to get a key or anything like that. So that was still in place. So again, we didn't go to the front desk. Basically, the only thing that we checked in with was security. Once we first got there, showing our ID, they basically, yep, you're here. And, we kind of went on our merry little way. And probably within, 20 minutes of us getting to the physical resort, we got a text message that our room was ready, but we had gone to the main building to go get lunch and kind of walk around a little bit before we actually made our way. So again, nothing really seemed that different from the last time. Of course, it's been probably 3 or 4 years maybe since we've been at an All-Stars or a value resort, because again, we were using our DVC for most of the trip. So again, I didn't notice anything major, different in it. Obviously, and we'll talk about it, that the rooms have obviously been updated since the last time we had stayed at a value resort.
Yeah, and that's really the biggest thing I think that I noticed about the resort was they pulled out all the carpeting. Because it was always themed rooms. It was always some kind of, print carpet on there that was relevant to the building that you're in or whatever.
Right.
We happened to be staying in Dalmatians while we were there. But they pulled it out. You had all hardwood floors. You had all brand new furniture.
Correct.
You had really what was an innovative approach to furniture, where you had a convertible bed.
Right. You had
down from
sort
the
of
wall.
a Murphy bed.
Yeah.
That when the Murphy bed was up, it was actually a table.
Right.
So and it was so funny because I think the first time we went to convert it, we were like, what do we do? Like, there were no instructions when all you really had to do was just pull it down. So you just had to make sure that the table was cleared off.
What was nice about it was the use of space was much better than it had been with two beds in there.
Yes.
The problem is that when we come in, me specifically, I come in with a load of technology. And what I'll do is I'll set up on the table and leave it there for the duration. And unfortunately, we didn't have that option here because the table went away at night because we had to use the bed. Right.
So I could totally see if it was something where you were maybe only, 2 people in a room and you didn't need to have that second bed all the time, that you could, easily leave everything. But I could see for anybody that had 3 or more people, you would always have to transform your room or just leave your bed down, but then you didn't have the
any
table.
Surface space.
So that would have been a nice thing if they had something where they had like a flip down table attached to the wall.
Yeah, like an IKEA style table.
Right, where you could just flip it down and this way put the chairs, because you still had 2 chairs.
Right, you had to do something with the chairs from the table.
And that was what was so funny, was like seeing other rooms, what people did with their chairs. Now, the other thing too that we had was you rented a scooter from an outside company, so we had it in our room. So that kind of ate up some of the room in some of the surface room of the hotel room. So a lot of people would put their chairs against the window. There was actually one that actually just put them outside. Yeah. I guess they needed, that much more room. So it was kind of, you didn't know what to do with the chairs once the bed was down. Like, there was no specific, area. It was basically, okay, well, we'll put it over here for today.
So they upgraded the bathroom area as well.
Yes.
So traditionally what you had was you have a small bathroom that has a shower and a toilet, and then your sink is outside in sort of like a little prep area.
Right.
And that, for privacy in that area, you typically have a curtain that goes
Well, it was
across.
funny because I remember years ago they didn't have the curtain.
Right, you had nothing there
Right,
originally.
so that this way if somebody was brushing their teeth, it was out in the open, but where the bathtub and shower and the toilet are, there was always a door.
Right.
And
right.
then at some point they added a curtain so that this way if you wanted to get changed
Right.
and they
Right.
evolved.
So that's been evolved into a barn door style sliding door.
Right.
For additional privacy. But what really struck me was they replaced the door, the swing door on hinges in the bathroom area, with a telescoping door
Right.
that slid in behind the wall itself, which I thought was a brilliant use of space. Like that's one thing that they really did was when they redid the rooms, they did things to maximize that space. Like over where your cooler, because you don't have a refrigerator anymore, where the cooler is, there's a piece of furniture that's kind of like a little breakfast nook type thing.
Right.
So
Because they had a coffee maker,
right,
like a single-use coffee maker there. They had your ice bucket there, and then there was a drawer
for all drink accessories.
had
and
like the
cups
coffees and the teas and everything to go with the coffee. And that area you could kind of use as a bar,
Right.
Your beverage keeping,
right.
snack
like a beverage
area.
cart, basically.
Yeah.
So the room was okay. There were a few issues with it. The one thing we noticed when we got in there was the lock plate on the door was loose and eventually fell off.
Right.
The room phone did not work.
And that we only found out because we went to call the front desk
Right.
one time and went,
So we couldn't call the front desk from the phone. We tried to use the app, and we'll get into the app a little bit later, but we tried to use the app, and that didn't work either.
right.
So you happened to find one of the maid service, and they
I
were
found
able to call someone.
housekeeping and they got a hold of
Because
somebody.
we had multiple issues with plumbing
Right.
there, where they had to come and snake the toilet. And it wasn't just us. There were 3 other instances where I saw them walking around with the snake.
Oh, wow.
going
So
to
it was
different
other
rooms.
people. Okay. So,
So
wasn't...
it was an issue with the hotel itself.
Okay.
What else did we have? Drainage. Oh my goodness. It rained and you had literally swampland if you were walking around the
and
outside.
that's something just in general with Disney, you can find on TikTok and YouTube other people posting videos from the park
Sure.
where
But I've never had that experience. And all the resorts that we've been
I don't
there
think
before,
we've ever noticed.
never, because someone would be out there taking care of it.
True.
They may have had drainage issues
in the
but it
past,
was
but
never apparent
we just
to
never
the-
noticed
to the
it.
guests.
Yeah, that could be. Yeah.
And the one area by the parking lot that had the big drainage issue, they had one of the grounds crew come through on one of their little John Deeres and track mud all over the sidewalk in the process of doing that.
Right,
It's like,
right.
and no one cleaned that up. So and it's starting to look a little run down and tired. There were a couple of areas there. They were basically fire hydrant areas that weren't maintained. They were rusted. The paint was coming off.
Okay.
So it was very un-Disney like. Disney is always, even at the discount resorts like that, they've always kept up with it. And it just seems like it's kind of run down. The first day we got there, the elevator, one of the 2 elevators was offline. It took them most of the day to get that one fixed.
Well, they were actually cleaning. They were cleaning the I don't know what you call it. On the top where they had like plastic panels covering
Okay.
the lights, because when we had gotten up to our room or down, I don't remember, I ended up seeing the maintenance, and they were basically just cleaning. So there wasn't anything wrong with the elevator. They were actually just cleaning it.
I see.
So
And then really the only other big complaint I had about the resort was you had someone out there for the better part of a day who was pressure washing one of the staircases at the end of the building.
right.
And just the fumes, because it was an internal combustion engine compressor they were using. You were gagging as soon as you walked out of your room. Now, granted, it was hot, it was humid, the air wasn't good to begin with.
Right. It might not have been a
But-
good day to do that.
Yeah, I mean, have a little,
wait for people to at least leave and go to the parks, because this was like, first thing in the morning.
Yeah.
They're doing this,
Yeah.
this type stuff. So room service. So where we normally don't do room service, we'll put our do not disturb sign out there. They used to do daily room service.
Correct.
And now they're down to every other day, every
3 days,
every 3 days
or something. And I think it's every
So-
4 days if you're DVC.
Yeah. And to me, that's a significant drop in service, because they didn't reduce the cost of the room at all.
Right.
In fact, it went up, and you're getting less service there. So that was a ding, I think, in my book. Paying for parking. Still one of my biggest pet peeves that I have there.
Right. And again, going back to that whole, hey, we didn't check in, there was nothing ever said in anything.
Right. It's
Like,
just a
hey,
blind
by the
charge
way, because for the most part, this was actually one of the first times that we didn't charge things back to the room. One, because we had done a whole gift card thing,
yeah.
so that was a good portion of our charges, and then we just charged it on to our various credit cards, because in most cases, if you were using a Disney credit card and your bill was a certain amount, you would actually get 10% off. Whereas if you were charging it back to the room, you weren't going to get that discount. So it wasn't until the end of our stay when we actually got our portfolio, and I was like, oh, what were all these charges? And opened it up, and it was parking. That was literally all it was. And that's where, again, we've been there since they've been charging for parking, so it wasn't a shock for us. But what if this was our first time and we didn't know? That's something, granted, yes, it's not the security officer's job checking you in, but if you're doing the mobile check-in, if you're checking in, online beforehand, something should pop up saying, hey, by the way, just so you know, if you're driving, you're going to have this $15 a day or whatever.
How did
it
they
depends.
know that we were driving is what I'd like to know.
Well, because we checked in with security, that was what.
So that could have been a rental car we had for one day and got rid of it, or we could have been getting dropped off by someone. How do they know that you're parking there?
Well,
the
and
entire
then
time?
that's the thing, is that we would have had to.
I would dispute that charge because it was never detailed anywhere on the original bill.
And that's the other thing, too, because what used to happen is when you would go to the front desk and check in, they would ask you, oh, are you, staying
Right.
on property? Because they would give you a
And
parking
you'd have
permit.
right.
Right. So now they don't even print out a
And they'd
parking
get your
permit.
license plate number.
Right. But they got my license plate number when we checked in, because security there was a camera towards the back that could see my tag.
So they're nickel and diming you there, which was very annoying.
Right.
We bought the mugs, which I didn't want to do, but you thought it'd be a good idea to buy the mugs.
Right.
And the quality of mugs have gone down significantly. They've got the cheapest lids. The lids kept falling off. I almost lost the lid twice. It's just, I was very disappointed at that. But that's there to support the fact that you can't get multiple refills. You buy a disposable cup from them. You pay, $4 for it. And you're allowed 3 refills within an hour or two or something like that. Which is idiotic. It really is.
Right.
Because Disney is not losing money on me getting a refill on my soda.
And granted, you almost never got a refill on your soda.
Right.
So.
And the problem that I have
But
with
the
that
fact
is
that they
you're charging
do
me
that.
$4 for a soda, where 90% of the cost of that drink is the cup.
just the cup. Yeah.
And you're putting a chip in that cup now, so I can't get refills, which makes the cup more expensive. It's an idiotic business model that they have there. I didn't want to go on with any other complaints about the resorts. Did you have any highlights, any positives, anything nice to say to counter any of my complaints?
Well, the one thing I did like, which was new, I think, since the last time we were there, is that they actually have, when you go to the buses, if you're taking the resort transportation, because usually most of the time, if we didn't have the scooter already, we would usually just drive to the park. This way we wouldn't have to worry about waiting for a bus or anything else. But because of the scooter, we had to use the transportation. And one of the nice things was, as soon as you got to the area, they had a little schedule showing you when the next bus estimated time when the next bus for the different
Right.
locations was going to be coming. So that I thought was very helpful.
And they've had that at the moderate and the higher end resorts.
Right.
This was new for us at
Right. at the Value Resort.
Value
So it was
Resort. So
that
that is
was a nice touch to see. So
All right, so we'll give them a plus for that one then. Let's take a quick break and we'll come back and we'll talk about some of the technology that Disney is throwing at some of these issues. We'll be right back. For over 7 years, the Second Sith Empire has been the premier community guild in the online game Star Wars: The Old Republic. With hundreds of friendly and helpful active members, a weekly schedule of nightly events, annual guild meet and greets, and an active community both on the web and on Discord. The Second Sith Empire is more than your typical gaming group. We're family. Join us on the Starforge server for nightly events such as operations, flashpoints, world boss hunts, Star Wars trivia, guild lottery, and much more. Visit us on the web today at www.thesecondsithempire.com. Welcome back to Insights into Entertainment. Today we are dissecting Disney. So one of the things that Disney has done to try to enhance the experience is go the technology route. And that technology route is apps on your smartphone at this point in time and bands and all that stuff. So right now, the Disney World app that they have with their nice little 50th anniversary logo on there is the central part of that technology push. You pretty much need it for anything you want to do: booking rides, checking times, getting into your room, pretending to call the front office because it doesn't work for that.
your photo pass,
Yeah.
reservations.
I have to say that I was very unimpressed with the app. I found it to be poorly designed. Someone looked like someone gave a 5-year-old a box of crowns and asked him to design an interface. It was confusing. It was not obvious or intuitive to use. Finding the information that I wanted just to go in and look up times or to look up available slots for reservations for different extra services like building a lightsaber or a droid, you couldn't find that stuff. And the whole thing was predicated upon this whole idea of build your experience. And in order to do that, you pick the things you want, and that's all that you saw. If you ever wanted to stop outside of that, you had to go back through the entire wizard and reset all your settings in there to see anything. And I thought it was a terrible experience. Right down to the point that you bought one of the new Magic Band Pluses. And what happened with that? Tell us what happened with that.
So I wasn't going to buy the new Magic Band, but the last day we were in a park happened to be the Magic Kingdom, and at Magic Kingdom they had a Haunted Mansion one. So of course, me being the Haunted Mansion person that I am, all right, fine, I'll get it, just to have it, whatever. And we charge it while we were in Hall of Presidents. You had already bought one and you had no issues getting it to sync up. Everything was fine. I go to sync it up and I get an error. And I try and go through again, and then it tells me that the app has a bug and to uninstall and reinstall the app to try and fix it. I do that, doesn't work. I try taking, because there's a QR code, so first I try linking it by the wireless link. That didn't work. Then I tried taking a picture of the QR code to do it that way. That doesn't work. Then I even tried entering the code manually.
Which is a challenge considering how small those numbers are.
Right. Entering the code, nothing. As soon as I would do it, it would fail and again tell me that I had a bug. So by that point, I was just fed up. And after spending almost $50 on it, I went back to the store to return it. And of course, the cast member there was like, oh, well, if you do decide to, purchase another one, we do have tech support people, located throughout the park that would be, willing to help you. And by that point, it was already our last day. Maybe if it was our first day in the park and I had, the whole rest of the week to worry about it. But this was literally our last day.
Yeah.
I was like, I'm done.
It wasn't the band itself, it was the app.
Right.
So that's really where I think the biggest complaint was, because there was a lot of things with that app. The calling the front office.
Well, when our phone calling the front
work,
desk.
We tried to call the front desk. You can get to it through the app if you could find it, because it wasn't easy to find.
Right, and that was another thing, another challenge of things weren't where you thought they would be.
Right.
If you did a search, it would eventually find it, but it was like I shouldn't have to be searching every time.
It was almost like they did no user testing of this.
And then that was the whole thing too, because when we were having the issues with the bathroom, I was like, all right, well, let me just call the front desk. And I'm like, and I couldn't even like Google a phone number for the front desk either. And then the one day I actually just walked up to the front desk and they were like, oh, well, you could have just done it on your app. I'm like, no, I couldn't. And she didn't believe me.
Right.
And she walked me through it and was like, oh, okay, that is a problem. Yeah. No shit. Like, I know it's a problem. I'm pretty tech savvy. I understand not everybody is tech savvy and you have to talk to, every guest like we're an idiot, but it really wasn't there. And then, so you can't even say, oh, well, it's because you had an Android, because you even had the same problem and you have an Apple phone. Right. So it clearly wasn't user error. No, something with your app.
It was app specific.
Right.
So some of the other things I found were an issue was you could look up wait times for rides. Mm-hmm. They weren't accurate. When you guys were going around and doing things, I was riding around the scooter looking at wait times on the app.
Okay.
Oh my God, they were 15 minutes off, 20 minutes off.
So they weren't updating
They
as
were
often.
not done in real time on the app itself, which makes the app useless at that point when it comes to that function.
Right, because especially if that's what you're determining, oh, well, this wait's only, or this wait's 60 minutes, but yet the wait might only be 15 minutes if you actually went there, but then you don't want to go there because...
The entire purpose of the Genie experience is you don't need a fast pass because we can tell you when these times trend here, and it's completely wrong. I lost my Magic Band at one point in time because it was on a little holder on my original one. So we kind of panicked a little bit there. We were able to get the ticket to get into the park, but I didn't have a way to get into the room.
Right.
So I was able to use the app for that, and it worked, but it was awkward. It's like 4 screens in. You don't know where on the phone it's transmitting the. So I'm moving the phone all around the thing to try to get the thing to work.
Right.
It scans the first time and it goes green, but it won't unlock. Well, there's a prompt on the screen that you don't get an audible prompt on, where you have to accept the ability to unlock the door at that point.
Yeah, see, I never tried doing it that way. So
it was not good. And the other problem is they don't have any free charging stations that you can use around the park.
Right.
If you want to pay for them, there's a couple.
I was gonna say they have the charging rods that I know, and that was something that we knew going in from various other people who had been there and various other YouTube videos and things that said, if you're gonna be on your phone a whole lot more. Make sure you have some sort of battery backup so that you can charge your phone. And honestly, there was only for me, there was one day that I had to charge my phone, but I really didn't even need to. But that was also because we really weren't using the phone as much.
Well, and we'll talk about that in a second too.
Yeah.
And the last big complaint that I have about the app is they have this device where they're tracking the vast majority of people because you're dependent on it to use the park, and they're not using the data. We wind up outside waiting for a bus. It took us almost an hour to get a bus when the entire line was full waiting for buses. How are you not using this? You're tracking these people.
Right.
And you're tracking them for the purpose of taking a picture and tying it to their account.
Mm-hmm.
How are you not using that information to dispatch buses?
Right.
Or crowd control for different rides? Like, I don't understand why you would have all this information and then not use it for a constructive purpose.
Mm-hmm.
They're using it to try to sell you stuff, and that's all they're using it for. And that's a huge insult to the guests.
No, I agree. Especially when it comes to the end of the night where everybody is tired, everybody is cranky.
Yep.
Why you would have all these empty buses. Now, granted, maybe you didn't have enough bus drivers, but maybe that's what you need to plan, is that you always know at the end of the night you're going to have a rush of people wanting to get out. Why not put that extra
and in the past, they've had instances where you've had cast members at the bus stops.
Mm-hmm.
And the cast members are calling in the dispatch saying, I need a bus for this resort.
Right.
I need a bus for this resort.
Mm-hmm.
They didn't have that.
Right.
And they didn't need it because they have the technology. They just chose not to use the technology.
Yeah.
So let's talk about that massive scam that is Genie Plus.
Oh, Genie Plus.
So tell us how much we paid for that and how much we used it.
So we paid $15 per person per day that we were in a park on a regular park ticket. So we only went to the park for 3 days, but the one day was the Halloween party. And because of it being a special ticket event, you don't use Genie Plus on that day. So we only had to pay for Genie Plus for 2 of the days that we were in the park. So $45, so $90 total for the 2 days for the 3 of us, because each individual person has to have it for however many days. And since we hadn't used it before, we figured, you know what? Let's try it. Let's give it a try and see if it makes a difference or helps us out.
We took one for the team so we could review it for the podcast.
Right. And granted, there are lots of pros and cons. There were a couple of friends of mine who had used it before, and they said, oh, it takes a couple of days to get used to it. I'm like, well, I only have 2 days to get used to it. So I either need it to work or not work. And the big push before used to be, buying it ahead of time and